Chapter 76. Lin Xian's decision puzzled the crowd. They didn't know the situation of the newcomer, but they were very clear about Qi Ju's situation. That was an existence with a 10-win streak. It was definitely a representation of powerful strength. One had to know that winning streaks was very difficult, especially in this kind of virtual space, because every time they fought, both sides were at the same level. The difficulty of obtaining a 10-win streak in such a battle was definitely unimaginable. Sigh, in the end, he's still too young. He doesn't know that there's always someone better out there. Many cultivators shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian's decision was too impulsive. Ling Zhe was also stunned. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to attack Lin Xian. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to deliver himself to him. He hugged the beautiful girl and half reclined on the rattan chair. He laughed arrogantly and said, "I'll bet on Qi Ju. 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones." Many cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. 10,000 spirit stones wasn't a small amount. In the mysterious sky sect, it was enough to enter the cultivation tower for 20 hours. As expected of the young master of the Ling family. "You're really rich," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Kid, it's too late to flatter me now." Ling Zhe's lips curled into an evil smile. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "I'm trying to say that for a rich man like young Master Ling, even if you lose 10,000 spirit stones, you won't feel any pain, right?" Ling Zhe's face suddenly darkened. "You're saying that I'll lose? Kid, do you know what a 10-win streak is? If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can still let you go." "No need. I'll take your 10,000 spirit stones first." Lin Xian turned around and left domineeringly. "Because the one competing this time is me. Junior brother Lin wants to compete." Yi Qing had a shocked expression. When the others heard this, they let out a sigh of relief. When they saw Lin Xian's confidence, they thought that some peerless genius from some sect was going to compete. Now that they saw that Lin Xian wanted to compete himself, these people relaxed. They didn't know how strong Lin Xian was, but seeing that he was only at the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage, they knew that he couldn't be that strong. "Fuck, you scared me to death," Ling Zhe sneered. "Let me enjoy you being tortured here." Lin Xian walked out of the underground hall and followed Luo Qingshan to the 2nd floor. The staircase spiraled downward, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the path ahead. "Junior brother Lin, you're sure?" Luo Qingshan was a little worried. This spiritual space was a little different from the one in the sect. The strength of the participants was determined by the one with the higher cultivation. Seeing Lin Xian's doubt, Luo Qingshan continued. "For example, if you fight someone at the 7th level of the meridian condensing stage, your cultivation will also be at the 7th level, so that's how it is." Lin Xian's heart moved. This way, he would have the opportunity to experience the higher realms in advance. However, this had a disadvantage for lower realms martial artists. They wouldn't be able to adapt to the higher realms, and thus wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Lin Xian agreed with this point. It was normal for a 6th level martial artist to not be able to adapt to the 7th level's virtual body, but he believed that he could quickly adapt. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the 2nd floor. This floor was filled with individual rooms. Just like a martial arts room, it was absolutely sealed. Lin Xian walked into a prepared room alone and found that the situation inside was similar to the cultivation tower. It was also a special array. Immediately, he didn't hesitate. He walked into the array and sat down. In the next moment, his soul seemed to leave his body and enter a strange space. Blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and clear water. It was like a paradise. There were several pavilions in front of him, and many martial artists were sitting inside. Lin Xian's appearance caused the martial artists to look back. When they saw his cultivation, They immediately lost interest. How can a sixth-level martial artist be so weak? Someone frowned and said, "Who knows, he's probably new." "Hey, kid, what's your number?" someone asked. Lin Xian jumped up a few times, stepped on the stones in the water, and jumped into the pavilion. He said in a low voice, "Number 9, number 9, you're the one competing with Chi Ju." The young martial artists in the pavilion curiously sized him up. "It's okay, brother. It's your first time to gain experience." Someone comforted him. Someone pulled Lin Xian and said, "Look, the one in purple in the pavilion in front is Chi Ju. He's at the peak of the 7th level of the meridian condensation period. He's best at the 8 forms of the extinction blade." Lin Xian thanked these youths and then looked at Chi Ju. Chi Ju also looked back, and their eyes met in the air. Humph! Chi Ju's expression was full of contempt. He stood up proudly and said with his hands behind his back, "Newcomer, you choose the venue." "Venue?" Lin Xian was surprised. Then, with the introduction of the martial artist beside him, he quickly understood. The token in his hand not only represented his identity, but also allowed him to choose the venue. Lin Xian looked around and found that there were forests, valleys, arenas, villas, and other different places. "I'll choose the villa." Lin Xian didn't care. "What an idiot!" Chi Ju sneered. The nearby martial artists also whispered, "Brother, there's a gap between your cultivation. You'll definitely be promoted to the 7th level of the meridian condensation period." Newcomers usually choose places like forests where there are many obstacles and have time to adapt to their bodies. In places like the villa, Chi Ju can easily find you. You won't have time to adapt. So it's like that. Lin Xian suddenly understood. "Then I'll choose the forest next time." Seeing Lin Xian's casual appearance, the other martial artists shook their heads. After 10 breaths, the 2 figures flashed and entered the villa. After Lin Xian stabilized his body, he cautiously looked around and found that he was in a square martial arts arena. There were many different kinds of weapons on both sides. Lin Xian didn't immediately choose a weapon. Instead, he carefully felt his body. He found that this virtual body had opened 7 spirit veins. The 7 spirit veins formed 7 circles in his body. Lin Xian could clearly feel that his strength and speed had increased significantly. He tried to throw a punch, and the spirit energy in the 7 spirit veins vibrated together, transmitting a powerful force. "My strength increased by 70%. Lin Xian had a rough idea. Then he used his footwork and quickly moved around. Speed increased by 50%. "Humph! Kid, you didn't run away. I don't know if you're confident or just an idiot." Just as Lin Xian tried to move his body, Chi Ju, who had teleported to another place, appeared. In such a spacious place, you can only wait for death. Chi Ju walked to the weapon rack and picked up a shiny long saber. Lin Xian also picked up a slightly wider long sword. Then he assumed the starting position of the thunderclap sword art. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Chapter 77. Clang! With a soft sound, the long saber was unsheathed, and the bright saber light shone in all directions. With a casual strike, the killing intent rippled out like water. The purple saber light soared into the sky, piercing through the void, and slashing towards Lin Xian with a fierce stance. Just one saber draw had such power, so strong, as expected of the holder of 10 consecutive wins. In the hall, the martial artists saw Chi Ju's move and praised. Looking at the degree of condensation of the saber light, it had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the meridian condensing period. This Chi Ju would probably break through soon. Some 8th level meridian condensing period martial artists also had serious expressions. Chi Ju's potential was enough to attract their attention. "Humph! This Lin Xian is definitely dead." Ling Zai's eyes shone with anticipation. "AI. If nothing unexpected happens, This martial artist called Lin Xian probably won't be able to dodge this move. Some martial artists felt it was a pity. After all, he had just obtained the power of a 7th-level meridian condensing period martial artist, and it would be difficult to adapt in a short time. After Lin Xian saw this move, his pupils shrank. He quickly used the Phantom Thunder footwork, and his figure became illusory, difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Chi. The purple saber light flashed, but it only cut an afterimage. He actually dodged it? In the hall, many martial artists were surprised. Even Chi-Ju himself was surprised. They didn't know that Lin Xian had precise control over his strength. Although his strength had skyrocketed, under his control, he could perfectly display it. What a brilliant footwork! After seeing Lin Xian's footwork, Luo Qingshan's eyes flashed. It seemed to be a profound level martial art. He didn't know what level junior apprentice brother Lin had practiced it to. Lin Xian's footwork was indeed fast, but Chi-Ju's saber wasn't slow either. To be able to maintain 10 consecutive wins, he naturally had his advantages. 8 forms of the extinction saber. Chi-Ju felt humiliated by his mistake. He didn't want to waste any more time with Lin Xian, so he used his best saber skills. It's here, the 8 styles of the extinction blade. Chi-Ju will definitely win. Some of the martial artists who supported Chi-Ju were excited. A purple saber light lit up, and a faint purple saber chi that was more than 20 feet long extended from the saber. Everywhere it passed, it gave off a muffled, whistling sound. Lin Xian swept out with his sword. The body of the sword was covered with faint golden arcs of electricity. A chaotic and violent aura spread out. It was as fast as lightning colliding with the purple saber light. Swords and sabers clashed, and the violent collision of energy caused the air to tremble. The tables and chairs on both sides were shattered, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Sword chi crisscrossed and saber radiance soared into the sky. However, Chi-Ju did not relax at all. He could sense that the long saber in his hand was being neutralized by the strange power of No. 1 High School. The long saber that was originally aimed at Lin Xian was forcefully deflected by 3 centimeters. How is this possible? Chi-Ju's expression changed drastically. Lin Xian was able to dodge his first attack. After all, he was just testing the waters. However, now that he had displayed the 8 styles of the invincible saber, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. This was unacceptable. No! How could he master the power of a rank 7 meridian condensing stage so quickly? Was he hiding his strength? Chi-Ju thought of a more important question. However, Lin Xian obviously wouldn't give him an answer. Now that Lin Xian could use the power of a rank 7 meridian condensing stage, he was overjoyed. He slashed out again and again. The mighty sword chi was mixed with faint golden arcs of electricity, forming the power of wind and thunder. The power of a rank 7 meridian condensing stage is indeed powerful. The power of 7 spirit veins has stronger explosive power and endurance, but this power is also more difficult to control. Lin Xian continued to analyze in his mind. After all, he had an additional spirit vein. There were some things he needed to carefully study. If I can completely master the power of a rank 7 meridian condensing stage in this spiritual space, then I can directly take a spirit pill when I leave. Lin Xian's heart was faintly excited. He still had a pill in his hand that could directly raise his cultivation by a stage. If he could master the power of a rank 7 meridian condensing stage, and then use this pill to advance, then he would be able to stabilize his cultivation in the shortest time possible without worrying about any side effects. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's attack sped up. This scene caused all the martial artists watching the competition to turn pale with fright. What? He's actually suppressing Chi-Ju? Am I seeing things? Impossible? This is absolutely impossible. Ooh. Ling Zai's face was no longer calm. He straightened his body, clenched his fists, and stared motionlessly at the light screen. "Damn it, who can tell me what's going on?" "Young master, it's possible that this boy is hiding his strength," a black-clothed martial artist said. Hiding his strength? Ling Zhe's face darkened. As he heard this, "Damn it, I was wondering why he was so confident. So he was hiding his strength. Junior brother Lin, good job." Not far away, Yi Qing cheered. When this voice reached Ling Zhe's ears, it made him even angrier. They must have planned this beforehand. Ling Zhe seemed to have thought of something. They must have planned so much to win my spirit stones. Thinking of the 10,000 spirit stones, Ling Zhe's face was pained. He had originally bet 10,000 spirit stones because he was 100% sure of winning, but he didn't expect to be cheated. "It's not that easy to win my spirit stones." Ling Zhe summoned a black-clothed martial artist and said in a low voice, "Go tell Fifth Lord to find a way to manipulate the results of this match. No matter what, we can't let Lin Xian win." The black-clothed martial artist received the order and quietly left in the spiritual space. Qi Ju was very aggrieved. He was completely restrained and was even led by the nose by Lin Xian. Thinking of being defeated by a 6th-level meridian condensation stage martial artist in front of everyone, he had the urge to kill himself. On the opposite side, Lin Xian had a calm face, and the long sword in his hand was very steady. He didn't seek a quick victory and only attacked step by step according to his own rhythm. However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Contestant number 9, I am the manager of this space. I hope you can take the initiative to lose this match." "What?" Lin Xian suddenly froze, and the attack in his hand stopped. However, he immediately calmed down and stabbed his long sword again. However, this slight flaw was caught by Qi Ju, and he immediately counterattacked. He was originally a powerful martial artist, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Qi Ju's move succeeded, and the spirit energy in his body flourished. He used the full power of the 8 forms of the extinction blade. The purple blade light was incomparably vast and mighty, attacking Lin Xian from all directions. Lin Xian didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of powerful attack. He could only keep the sword light within 3 feet and adopt a defensive posture. This shocking change caused the martial artists in the hall to burst into cheers. Their current mood was like moving forward in the waves, undulating and undulating. What's going on? Why is Lin Xian suddenly unable to continue? Some martial artists were puzzled. Maybe he didn't control the spirit energy in his body well, causing his spirit energy to be consumed too quickly. After all, this isn't his real realm. A level 8 meridian condensation stage expert guessed. Only Ling Zhe knew that his command had taken effect. Chapter 78. The changes on the screen made all the warriors excited. After all, most of them had bet on Qi Ju's victory. Now that they saw this scene, they were naturally happy. In the virtual space, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He had calmed down from his initial shock, but he found it hard to accept the Ling family's actions. As a manager, they couldn't even be fair. Lin Xian felt bitterly disappointed. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. As a swordsman, he would rather break than bend. If he bowed his head in the face of such a small threat, then what was the point of talking about martial arts and sword intent? On the opposite side, Qi Ju grinned. The purple blade was like a wave, each blade stronger than the last. "No one can control my will. I will use the long sword in my hand to cut through everything." Lin Xian's heart was firm, and his eyes revealed a terrifying light. Thunder God's fury. With a thrust of the sword, the golden light attacked in all directions. A series of thunder roared in the air, and golden arcs of lightning rushed towards Qi Ju. 7th style of the invincible blade. Qi Ju gritted his teeth and urged the spiritual power in his body. The 2-foot-long blade suddenly split from 1 to 3, forming a fan-shaped attack. Rumble. With a deafening sound, Lin Xian's long sword easily pierced through the purple blade and then hit Qi Ju's body. No! Qi Ju screamed, and his body flew out like a kite. Then he fell to the ground, in a sorry state. The clothes on his chest were completely torn, and there was a sword mark on his chest 3 inches into his flesh. Although this wasn't a real body, Qi Ju still felt a piercing pain. And he felt that the strength of this body was quickly disappearing. Am I going to lose? No! How can I lose to a Meridian 6 stage boy? Qi Ju's eyes had a trace of madness. He stood up with difficulty and raised the long sword in his hand again. I'll let you see the last style of my 8 styles of the invincible blade. Absolute kill. The long robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind, and the purple light on the long saber drilled into the blade. In the next moment, a hazy long saber shadow appeared in front of him. Almost no one at the same level as you can withstand this strike. You won't be an exception. Qi Ju's face was pale. Then, as if he had used up all of his strength, he swung his blade. It was as if the void was being torn apart. Countless gusts of wind blew in reverse. A huge saber shadow that was over 10 meters long slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His entire right arm and sword turned a faint gold color, with tiny golden arcs of electricity pulsing on them. However, just as he was about to make a move, the dignified voice rang in his ears again. "Ignorant junior, you dare to go against my will? I said that you will lose, so you must lose." As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in Lin Xian's hand broke, leaving only a small part of the blade and the hilt. In front of everyone, the manager could not directly attack, but he could still cause some damage. Lin Xian's broken sword was his doing. However, this change made everyone cry out in surprise. Ling Zhe laughed wantonly. He knew that Lin Xian had completely angered the manager, and there was no chance of him winning. Qi Ju, on the other hand, had a crazed look on his face. "Ha ha! Even the heavens are helping me. You can die in peace." Lin Xian looked at the broken sword, as if a ball of anger was burning in his heart. Inexplicably, he suddenly thought of the mysterious figure he saw in the demonic abyss. Arrogant, dissolute, and destroyed a peerless enemy while talking and laughing. At that moment, Lin Xian seemed to have understood something. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Even if you break my sword, you won't be able to change my mind. My sword and my heart are one." The golden electric current did not disappear. Instead, it flowed along the broken sword and automatically formed a golden lightning sword. Feel Lei Chia's fear. Lin Xian's body moved violently, like a golden flash between heaven and earth. The sharp lightning sword cut through the huge saber shadow with a momentum that could destroy everything, and cut Qi Ju's body in half. Thump! The saber fell to the ground, and Qi Ju's body fell to the ground, turning into white light and dissipating. Lin Xian, on the other hand, raised his sword to the sky, and his heart was full of fighting spirit. The lightning-like sword was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. After a long time, these warriors came back to their senses and exclaimed again, "Why is Lin Xian still here? Shouldn't he have been teleported out? Why is he pointing his sword to the sky? Is there an enemy?" These warriors discussed for a while. Lin Xian's muscles were tense, as if he was ready to attack at any time. He was wary of the manager here. Fortunately, the manager did not dare to make a big deal out of it. After a moment of silence, he sent Lin Xian out. With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. In the next moment, his body in the formation trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen from the 7th rank to the 6th rank. This difference made him feel unreal. Fortunately, his willpower was firm, and he quickly adapted to this difference. Slightly circulating the longevity secret art, the spiritual power in his body flowed smoothly. The golden sword essence seed emitted a little light, and he felt that his fusion with the sword essence seed had become closer. It seems that this competition has given me a lot of benefits. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Not only did he try out the power of the 7th rank in advance, but he also had a new understanding of the way of the sword. It seems that when I go back, I have to properly comprehend it. Lin Xian decided to go into seclusion for a while. Of course, before that, he still had something to do, and that was to receive the spirit stones he had won. The odds for this competition were 1 to 10. He had bet 3,000 spirit stones, and now he would receive 30,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones was a very large sum. Lin Xian wanted to laugh just thinking about it. Boom. The stone door slowly opened, and Lin Xian walked out. Luo Qingshan had been waiting outside for a long time. He had naturally seen everything that had happened on the screen of light, so he was especially worried. "Are you okay?" Luo Qingshan asked. "Let's go and get the spirit stones." Lin Xian acted as if nothing had happened and smiled as he walked towards the stairs. The two walked out side by side and once again appeared in the basement hall. Many ancient martial art practitioners looked at Lin Xian in a different light. This young man's actions were completely beyond their expectations. Ling Zhe, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xian with a dark gaze. "After he leaves, find a place where there is no one and kill him," Ling Zhe said in a low voice to the martial artist in black beside him. "Don't worry, young Master Ling, a 6th rank martial artist, cannot escape from my grasp." The martial artist in black laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian and the others received the spirit stones, and then after talking with Luo Qingshan for a while, they left the arena. Yi Qing smiled as he counted the spirit stones, and then laughed happily. "With so many spirit stones, I won't have to worry about going to the cultivation tower." The two walked to the Black Sky Sex branch in Misty Cloud City, rented 2 swift eagles, and flew towards the Black Sky sect. Chapter 79. Lin Xian and Yi Qing rode the swift eagle and flew back to the sect. At this speed, they would be able to return to the sect in about half a day. Back at the sect, Lin Xian planned to take the spirit gathering pill to break through his cultivation and comprehend the sword intent seed. He sat cross-legged on the swift eagle and immersed his mind in the golden sword intent seed. This golden seed not only improved his swordsmanship, but also increased his thunder attribute cultivation methods. For example, his phantom thunder steps could increase it by about 30%. Just as he was immersed in martial arts, a small black that was quickly approaching from behind and exuding a strong killing intent. The golden sword intent seed felt this killing intent and trembled slightly. Lin Xian suddenly woke up and quickly looked back. "What's wrong?" Yi Qing asked. "Senior sister, you go back first. I have something in Yunlan City." Lin Xian thought for a moment and came up with an idea. He couldn't let Yi Qing fall into this kind of crisis. Immediately, he used the token to control the swift eagle and quickly turn around and flew to the side. Yi Qing shouted a few words from behind, but seeing that Lin Xian didn't respond, she could only give up. After turning around, Lin Xian didn't go back directly, but ran towards the nearby forest. He knew that the person's cultivation must be higher than his, and it was not a wise choice to meet force with force. "Ling Zhe, Ling family." Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "When I have the strength, I will definitely get justice for today." The black-clothed martial artist behind found that Lin Xian suddenly changed his route and sneered. With his strength of the 8th level meridian stage, he was not afraid of Lin Xian's tricks. This was not the virtual space. In reality, absolute strength could crush all schemes. "Go." He controlled the strange bird under his feet and quickly flew towards Lin Xian. The strange bird was black all over, but its claws were white. Although it was not big, its flying speed was very fast, even faster than the swift eagle. Humph! In front of my black feathers, you have no chance to escape. The black-clothed martial artist sneered. Soon, he caught up to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was now less than 50 meters away from the black-clothed martial artist. He knew that he couldn't be anxious at this time. He had to remain calm. Only by remaining calm would he have a chance to escape. Aerial combat is disadvantageous for me. I need to descend immediately. Lin Xian urged the swift eagle to fly down into the forest below. Whoosh! When the swift eagle flew to a low altitude, Lin Xian directly jumped down and landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, the black-clothed martial artist also jumped and landed steadily. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes full of contempt. 8th level Mingmai. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw the person's cultivation. He recognized this person. It was the black-clothed man who had suddenly attacked him. The Ling family is really shameless. They want to silence us after losing the competition. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, it's useless to say anything now. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. The black-clothed man sneered, a layer of fiery red appearing on his palm. What do I do? Lin Xian's eyes were fixed on the black-clothed man. He was extremely anxious. Suddenly, his mind moved. With my 6th level Mingmai cultivation, he definitely won't use his full strength. As long as I take advantage of his underestimation, I might be able to turn the tables. Lin Xian had hope in his heart. My biggest trump card is the Essence Gathering Pill, and the Seed of Sword Essence. The Essence Gathering Pill can allow me to reach the 7th level Mingmai cultivation in an instant, and the Seed of Sword Essence can make my attacks even more powerful. However, I only have one chance. If I fail, I won't have another chance. Lin Xian took a deep breath and carefully thought over a few details. At this time, the black-clothed martial artist attacked. His right palm waved in the air, and a fiery red palm the size of a millstone appeared in front of him. With a scorching heat, it quickly attacked Lin Xian. So fast. Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he used the phantom steps and quickly dodged. However, he didn't use his full strength. He wanted to create the illusion that he couldn't withstand a single blow from the black-clothed man. Pung! Under the palm, Lin Xian awkwardly dodged. The row of trees behind him were all broken, and the branches were all scorched and turned to ashes. What a terrifying palm! Lin Xian was deeply afraid of the black-clothed man. If the black-clothed man used his full strength, he feared that he wouldn't have any chance. So, what if you win the competition? You'll still die at my hands. The black-clothed martial artist had a mocking expression. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand, wanting to grab Lin Xian. For a martial artist like you, I can kill you with one hand. The black-clothed man's palm seemed to be cast from steel. With a casual grab, there was the sound of air being torn apart. Chance! Lin Xian saw that the black-clothed man didn't even have any spiritual power and directly attacked with one hand. He knew that his chance had come. With a light tap of his storage ring, Lin Xian's speed reached a record high. A pill the size of a longan was swallowed into his mouth. Immediately after, the crimson flame sword appeared in his hand, circulating his spiritual power to the extreme. He constantly communicated with the Seed of Sword Intent and launched his strongest attack, Raging Thunder Slash. All of this happened in an instant. When the black-clothed man arrogantly attacked with one hand, Lin Xian's fate was sealed. Lin Xian suddenly exploded. His body was covered with golden lightning, and a golden flash of lightning directly cut the black-clothed man's arm. Moreover, in this golden light, there was a faint trace of pressure. Although it was very weak, it was like a dormant supreme beast causing people's hearts to palpitate. Ah, the The black-clothed man screamed and retreated. One of his arms was raised in response. Lin Xian immediately retreated after his successful attack. He didn't continue fighting. At that moment, he felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had perfectly fused together. That attack had reached his strongest state. Kid, I want kill you. The black-clothed man's entire face twisted in pain. He didn't think that the youth he regarded as an ant would be able to cut off his arm. I will tear you apart bit by bit. I will make you regret being born into this world. The black-clothed man's entire body emitted a fiery red light. His entire body was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Demonic flame palm. The black-clothed martial artist waved his left hand. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red palm shadows, covering the sky and covering the earth as they rushed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the black-clothed man's body also leaped high. With a red tail light, he fiercely rushed over. Phantom thunder step. Lin Xian quickly dodged, not daring to meet it head-on. First of all, the seventh spiritual meridian in his body had just been opened. He needed to circulate his Xian Qi to stabilize it. Also, the attack of an enraged 8th level meridian stage martial artist wasn't something he could take. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery red palm shadows pierced the ground, forming deep pits with a radius of 1 zhang. Countless trees fell. Lin Xian was hit by the palm wind. He felt as if he had hit a volcano. His blood and qi roiled. Die. Chapter 80. The sudden palm sealed off all of Lin Xian's paths of retreat. The fiery red palm print was like a bright red sun, emitting light. An incomparably vast energy pressed down like a mountain. Relying on the phantom thunder steps, Lin Xian was unable to dodge this palm. I can only use this move. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He was going to use a move that he practiced every day but rarely used. Falling star. One man and one sword turned into a stream of light, falling like a meteor, dazzling the eyes. Chi, bam. The air exploded, as if it had been split in half. The area of 50 feet around them seemed to have become a vacuum. With a flash of light, the two figures appeared. From the arm to the chest of the black-clothed martial artist, there was a blood-red sword mark. His flesh was twisted, and one could vaguely see white bone. Lin Xian's sword had almost split him in half. The black-clothed martial artist's face was twisted, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was once again shocked by the youth in front of him. This time, he had used all of his strength, but his injuries were even more serious than last time. If this continued, even if he could kill Lin Xian, he would be seriously injured and die. Facing this calm youth, he actually had a trace of thought of retreating in his heart. Lin Xian was also not in a good state. Although he had successfully stabbed the black-clothed martial artist, he had also been hit by the fiery red palm. Many of his ribs had been broken, and he had also suffered serious internal injuries. This was the first time he had felt the threat of death. Lin Xian resisted the pain and stood up. The long sword in his hand once again pointed at the black-clothed martial artist. At this time, he could not show weakness. He had to be strong to the end and intimidate the enemy. Otherwise, the black-clothed martial artist would very likely attack again. As expected, seeing Lin Xian's long sword, the black-clothed martial artist unconsciously took 2 steps back. Fear. Lin Xian smiled. He saw fear in the black-clothed martial artist's eyes. A pulse condensation period 8th stage martial artist was afraid of a pulse condensation period 6th stage brat. No one would believe this, but this was actually happening to the black-clothed man. Seeing Lin Xian's mockery, the black-clothed martial artist was enraged. He had also discovered his own fear, but compared to his own life, nothing else mattered. However, Lin Xian clearly didn't want to let him go. If he went back and attracted even stronger enemies, he would really be dead. Don't even think about it. I won't give you the chance to escape. Lin Xian's body was trembling, but his eyes were as bright as the stars. His aura was like a peerless sword that was about to be unsheathed. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly contracted. He was shocked by Lin Xian's decisiveness, and even more shocked by the aura emanating from his body. This kind of aura was like a peerless cold light that made his heart tremble. Sword force, and it's far from the entry level. The black-clothed man didn't have any fighting spirit left. He was like a frightened kitten, his entire body trembling. The youth in front of him was like an enigma that couldn't be seen through. First, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he had cut off his arm with one sword strike. Under his full power attack, he had used a stunning sword strike. Finally, he had even released a sword force that was close to the small success stage. Run. This was the black-clothed martial artist's only thought. Lin Xian slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The sword essence seed in his body was like a golden sun, radiant for tens of thousands of zhang. He raised his hand and drew his sword. The black-clothed man retreated in despair. He discovered that what Lin Xian had swung wasn't a long sword, but a bolt of godly thunder that descended from the ninth heaven. It connected the heavens and the earth, destroying everything. With a miserable scream, the black-clothed martial artist was struck between his eyebrows. With infinite fear, he crashed to the ground. Lin Xian stabbed the long sword into the ground. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. With great difficulty, he walked in front of the black-clothed martial artist and took his storage ring. This battle was the most thrilling battle he had ever experienced since he started practicing martial arts. He had used up all of his cards, and only then had he managed to kill the black-clothed martial artist. Is this the strength of a level 8 pulse condensation period martial artist? Lin Xian couldn't help but think of Zhang Qian. As an elite disciple of a sect, Zhang Qian's strength was likely much higher than the black-clothed martial artist's. However, I have the sword essence seed. As long as I can comprehend 10% of it, killing Zhang Qian won't be a problem. Lin Xian didn't have any fear. Instead, he had a trace of anticipation. Only by facing a stronger opponent would he be able to grow faster. Putting away his long sword, Lin Xian took out several healing pills. Then, he found a safe place to quietly recover. The secret longevity art quickly revolved in his body. His 7 spirit veins vibrated together, quickly repairing the wounds in his body. Time flew by. In a flash, a day had passed. Within Misty Cloud City, Ling Zhe anxiously paced back and forth. The black-clothed men he had sent out had already left for an entire day. Even now, there was still no news. This caused him to feel uneasy. What am I worried about? How could a mere level 6 pulse condensation period brat escape? Ling Zhe comforted himself, but as time passed, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Did that brat really escape? From beginning to end, he didn't think that the black-clothed men had been killed. This was because, in his opinion, it was simply impossible. Forget it. I'll return to the sect and find out. Ling Zhe finally couldn't ignore it. He chose to return to the Profound Skies sect to check on Lin Xian's situation. Half a day later, a 10-foot-long demonic bird flew in the direction of the Profound Skies sect with Ling Zhe and the 2 black-clothed martial artists. In the forest, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. The injuries in his body had already healed by about 70 to 80%. Even his broken bones had been reconnected by the secret longevity art and returned to normal. This caused him to once again marvel at the miraculous power of the secret longevity art. Among the cultivation techniques he knew, there was not a single one that could be mentioned in the same breath as the secret longevity art. Following this, Lin Xian didn't immediately move. Instead, He recalled yesterday's battle and summarized his experience. The Thunder and Lightning Sword Force is close to initial success. Its power is unimaginable. However, the Thunderclap sword art is a bit behind. It can no longer keep up with my strength. Lin Xian muttered to himself. When he was in the outer sect, the Thunderclap sword art was his main attack. However, as his cultivation increased, the incomplete Thunderclap sword art could no longer satisfy him. The Phantom Thunder steps still need to be strengthened. The Heavenly Meteor is still my last resort. Lin Xian thought about it and realized that he had too few trump cards. When I go back this time, I need to choose a few martial arts techniques and improve them all. Lin Xian stroked his chin. However, before that, he had another idea. Currently, the spiritual energy in his body was of the thunder and lightning attribute. Initially, he deliberately changed it to match the Thunderclap sword art. However, now that he had the Thunder and Lightning Sword Intent Seed, his Thunder and Lightning spiritual energy seemed a little redundant. Moreover, he felt that the greatest advantage of the Secret Longevity art was its ability to integrate all attributes and its terrifying recovery ability. He had already experienced this during the process of healing. Can I transfer all the Thunder and Lightning attribute in my body to the Sword Intent Seed and restore the spiritual energy in my body to its normal non-elemental state? Lin Xian had an idea and began to try. First, he activated the Sword Intent Seed and let it release the pressure of the Ninth Heaven Thunder to see if it could attract the thunder and lightning in his body. Chapter 81. The Sword Intent Seed seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, sucking in all the golden lightning in his body. The process was very slow, and every strand of golden lightning that left his spiritual energy brought pain to Lin Xian. The whole process lasted for 2 hours, and Lin Xian was also tortured for 2 hours. However, the effect of the pain was obvious. The spiritual energy in his body had returned to its green color, and the Sword Intent Seed was bigger than before. Absorbing lightning can strengthen the Sword Intent Seed? Lin Xian had a new discovery, but he felt relieved after thinking about it. The Golden Sword Intent Seed should be the Lightning Sword Intent, which was why it had such a reaction. Lin Xian finished everything and ran in the direction of the Black Heaven sect. 2 days later, he finally saw the magnificent Mountain Gate. "Who's there?" The Mountain Gate disciples shouted. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Seeing the two people as if they were facing a great enemy, he smiled and took out a token from his pocket. "Inner Sect Disciple." The gatekeeper was shocked and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, senior brother." Lin Xian strode through the mountain gate and sighed in his heart. 3 months ago, he was still struggling at the bottom of the ladder like these disciples. Now he had entered the inner sect and became their senior brother. Lin Xian sighed in his heart and walked towards the inner sect. In the inner sect, in front of a quiet courtyard, a young girl anxiously walked around and kept whispering. "Junior brother Lin has been missing for 3 days, and senior brother Luo doesn't know. If he doesn't come today, I'll report it to Instructor Morong." This young girl was naturally Yi Qing. She had been back for 3 days, but she didn't see Lin Xian's shadow. During this time, she also used a special method to ask senior brother Luo, but she found out that Lin Xian didn't return to the arena at all. This made Yi Qing very anxious, and she even suspected that Lin Xian had an accident. Yi Qing stomped her feet and angrily turned around, ready to leave. However, in the next moment, she exclaimed, "Junior brother Lin, you're back." Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't think that he would see Yi Qing in front of his house. However, he immediately understood that Yi Qing was worried about his safety. Thinking of this, he felt a bit of warmth in his heart. "Why is senior sister Yi here? Is something the matter?" Lin Xian feigned ignorance. "You're still talking," Yi Qing said angrily. "You've disappeared for 3 days. I thought you were taken away by a demon beast." Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. He could only brace himself and explain, "I got lost." Yi Qing didn't believe it at all. But seeing Lin Xian's "I have no sense of direction" expression, she could only angrily grind her teeth and bite him. "Oh, right. Tomorrow Instructor Morong will be teaching some martial arts knowledge. Don't be late." Yi Qing finished and left. Teaching? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He originally wanted to find Instructor Morong, but now it was even easier. Returning to his room, Lin Xian had a good sleep. Although his physical strength was still in good condition, the continuous journey and the life and death battle had made his spirit and soul very tired. He needed a good rest. If he was too tense, sooner or later he would break. Only by alternating between tension and relaxation was the way of the king. After teaching in the middle of the night, Lin Xian woke up from his sleep. He stretched and then took out a ring. It was the one he got from the black-clothed martial artist. With a thought, Lin Xian's perception entered the ring. The space inside wasn't very big, and there weren't many things. It could be seen that the black-clothed martial artist wasn't very rich. After all, his identity was just a servant. A few bottles of healing pills, 2 ordinary swords, and few martial arts secret books. Lin Xian flipped through them. One of them was a cultivation technique. He had no interest in it and directly threw it aside. The other book was a palm technique. Lin Xian thought that the black-clothed martial artist palm technique was good, so he took a look. This was a martial art called Bright Fire Palm. It was a low-level, profound-level technique. After mastering it, one's entire palm would be as red as fire. It was very powerful, and ordinary objects would melt upon contact. Although Lin Xian didn't have the fire attribute, he had the thunder attribute. He could completely refer to the characteristics of this palm technique and condense the thunder palm. He was now in urgent need of martial arts moves. Moreover, practicing other martial arts would also be good for his sword techniques. For example, fist techniques and so on. He could comprehend them by analogy. Moreover, swords could be seen as an extension of the arm. According to the above, first of all, one had to constantly temper the palm with high temperature so that it could withstand the heat of the flame. When the palm didn't fear the high temperature of the flame, then one could practice the moves. The moves were divided into 3 stages. The first stage was bright fire palm. That was to say, the palm was fiery red, and the palm wind carried a high temperature. The second stage was to fill the sky with palm shadows. After mastering it, one would instantly shoot out dozens of palm shadows. Moreover, the palm shadows would not dissipate and had a strong burning effect. The third stage, which was the large success stage, was called transforming palm into fire. The palm was the flame, and the flame was the palm. After mastering it, ordinary swords and sabers would melt. After Lin Xian finished reading, he had a general understanding. He compared it to the black-clothed martial artist and found that the latter hadn't mastered the third stage. It would be fine as long as he changed the flame into thunder. Lin Xian pondered. He didn't have absolute confidence, but he felt that on the path of martial arts, techniques and application should be the same. The only difference was the attribute. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. Communicating with the thunder and lightning sword intent seed, a trace of golden arc appeared in his palm. Immediately after, more thunder and lightning surged out and enveloped his palm. This thunder and lightning are one. I've already fulfilled the first condition. I just need to practice the moves. He memorized all the moves and then came to the school to try cultivating. Golden arcs of lightning appeared on his palms. Every strike carried the power of thunder and lightning. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian finished practicing the palm technique and found that he had completely mastered the first stage. In fact, other than Lin Xian, it was difficult for others to master it quickly because the others only had attribute spiritual energy and not real flames. However, Lin Xian's thunder and lightning was directly absorbed from the outside world. It was real thunder and lightning. This situation directly caused him to cultivate attribute martial arts at an abnormal speed, especially thunder attribute martial arts, palm shadows filling the sky. Lin Xian continuously struck out with his palms, forming a golden palm shadow in front of him. It was like a golden light curtain that was incomparably dazzling. The third stage, transforming palm into thunder, required him to ponder for a few days. I'll call it Golden Thunder Palm from now on. Lin Xian gave this set of palm techniques a name. Then he continued to practice and strengthen this set of palm techniques. He also practiced it together with the Phantom Thunder steps, constantly honing it. Unknowingly, the east gradually turned white, and a red sun broke through the sky. Lin Xian stopped and began to face the sun to cultivate the longevity art. When the sun rose, there was a faint purple aura around it. This kind of purple aura was very helpful for martial artist cultivation. Therefore, many martial artists would face the east at this time and cultivate their techniques. Chapter 82. Lin Xian arrived at the lecture area early and waited for instructor Morong. Not long after he arrived, Yi Qing and Luo Qingshan also arrived one after another. The three of them were chatting in a low voice. After about half an hour, Morong Qianling appeared. She was wearing a silver-white light armor and a dark cyan long sword at her waist. She looked less charming but more heroic. Today, I will teach you a set of sword art. Morong Qianling didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. This set of sword art is called Gale Sword Art. It belongs to the intermediate profound level martial arts. I will demonstrate it once. You guys watch carefully. After saying that, she pulled out her long sword and assumed a starting position. In the next moment, a gust of wind rose from under her feet. This wind seemed to appear out of thin air and blew Morong Qianling's long hair. Yi Qing and Luo Qingshan were fine. It wasn't their first time experiencing this kind of thing. However, it was Lin Xian's first time seeing it. Morong Qianling's black hair was fluttering. Her entire person seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. The sword rose and fell like a gust of wind. It made people unable to see its source, let alone guess its trajectory. Lin Xian was completely intoxicated. He was worried that he didn't have a powerful sword art. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Although Morong Qianling's moves were quick and agile and dazzling, Lin Xian had the mysterious small sword in his body. His comprehension of sword art had reached a terrifying level. Gale 3 thrusts. Morong Qianling lightly touched the ground. Her body suddenly turned into a stream of light. The dark cyan longsword in her hand seemed to have turned into a cyan hurricane, tearing the void. 3 cyan rays of light cut through the void and formed a Z character. This Gale 3 thrusts is flexible and changeable. Not only can it chase the enemy, it can also escape from encirclement and wander around. Morong Qianling explained, as she displayed the Gale 3 thrusts. 3 cyan rays of light formed different trajectories in the air. It included attacking, chasing, dodging, and various other methods. Lin Xian gasped in surprise. Compared to the Gale sword art, his thunderclap sword art seemed to be more simplistic. However, this was normal. Firstly, the thunderclap sword art was of a lower grade. Secondly, it was incomplete. Furthermore, it was a simplified version of a certain sword art. If I can learn the Gale sword technique, I'm afraid my strength will increase by 30%. Lin Xian kept comparing in his mind. And at this time, Morong Qianling changed her move once again. It was different from the speed and sharpness from before. This time, the spiritual energy around her body surged as if it was a wind gap. The power of the wind made people feel apprehensive. Whirlwind! Countless cracks appeared on the bluestone on the ground as the sword slashed out. A 2-feet-tall green tornado descended from the sword and swept forward at a rapid speed. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel a terrifying suction force and a faint sense of danger from the green tornado. This feeling made his chest feel stuffy. Crack! The nearby trees were uprooted by the suction force, and the soil was swept into the wind. Chi, chi, chi. Just as the trees came into contact with the tornado, countless green wind blades appeared and cut the trees into countless pieces. After moving for 50 to 60 feet, the green tornado stopped rotating and gradually disappeared. However, Morong Qianling didn't stop. She once again used her long sword to slash out a whirlwind. This time, the whirlwind had just moved for 20 feet when it suddenly split into three and attacked in three different directions. Everywhere it passed, there would be gravel, and the ground would be in a mess. It can actually be like this. This time, not only was Lin Xian surprised, even Luo Qingshan and Yi Qing exclaimed in a low voice. The Gale Sword technique still has two moves left. One of them is a defensive move called the Dance of the Wind and Moon. Morong Qianling said, Qingshan, attack me with all your strength. Luo Qingshan stood up, and a faint halo appeared behind him. He pulled out his sword and stabbed forward, rushing towards Morong Qianling with his fastest speed. Before the attack arrived, the air around Morong Qianling suddenly became chaotic. A green light flashed and formed a half-moon-shaped wind wall in front of her, bouncing Luo Qingshan's attack to the side. After one move, Morong Qianling put away her long sword and didn't say anything. Instead, she let Lin Xian and the other two silently comprehend. After a moment, Yi Qing suddenly asked, Instructor Morong, didn't you say there was still one more move? What is it? The last move is too difficult for you guys. It requires the cultivation of Sea of Soul Realm to use. Morong Qianling's expression was indifferent. However, when she saw the fervent gazes of the three people, she could only helplessly sigh. I'll use it once to save you kids from not giving up. She waved her lily-white hand and slashed out her long sword. Three light green wind blades flew out from the tip of the sword. Each of them was more than a meter long and whistled as they flew into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three wind blades flashed and chopped a distant stone pillar into several pieces before disappearing. Sword chi release. Lin Xian's pupils slightly shrunk. This was a move that only Sea of Soul realm martial artists could use. At their current stage, they really couldn't do it. All right, I'll now demonstrate the complete move of Gale sword art. I'll explain the three major sword skills in detail. Morong Qianling began to explain seriously. Lin Xian realized how fortunate it was to have an instructor. He could let the disciples avoid many detours and directly carry out the correct practice. Suddenly, his brows wrinkled as he cursed in his heart. Speaking of instructors, he had one in his body. Moreover, it was a terror grade one. However, that person drank all day long and gave Lin Xian a very unreliable feeling. Moreover, he was currently in a deep sleep. It seems like I need to wake up Wine Lord as soon as possible. Lin Xian made a decision. Half a day later, Morong Qianling stopped explaining. Lin Xian and the other two had memorized the moves. The rest could only rely on their own practice and comprehension. After bidding farewell to Yi Qing and Luo Qingshan, Lin Xian left alone. He didn't return to his residence, but instead walked towards the sect's herbal hall. He wanted to inquire about soul recovery-type medicinal herbs. Passing through the pavilions, Lin Xian arrived at an independent courtyard. Inside, there were palaces scattered about and figures shuttling back and forth. Even from far away, he could smell countless kinds of medicinal herbs and a faint smell of alchemy fire. Lin Xian knew that this was the inner sect's herbal hall. All the medicinal pills they used came from here. Lin Xian walked in and looked around curiously. Some of the herbal hall's disciples glanced at him and then left expressionlessly. Lin Xian didn't mind. he had heard a little about this herbal hall. Apart from the herbal hall's own disciples, there were even more shadows of inner sect disciples. These inner sect disciples were all here to ask for medicinal pills. Of course, each person's method was different. Some people bought it with a large sum of money, some used connections, and some accepted tasks to obtain medicinal pills. Lin Xian didn't have any special connections in the inner sect. Therefore, he wanted to use the other two methods to obtain the medicinal pills he wanted. Of course, the premise was that there were soul recovery type medicinal herbs here. Chapter 83. What's the matter? The herb hall disciple asked. May I ask if there are any herbs that can restore one's soul? Lin Xian asked with a glimmer of hope. Herbs that restore one's soul? The 100 herb hall disciple looked at Lin Xian in surprise. These herbs are very rare and very precious. With your status, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to obtain them. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that herbs that restore one's soul were very difficult to obtain. The disciple pondered for a moment and said, hesitantly, but it's not impossible. Go to the mission area and take a look. There seems to be a mission that involves the herbs you mentioned. Really? Lin Xian originally gave up. He didn't expect things to take a turn for the better. He thanked the disciple and quickly walked to the mission area. The missions here were similar to those in the outer sect mission hall, but most of them were related to herbs. Lin Xian looked for a long time and didn't find any missions that mentioned herbs that restore one's soul. Puzzled, he asked the disciple in charge and found out that there was an escort mission for the 100 herb hall. The reward was to be able to choose any herb in the 100 herb hall, including the resurrection grass. However, to Lin Xian's regret, this mission was accepted by someone. Don't be too anxious. This isn't the first time this mission has been accepted, but it has failed. Maybe you still have a chance. The disciple in charge said. Helpless, he could only wait. Lin Xian walked away with a heavy heart and didn't notice a pair of surprised eyes in the crowd. This pair of eyes naturally belonged to Ling Zhe. He didn't expect that Lin Xian was still alive and his cultivation had increased. How is this possible? He is a rank 8 meridians condensation period warrior, but he can't even kill a rank 6 warrior. Ling Zhe's face was gloomy. I'm afraid. He is already dead. No, I have to get rid of him. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Ling Zhe was faintly worried. Suddenly, he thought of Zhang Qian and the agreement between Lin Xian and Zhang Qian. With Zhang Qian's personality, he will definitely kill him. I just have to wait. Ling Zhe gradually calmed down. In the following days, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the Gale's sword art. At the same time, he practiced the Phantom Thunder Steps and Golden Thunder Palm. Of course, he did not neglect the longevity secret art. Now, the 7 spirit veins in his body were crystal clear, and the spirit energy in them was like a surging river. Every time it flowed, it would bring about a tyrannical force. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed, and the date of his battle with Zhang Qian was getting closer and closer. That morning, he woke up early as usual. First, he practiced the secret art of longevity for 2 hours. Then he went to the wind-resisting cliff to practice his sword. This wind-resisting cliff was a dangerous place in the back mountain. Below, it was a bottomless abyss, and the surroundings were filled with chilly gales. Although the environment was harsh, it was a good place to practice the sword. It was especially suitable for wind sword arts. At this time, the sky had just begun to brighten. The mountain was cold and quiet, and Lin Xian was the only one on the quiet path. The closer they got to the wind-resisting cliff, the lower the surrounding temperature became. Moreover, the fierce wind was like a knife, and when it blew on their bodies, they felt as if they were being cut by a knife. Lin Xian slightly operated the secret art of longevity, and the spirit energy in his body vibrated, resisting the blade-like fierce wind. He came to the wind-resisting cliff, took out the red flame sword, and began to practice the Gale sword arts. The sword moves that were as agile as the wind were slowly displayed in his hands. Sometimes it was nimble, sometimes it was strange. The long sword seemed to come out of nowhere, and people could not figure out its trajectory. In fact, he had already achieved a small success in the Gale sword arts. As for coming to the wind-resisting cliff every day, Lin Xian wanted to comprehend the concept of wind, or the wind force. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve a large success in the Gale sword arts, he needed to comprehend the wind force, or the concept of wind. Lin Xian was completely immersed in the sword arts. He constantly used the long sword to generate wind force and fought with the fierce wind around him to comprehend the changes within. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun rose. A ray of light tore through the clouds and shone on the wind-resisting cliff. It was like a sharp sword, piercing through everything. The sunlight shone on his face, bringing a trace of warmth. Lin Xian suddenly woke up, looking at the ray of light that shone through 10,000 flowers. He suddenly had a trace of realization. The Gale sword arts not only contains the concept of wind, but also the concept of sword. I insisted on pursuing the concept of wind, but neglected the concept of sword and fell behind. Lin Xian suddenly had an epiphany. He had the mysterious small sword in his body, and its biggest advantage was the concept of sword arts. As long as he could comprehend the concept of sword arts in the Gale sword arts, he would be able to master the sword arts. As if it had felt Lin Xian's epiphany, the mysterious small sword in his body kept on ringing. This sound made Lin Xian's spirit soar, and his understanding of sword arts become more thorough. "Ha ha, junior brother Lin, you are here too." A hearty laugh sounded. "Take my Gale sword art." Behind him, there was a rapid sound of something breaking through the air and a flash of light as if a fierce wind was blowing. Lin Xian laughed and stabbed out with his sword. It was also the Gale sword arts, and it was agile and strange. The sword light flashed, and the two sword lights kept on changing, making a fierce sound of collision. Every strike was accompanied by a strong wind blade, scraping the nearby mountain rocks and creating terrifying cracks. "Junior brother Lin, I haven't seen you today. Your sword arts have improved greatly." Luo Qingshan's voice came. The Gale sword arts had become even fiercer. "Senior brother Luo, you must be joking." Lin Xian held the sword in his hand, and his body was as straight as a pine tree. Luo Qingshan looked at the calm young man in front of him and was amazed. His cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's, and he came into contact with the Gale sword arts earlier than Lin Xian, but in terms of sword arts, Lin Xian was far better than him. While he was amazed, he also felt helpless. "I heard that you and Zhang Qian are going to have a life-and-death duel soon," Luo Qingshan said with a frown. Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose. "Senior brother, you know about it too? I'm not the only one who knows. I'm afraid that all the inner disciples know about it." Luo Qingshan said, "Ordinary people can't use the life-and-death duel casually. Only after reporting to the sect and getting approval from the sect can they use it." "So that's how it is," Lin Xian muttered. "Will the sect interfere? I don't know. After all, the inner disciples haven't had a life-and-death duel for a long time." Luo Qingshan said, "But I have to remind you that Zhang Qian's instructor was once one of the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, it is said that an elder thinks highly of him." Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect Zhang Qian's background to be so complicated. Slowly exhaling, Lin Xian's eyes emitted two sword lights, and they were unstoppable. "No matter who it is, they can't stop me." At this moment, Lin Xian's back was facing the sun, but the light behind him was boundless. His body emitted a fierce aura, like a sharp sword that reached the sky, standing on top of a mountain peak. Although it was only for a moment, Luo Qingshan's face changed greatly. In that moment, he felt that Lin Xian was like the ruler of this world, that kind of aura made him tremble. Sword force, the real sword force. Luo Qingshan was shocked. Chapter 84. This sword energy was very sudden and came from a tricky angle. More importantly, this person's presence was at the 8th level of the Meridian Realm. Lin Shidi, be careful. Luo Qingshan couldn't stop him in time and could only shout out a warning. Lin Xian glanced coldly. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced people's hearts. The attacking disciple's body trembled as a trace of fear rose in his heart. But he was already halfway there, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to attack. Humph! Lin Xian slowly raised his hand and lightly waved the red flame sword. He didn't even activate his Ling power. Ha ha! You dare to boast with this little skill? The group of troublemaking disciples laughed arrogantly. On the side, Luo Qingshan was also worried. Although he knew that Lin Xian's sword skills were outstanding, facing a martial artist of the 8th level of the Meridian Realm, it was too arrogant to not use Ling power. Lin Xian was expressionless as he slowly waved his sword. However, this action was completely different in the eyes of the disciple who had launched the sneak attack. What he saw was a sharp sword looming behind Lin Xian's back. The presence was like 100,000 mountains. Just a trace of it could crush someone to death. What is that? How can there be such a shadow? The attacking disciple was shocked and felt a clear resistance. As Lin Xian's sword fell, the pressure grew stronger and stronger until it finally exploded. Pooh! In the air, a figure spat out blood and retreated in a sorry state. When the troublemaking disciples saw this scene, their jaws dropped. What happened? What happened? How did you get hurt? These people ran over and asked all at once. They didn't see the mysteries of Lin Xian's sword. Luo Qingshan smiled bitterly. He had underestimated this Shidi. The attacking disciple was pale and couldn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. Was he supposed to say that he saw a sword taller than a mountain behind Lin Xian? Everyone would probably look at him like he was an idiot. Lin Xian stood with his sword. That feeling just now was too strange. From his epiphany not long ago to the attack with sword force, it was all related to his comprehension of the seed of sword intent. Moreover, he felt that his fusion with the seed of sword intent had improved. He must have used a demonic technique just now. Brothers, take him down and hand him over to the sect for interrogation, the group of troublemaking youths said. Whoosh, whoosh. 5 or 6 silhouettes soared into the air and rushed towards Lin Xian. Their hands continuously swung out fierce moves, and various lights enveloped Lin Xian from all directions. Whirlwind! Lin Xian's face was as calm as still water. He pulled out the large sword from the ground and struck out horizontally. Above the tip of the sword, a green whirlwind that was more than 10 feet tall whizzed out. When it landed on the ground, it continued to expand. Moreover, it quickly split from 1 to 3 and rushed towards the disciple who had jumped up. Whoosh, whoosh. These green whirlwinds were covered with wind blades that glinted with a cold light as they swept forward. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. The 5 disciples in the air were all repelled by the whirlwinds, and 3 of them were even pierced by the wind blades, repelling 5 people with a single sword strike, and one of them was a rank 8 meridian condensing martial artist. Lin Xian's performance could no longer be described as stunning. It was completely monstrous. The group of troublemaking youths all looked at him with fear. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but more than that, there was fear. At this time, a disciple who had been standing in the distance and hadn't made a move said, "You are Lin Xian." Lin Xian looked up and found that there were 2 long swords on the right side of his chest, clashing with each other. Enforcers? Lin Xian frowned. The sect has already agreed to your life and death duel with Zhang Qian. In 3 days, in the life and death arena, It will be a battle of life and death. After the enforcer finished speaking, he took out a letter in his hand. Whoosh! The thin letter at this moment seemed to be sharper than a sword. It directly cut through the air and slashed towards Lin Xian. Golden lightning appeared in Lin Xian's palm, crackling as it formed a small ball of light that enveloped the letter. Chi-chi. The sandalwood-colored letter cut through the outermost layer of golden lightning and continued to advance with a cold intent. However, even more lightning surged out. When it was about a third of the way, the letter completely stopped moving and just lay quietly in Lin Xian's hand. The enforcer was slightly surprised. To outsiders, it looked like he had casually flicked it, but he knew that this strike contained a lot of hidden power. Even a rank 8 meridian condensing martial artist might not be able to withstand it. His cultivation is only at the 7th level of the meridian condensing martial artist, but he has the battle strength of a rank 8 meridian condensing martial artist. No wonder he dares to fight with Zhang Qian. The enforcer whispered. Lin Xian held the letter, his face as calm as water. The duel in 3 days was 10 days earlier than he had expected. It seems that I need to consolidate my newly comprehended sword essence. Lin Xian was fearless. As long as he completely grasped his newly comprehended sword essence, his battle strength would immediately double. Without staying at the Imperial Sword Cliff, Lin Xian returned to his residence. The golden sword essence in his body was larger than before. Now, the sword moves he used were about the same power as a small success sword force, and this was just the power of a small success sword intent. One had to know that even a small success sword force was not something that many disciples of the profound sky sect could comprehend. After all, this kind of thing was too ethereal and required extremely high comprehension. Moreover, not everyone was like Lin Xian, who could plant a seed of sword essence in his body. With the seed of sword essence, Lin Xian only needed to slowly dig and cultivate it. As long as there was enough time, when the seed of sword essence matured, the sword essence within would naturally be comprehended by him. He spent the entire day comprehending the seed of sword essence. The next day, at dawn, Yi Qing knocked on Lin Xian's door and told him that Instructor Morong was looking for him. Looking for me? Lin Xian was at a loss. He tidied up and went out, but his heart was constantly guessing. Seeing Morong Qianling, Lin Xian's heart was a bit perturbed. The day after tomorrow, you will have a duel to the death with Zhang Qiansheng. How confident are you? Morong Qianling's voice was cold. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect that Morong Qianling would look for him to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he replied, if Zhang Qiansheng was still at the 8th level of the pulse condensation stage, I would have 60% confidence. 60%. Morong Qianling's eyes flashed. I want to know what you are relying on. Seeing Lin Xian's doubts, she continued, if you can't convince me, I won't send you to your death. After all, you are half my disciple. Lin Xian took a deep breath. There was a trace of warmth in his heart. Instructor Morong was worried about him. The seed of sword essence in his body slightly vibrated. Lin Xian's body emitted an imposing aura, like a peerless sword being unsheathed, making people unable to look straight at it. Sword force. Morong Qianling's expression changed for the first time. Her red lips trembled as she exclaimed, small success, sword force. Lin Xian's sword essence had not yet taken shape, but it was very similar to sword force. This was exactly what he wanted. He did not want to expose his sword essence too early. After all, this kind of thing was too profound. There might not be anyone who could comprehend it in a few hundred years. Chapter 85. Not enough. Lin Xian frowned. His current strength was enough to crush most of the 8th stage pulse condensation period martial artists. Was Zhang Qian really that powerful? When Zhang Qian returned, his cultivation was already at the peak of the 8th stage pulse condensation period. In addition to his rich combat experience, He could even fight against a ninth stage pulse condensation period martial artist. And during this time, he hasn't shown himself. Rumors say that he has already broken through to the ninth stage pulse condensation period, and that he will soon challenge the core disciples. Challenge the core disciples? Lin Xian's face was dignified. No wonder no one was optimistic about him. Zhang Qian actually had such strength. I will now teach you a protective sword art. Although it can't increase your attack power, it can increase your chances of survival. Murong Qianling said, "Protective sword art?" Lin Xian's heart stirred. Instructor Murong wanted to privately teach him martial arts. No wonder she had summoned him alone. There is still more than a day left. How much you can learn will depend on your perception. Next, Murong Qianling displayed a defensive martial art. The blue spirit power on her body turned into a purple sword light that twined around her body and flowed freely. Sword energy was an extremely powerful attack, but if it was used as a defense, the effect would be surprisingly good. Lin Xian paid close attention, taking in all the details. With just one look, he had memorized the entire path of energy flow. It seems that your talent in the path of the sword is heaven-defying. Murong Qianling couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. After bidding farewell to Murong Qianling, Lin Xian returned to his residence and began to study the protective sword art. This set of martial arts was called the Severing Origin Protective Sword Art. It was divided into 3 levels. At the first level, the sword energy would be blue, and it would be difficult for ordinary swords to injure it. At the second level, the sword energy would be purple, and it would be able to withstand an attack of the same level for a short period of time. At the third level, the sword energy would be red, and it would be able to withstand an attack of a high-stage martial artist. The difference between the two could not exceed 2 stages. In other words, if Lin Xian was able to cultivate the red sword qi to protect his body, then he would be able to block an attack from a Meridian Stage 9 martial artist. If he used it well, he could even retreat unscathed. This indirectly provided him with the possibility of fighting above his level. With his small success in sword presence, he could do many things in the instant he defended. Instructor Murong's sword qi is purple. Looks like she has reached the second level. I wonder what level I can reach. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes. According to the chants, Lin Xian urged the spiritual energy in his body to walk a complicated path. During this time, the mysterious little sword in his body glowed with a glazed light. Under the illumination of the glazed light, Lin Xian's spiritual energy circulated very smoothly. In just one attempt, he condensed the protective sword qi. Buzz. On the surface of his body, a green sword qi wrapped around his body and covered him. From afar, it looked like a huge green snake was coiled around his body. Lin Xian's finger was like a sword. The tip of his finger spat out sword energy. He urged the sword energy to slash at the protective sword qi. When the two collided, there was a sizzling sound. Lin Xian could clearly feel a strong resistance coming from the protective sword qi, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Halfway through the slash, the sword energy at the tip of his finger was already very weak, and it was still more than a foot away from Lin Xian's body. He pulled back his hand and sat down cross-legged. The first time he used the protective sword qi, the effect was surprisingly good, but he was still not satisfied. In his opinion, he had to at least reach the second level or modify the first level. For the rest of the time, he wholeheartedly studied the protective sword qi. With the help of the mysterious little sword, after half a day, his protective sword qi already showed a dark green color. This was the sign of reaching the large success of the first level. If Murong Qianling knew about this, she would definitely cry out in shock. She spent more than half a month to reach the first level, but Lin Xian only used half a day to complete it. The gap between them was too big. One had to know that Murong Qianling was once a core disciple. Her talent was definitely not bad, but compared to Lin Xian, the difference was too big. Of course, this was mostly due to the mysterious little sword in Lin Xian's body. It was it that allowed Lin Xian to become a sword genius. Now, his defensive power was much stronger than before. He tested it with the sword energy at the tip of his finger. The sword energy could only cut close to the edge, and then it quickly extinguished. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. If he hit the lightning, what would the effect be? Since he could not reach the second level in a short time, he might as well experiment with the golden lightning. He urged the sword intent seed to release a golden electric arc. Under his guidance, it quickly climbed up the protective sword chi. Outside the dark green protective sword chi, there was a layer of surging golden electric arc, crackling with sparks. The momentum was astonishing. However, Lin Xian did not have any joy. He found that the two were not very compatible. Without any depression, he continued to study. In the following time, he tried different ways to use the lightning. In the end, he found a way. It was not to directly cover the protective sword chi with the golden electric arc, but to suddenly release the golden electric arc when the protective sword chi was defending. This would catch the opponent off guard. Not only could it cause mental pressure, but it could also use the anesthetic effect of the golden electric arc to paralyze the opponent and put the enemy in a state of electric shock. He kept trying, and when he was tired, he would comprehend the sword intent seed. Soon, 2 days passed. On a new day, the sun was covered by dark clouds, and the weather was slightly cold. Although the weather was cold, the inner disciples were in a fiery mood. Today was the day of the life and death duel between Lin Xian and Zhang Qianxian. Many inner disciples appeared. It could be said that except for those who were outside on missions, the other inner disciples rushed to the life and death arena. Lin Xian, accompanied by Luo Qingshan and Yi Qing, also rushed to the life and death arena. Along the way, the three of them attracted countless gazes. Some were curious, some were sympathetic, some were disdainful, and some were mocking. Brother Luo, good morning. Ling Zhe, who was wearing a blue shirt, walked over and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This is the person who is competing with senior brother Zhang? He will probably die tragically on the arena. How pitiful! Ling Zhe led a group of people to mock him mercilessly. Get lost! Lin Xian's face was cold as he scolded Ling Zhe directly. Brat, you dare scold me? Ling Zhe was stunned at first, then he was furious. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian for a long time. Now, Lin Xian was participating in the life and death battle. He wanted to see helplessness, fear, and regret on Lin Xian. But in the end, Lin Xian was surprisingly calm and even dared to scold him. Young Master Ling, don't worry about him. He only has a little time left to live. It's natural for him to act crazily. Someone beside him advised. Humph, brat, I will enjoy the expression on your face when you die. Ling Zhe sneered and walked away with a group of people. Junior brother Lin, you, Luo Qingshan, and Yi Qing wanted to say something but stopped. They had tried to persuade Lin Xian more than once, but to no avail. Chapter 86. The Life and Death Ring was not a sparring match, but a battle of life and death. Once on the Life and Death Ring, one person was bound to fall. At this moment, the Life and Death Ring was packed with people. Many inner disciples had arrived early, afraid to miss such a battle. After all, it had been many years since anyone had used the Life and Death Ring. Do you think that Lin Xian has a chance of winning? Stop joking. He's just a kid who just entered the inner sect. How can he defeat Zhang Qian? He must have made a name for himself in the outer sect. He's so arrogant that he doesn't take the inner sect seriously. It's good for him to die, said a disciple of the divine might group. He must be talented to be able to get first place in the outer sect. However, it's a pity that he's destined to die on the Life and Death Ring. The surrounding disciples discussed animatedly. Some of them did not even know Lin Xian's name. It was no wonder that Lin Xian did not participate in the ranking battle on the stone tablet when he entered the inner sect. It was normal that most people did not know him. In the crowd, there were not only veteran inner sect disciples, but also youths who entered the inner sect with Lin Xian. Jiang Yulong followed behind a youth in white with a cold expression. On the other side, Duan Fei's eyes flashed. Beside him were Tang Yi and the other members of the combat group, Shengguan Luyun, Yin Qingyi, and the rest were also standing in the crowd. They looked nervous as they waited for Lin Xian's arrival. "Zhang Qian is here," someone shouted. Immediately, everyone's gazes shifted over. In front of them was a youth in purple with a battle saber on his back. His face was cold as ice. Beside him was a youth in blue. The two of them strode toward the life and death ring. Zhang Qian raised his head and nodded at the youth in white in front of Jiang Yulong. He then jumped onto the life and death ring. The youth in blue went to the youth in white. "Zhang Qian is here. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet?" Someone in the crowd complained. "That's right. I think he doesn't dare to come." "Don't fight the life and death ring if you're afraid of death," many disciples cursed softly. Zhang Qian also frowned slightly. However, he was already on the life and death ring, so he could not say anything. Just as the crowd was getting impatient, Lin Xian finally appeared. Calm and unhurried, Lin Xian appeared on the life and death arena in a flash. This decisiveness made the disciples who were waiting slightly stunned. It seemed that this Lin Xian wasn't someone who was deliberately stalling for time. Sensing Lin Xian's aura, Zhang Qian, who was standing opposite him, suddenly opened his eyes. A shocking killing intent erupted from his body. His cold eyes were like blades, seemingly wanting to slice Lin Xian into countless pieces. What a terrifying, murderous aura. It seems like Lin Xian is dead for sure. Many disciples were alarmed. That murderous aura made their souls tremble. At this moment, the law enforcement elder had arrived as well, and he was accompanied by Elder Shui and two other instructors. The two instructors were Morong Qianling and Xie Changfeng. The former was Lin Xian's instructor, while the latter was naturally Zhang Qian's instructor. As for that Elder Shui, he was Xie Changfeng's master. It was said that he thought highly of Zhang Qian and had once wanted to take him in as a disciple. Now it seemed that these words were not false. Instructor Morong, Yi Qing, and Luo Qingshan walked over. Lin Xian looked at the several figures in the distance without any ripples in his heart. Even if Zhang Qian had the support of the sect's elders, he would not be lenient. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to have a life and death battle?" The law enforcement elder asked. "Only one of us can survive." Zhang Qian's voice was cold. Lin Xian also nodded in agreement. Insisting on a life and death battle was something that he had long thought of and would not change because of this. The law enforcement elder sighed and then announced the start of the life and death battle. In the next moment, two shocking auras erupted at the same time and collided in the void, causing a violent tremor. Pung pung pung. Invisible waves of air swept in all directions. Some of the nearby disciples retreated in fear. The life and death battle arena was 1 meter tall and 10 meters wide. It was enough for the inner disciples to fight on it. However, as soon as the battle began, the auras of the two had actually spread to the edge of the life and death battle arena. How could it not be shocking? "Brat, today I'll make you go down and apologize to my brother." Zhang Qian's voice was filled with killing intent. Zhang Bin has committed many evil deeds. Even death can't wipe out his crimes. Lin Xian's heart was clear. "Die for me," Zhang Qian roared. The long saber on his back was unsheathed and held in his hand. The 30-foot-long saber, light cut through the air, and attacked Lin Xian like a waterfall. It was incomparably dazzling. What a terrifying strength! A rank 8 meridian condensation. Disciple exclaimed. He had no way of resisting such an attack. let alone the rank 7 Lin Xian. Looking at this stunning saber strike, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This Zhang Qian is even stronger than the black-clothed martial artist who attacked me, as expected of a sect disciple. Zhang Qian's strength and background far surpassed that of an ordinary rank 8 meridian condensation martial artist. However, Lin Xian's cultivation had also advanced rapidly. He was not afraid at all. His figure flashed, and he met the attack head-on. Phantom thunder step. Golden arcs of electricity exploded. Lin Xian's figure disappeared in front of everyone. The 30-foot-long saber light cut through the air, and a terrifying fissure several feet long appeared on the ground. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared at Zhang Qian's side, his palms glowing with a golden light. Golden thunder palm. With a wave of his palm, a sky full of golden palm shadows enveloped Zhang Qian. The others were still fine. They were only shocked by the strength of the two. However, the blue-clothed youth Ling Zai's pupils shrank. He was very familiar with this move because it was his bodyguard's specialty. It seems that He really died at his hands. Ling Zai's face was ferocious. At the same time, there was a faint trace of fear in his heart. That day, the black-clothed martial artist was a rank 8 martial artist, and Lin Xian was only a rank 6 martial artist. There was a difference of 2 realms between the two, but Lin Xian was still able to kill him. Ling Zai did not dare to imagine the result of today's life and death duel. On the life and death arena, Zhang Qian sneered. He waved his saber and destroyed all the golden palm shadows. Then, an even sharper saber light rushed towards Lin Xian. Frenzied saber flurry. In an instant, dozens of dazzling saber lights flew out and slashed towards Lin Xian from various angles. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body swayed, leaving streaks of golden shadows on the ground. Not a single blade aura that filled the air was able to hit him. What a fast speed! Is he still a rank 7 martial artist of the Meridian stage? Many people widened their eyes. In the crowd, Duan Fei also had an expression of disbelief. Lin Xian's current speed had completely surpassed his, which was a huge blow to him. After all, speed was his strongest skill, but now that he was surpassed, this feeling was hard to imagine. Lin Xian's speed reached a new height. He was like a ghost, arriving in front of Zhang Qian. His right palm shone with golden light and slapped towards Zhang Qian's back. Boom, boom. A loud sound shook everyone's eardrums. On the life and death arena, a wild laughter sounded. Then, a figure quickly retreated. This figure was Lin Xian. His palm did hit Zhang Qian, but it did not have any effect because it did not even break through his protective spiritual power. Chapter 87. Zhang Qian's laughter shook the sky, and the long blade in his hand was dazzling. Lin Xian, Yi Qing, and the others were extremely nervous. If what Zhang Qian said was true, then Lin Xian's situation would be very dangerous. Junior sister Yi, don't worry. Junior brother Lin Xian hasn't used his sword yet. Luo Qingshan would never forget the scene on the wind cliff that day. He had some inexplicable trust in Lin Xian. Body protection? Lin Xian whispered, then flicked his storage ring, and the red flame sword appeared in his hand. Gale sword technique. Lin Xian used his strongest sword technique as soon as he made a move, and the green airflow strangled in all directions. Matte blade chaos. Zhang Qian's blade technique changed again. The blade flashed, and a scorching heat appeared in the air as if a sea of fire had descended. Lin Xian felt like he was in a sea of fire, and the monstrous flames wanted to swallow him. He felt a burning pain, and the power of fire was crazily destroying his body. Protective sword Qi. Lin Xian snorted, and a dark green sword Qi covered his body, pushing away the surrounding sea of fire. Phantom thunder step. He flashed again, and arrived in front of Zhang Qian. It's useless. You can't break my defense. Zhang Qian grinned, and opened up his body protection. At the same time, the long blade in his hand mercilessly slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body glowed with a green light. He didn't dodge, and also fiercely attacked. Seeing this, the people below the stage exclaimed, "What an idiot! He actually dares to meet Senior Brother Zhang head-on. Doesn't he know the gap between him and Senior Brother Zhang? Too arrogant. He'll probably be cut in half." The group of people shook their heads and sighed. They didn't think that Lin Xian could break Zhang Qian's defense. Murong Qianling also frowned. She was dissatisfied with Lin Xian's arrogance, but she was more surprised by Lin Xian's abnormal comprehension ability. In just 2 days, Lin Xian had actually practiced the Severing Essence Protection Sword technique to the first level. One had to know that it took her half a month to reach the first level, and her aptitude was one of the top 10 in the Black Heaven sect. This kind of genius, we definitely can't let him die in this kind of place. Murong Qianling's eyes flickered. At this time, the result of the collision on the life and death arena was also revealed. Boom, boom, boom. The green and red lights intertwined, their momentum shaking the heavens. Zhang Qian's saber slashed down on Lin Xian's body, causing a chi-chi sound to ring out. The protective sword chi around Lin Xian's body was cut in half by the saber, causing it to be stuck there, unable to move. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Under his full power, the protective sword chi was indeed powerful. Even Zhang Qian was unable to break through it. However, Zhang Qian would never use all his strength to defend himself, because Lin Xian's cultivation was not worth it for him to do so. Lightning. Lin Xian quickly activated the golden arcs of lightning. His body swayed as he attacked. Golden arcs of lightning suddenly appeared and enveloped an area of 3 feet. Zhang Qian was the first to bear the brunt of the lightning, and the lightning entered his body. Suddenly, he felt a numbing sensation. The circulation of spiritual power in his body slowed down by 30%. If it was a normal day, this would not affect him much. However, facing Lin Xian, this short pause was fatal. Combined with the power of his small success sword force, Lin Xian's saber directly broke through Zhang Qian's protective shield, leaving a sword mark on his body. This process happened in an instant. Lin Xian's sword force was only condensed on the blade, not released. Moreover, after his attack succeeded, he immediately retreated. It was not that he did not want to attack, but he felt a great sense of danger. So. Lin Xian turned into an afterimage and quickly retreated. In the next moment, a powerful force exploded from Zhang Qian's body, destroying everything within 30 feet. The entire ground caved in. "Bastard! You dare to injure me!" Zhang Qian roared like a wounded beast. "What? Zhang Qian is injured." Most of the disciples present could not see what had happened. Only a few disciples above the 8th level of the meridian condensing stage, and elders could see everything clearly. The faces of Jiang Yulong, Shangguan Luyun, and the others changed drastically, while Tang Yi and the other experts frowned slightly. They naturally saw what happened just now. While Zhang Qian was careless, Lin Xian's attack was not to be underestimated, especially that sword strike. It made their hearts palpitate. However, regarding Lin Xian's performance, they were more shocked by Zhang Qian's transformation. This aura, could it be the 9th level of the meridian condensing stage? Many people exclaimed. This aura was too shocking. It was like a mountain, suffocating them. Lin Xian's disciple is not simple, but Zhang Qian's performance is even more shocking. He has reached the 9th level of the meridian condensing stage. It seems he has the ability to challenge the core disciples. The law enforcement elder's eyes flashed. After the battle, I will accept Zhang Qian as a nominal disciple. Elder Shui stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Xian is a rare sword genius. If he falls here, it will be a great loss to the sect. I hope the law enforcement elder can make a decision. Murong Qianling was very anxious. If Zhang Qian was at the 8th level of the meridian condensing stage, then Lin Xian would have a chance to win. But now, the difference between the two was too great. Ha ha! Martial niece Murong, the life and death arena has its own rules. We will not interfere. Elder Shui said slowly. Lin Xian looked at Zhang Qian and took a deep breath. A 9th level of the meridian condensing stage was more troublesome than he had imagined. However, it was impossible for him to give up like this. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. He might have a chance to make a comeback. Boy, you made me use my full strength. You can die in peace. After Zhang Qian burst out with the strength of a 9th level meridian condensing stage, he was particularly confident. Feeling this power, Lin Xian's face paled. Although this aura is strong, there is still a gap between it and a true 9th level meridian condensing stage. It seems that Zhang Qian has just entered the 9th level meridian condensing stage, and his realm is still unstable. Lin Xian calmly analyzed. The golden light in his eyes flashed as if it wanted to pierce through Zhang Qian. A surprise attack is impossible. He is on guard now. The only way is to strike him directly and cause his heart to waver. Only then will I have a chance. Lin Xian instantly thought of a plan. Only by destroying Zhang Qian's confidence would he be able to survive. Thinking of this, Lin Xian used all of his strength to communicate with the seed of sword intent. A sharp sword force surged out from his body, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. At this moment, the swords of all the disciples below the life and death arena involuntarily began to hum and tremble. It was as if they had met a supreme king and were worshipping him. What happened? The disciples were shocked and tried their best to control their swords. This aura, the law enforcement elder, and the others' faces changed. They stared at Lin Xian, their eyes full of disbelief. Sword force, true sword force. The law enforcement elder couldn't help but exclaim. Even Elder Shui's face was solemn. The other disciples stared blankly at Lin Xian. Jiang Yulong's entire body trembled. Looking at the figure on the stage, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. This sword force was different from the one they had seen in the outer sect competition. At that time, it was a phenomenon created when a martial art was practiced to perfection. It was called sword force, but it wasn't true sword force. What Lin Xian was releasing now was true sword force. Every movement was filled with an invisible power. It was like a peerless divine sword, showing off its sharpness. Chapter 88. Lin Xian's sword presence attracted everyone's attention. Even Zhang Qian was shocked. I must kill him quickly. Zhang Qian had a bad premonition. Blood wave triple slash. The long saber glowed with a bloody red light, like a sea of blood. Zhang Qian's spirit power surged. He held the saber with both hands, raised it above his head, and slashed down. The red saber light was like a bloody wave, carrying a sinister aura. It drew a 50-foot-long arc of light in the air, rushing towards Lin Xian. With one slash, half of the life and death arena was covered. Is this the power of a rank 9 condensing meridians? It's too fierce. The surrounding disciples exclaimed. This power was more than twice as strong as before. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Lin Xian activated the power of the sword presence and used the Gale sword art. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 green whirlwinds, each of which was more than 6 meters tall, whizzed out. They formed countless gusts of wind and rushed into the blood-red waves. Lin Xian waved his sword again, creating another 3 whirlwinds. Each whirlwind was strengthened by the power of the sword presence. The invisible power stirred the surroundings. The air shook as if raging waves were beating against the shore. The bloody wave was torn into countless pieces, disappearing into the whirlwinds. What? He can actually break Zhang Qian's attack. Is this the true power of the sword presence? It's too strong, the underground disciples exclaimed. Zhang Qian's face was pale. The long saber in his hand continued to slash. He had completely used the blood wave triple slash, but it was all dissolved by Lin Xian's sword presence. He had never expected this result. For a moment, a strong sense of defeat surged in his heart. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous. Ever since he used the sword presence, he didn't use any movement skills. Instead, he stood in place, swinging his sword fiercer than the previous. Seeing Zhang Qian's expression, Lin Xian was happy. His plan had worked. In fact, after using the sword presence so many times, he was very weak. However, he and Zhang Qian were competing with confidence and perseverance. The seed of sword intent not only strengthened his attacks, but also constantly changed his soul and belief. His willpower and confidence in martial arts far exceeded those of his peers, reaching a height that others could only look up to. On the other hand, Zhang Qian was getting weaker and weaker. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Humph! A cold snort resounded in the air, like a clap of thunder. Lin Xian's expression changed. This was a warning from Elder Shui, and it was very likely to disrupt his plans. Sure enough, Zhang Qian was startled awake by this voice, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Why would I admit defeat? I am a 9th stage meridian condensation martial artist. How could I be afraid of a 7th stage meridian condensation martial artist? Zhang Qian's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his aura gradually recovered. His originally dim spirit energy was once again suffused with a blood-red glow. I won't lose. Zhang Qian threw his head back and roared. His blood-colored aura surged up into the sky, and it almost seemed as if his saber were becoming one with him. Zhang Qian's transformation caused everyone to exclaim in surprise once again, while Elder Shui's expression eased up quite a bit. The law enforcement elder glanced at Elder Shui and did not say anything. After all, Elder Shui was also an elder and had the same status as him. There was no need to anger him over a little brat. But to the side, Morong Qianling frowned. Elder Shui's actions clearly broke the rules, but she had no right to stop him. Lin Xian also cursed inwardly. He could not let Zhang Qian recover. Slash! With a cold shout, Lin Xian urged the seed of sword intent with all his strength. In the next moment, he seemed to become one with the seed of sword intent, and the sword aura on his body rose again. It was like a giant sword that could hold up the heavens, standing between heaven and earth. It's here. It's this aura, Luo Qingshan muttered. Last time, he saw this sword aura at wind-resisting cliff. What? How can he still increase it? Not only was Zhang Qian stunned, but everyone was stunned. Lin Xian slowly raised his sword and slowly slashed down. His movements were very slow, but Zhang Qian could not dodge it at all. It was as if this was not a sword, but a giant mountain that directly smashed down, making it difficult to dodge. Puff! Zhang Qian's face was pale as he spat out blood and flew backwards. He was defeated. He was defeated by this vast and boundless aura. His faith seemed to have been destroyed in an instant, and his eyes dimmed. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the Phantom Thunder steps, and his body flashed out like lightning. The long sword in his hand turned into a green gust of wind, aiming for Zhang Qian's vital points. This was not an arena battle, but a battle of life and death. There was no victory or defeat, only life and death. Bang! An invisible force blocked between him and Zhang Qian, like a chasm that was difficult to cross. Lin Xian was pushed back by this force. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and he almost spat out blood. It was too powerful. It was not something a martial artist in the pulse-condensing realm could use. Suppressing the spiritual power in his body, Lin Xian suddenly turned around, his eyes as cold as water. In front of him was the law enforcement elder, and the others. Among them, Elder Shui stood up from his chair and raised one hand slightly. He was the one who stopped Lin Xian. Whoosh. Everyone turned to look at Elder Shui. Even the law enforcement elder beside him frowned slightly as his expression darkened. What is the meaning of this, Elder? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. You have already won. Where possible, one should be lenient. Elder Shui said indifferently. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to the law enforcement elder. The three-sex martial competition was about to begin. They could not lose a disciple like Zhang Qian. Lin Xian's heart sank. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Zhang Qian was a vicious person who held grudges. Moreover, his talent was not bad. If he was let go now, it was very likely that he would be killed in the future. Lin Xian would not do this, and he did not believe Elder Shui's words. If he was the one who lost, Elder Shui would not have stopped him. The life and death arena has its own rules. I hope Elder will not interfere. Lin Xian was expressionless. The disciples below were shocked. Lin Xian dared to contradict an elder. He did not want to live anymore. Elder Shui's face was gloomy. He had said this to Morong Qianling, but he did not expect Lin Xian to return it so quickly. However, he was an elder of the sect. How could he allow a small disciple to offend him? How dare you? This is the sect's decision. How dare you disobey? Elder Shui suddenly shouted. A vast aura surged out from his body and formed an invisible hand that pressed down on Lin Xian. The law enforcement elder sighed. Morong Qianling and the others' faces changed greatly. This force was abnormally huge. It was like a huge mountain that pressed down on Lin Xian's body. In just an instant, his body suffered a heavy blow. The bones in his body made a sound and countless blood beads emerged from his body. It was as if he had turned into a bloody man. Do you know your mistake? Elder Shui said indifferently. Wrong? What did I do wrong? I don't accept such an unfair decision. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, Humph. Elder Shui snorted coldly. The force increased again. Elder Shui, what you're doing is unfair. Don't forget that countless disciples are watching you. Morong Qianling could not help but speak up. You also want to rebel against the sect. Elder Shui suddenly made a move and restrained Morong Qianling. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's heart sank. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His smile was bleak. It was a life and death battle, but because the opponent was an elder's disciple, he was forced to stop. He refused to resist, but was mercilessly suppressed. The world was unfair, and people were not righteous. Everything was because he was weak. If he was strong, no one would dare to treat him like this. If he had an elder behind him, Elder Shui would not dare to make a move. Chapter 89. At this moment, Lin Xian's unyielding willpower completely erupted. The sword Intense Seed trembled and fused into it. The mysterious small sword in his body shone brightly, wrapping him up. A tyrannical aura erupted from his body, colliding with Elder Shui's power. Pung pung pung. The life and death arena shook. A long sword phantom appeared above Lin Xian's body, breaking through everything. The pressure on his body also gradually receded. Elder Shui's expression changed slightly. He could feel Lin Xian's resistance, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to break through his pressure. One had to know that the difference between the two of them was huge. Lin Xian was only a 7th-stage meridian condensation realm martial artist, but Elder Shui had already stepped into the Spirit Sea realm. Although he didn't use spirit power, the pressure from his realm wasn't something any meridian condensation realm martial artist could withstand. Stubborn resistance. Elder Shui's palms suddenly pressed down, and the entire void froze. Lin Xian's body was pressed down again, but in the next moment, a huge sword phantom was released from his body, breaking through all obstacles. Elder Shui's power was completely broken but Lin Xian's aura was still rising. What? How is this possible? He can actually block the Elder's attack. All the disciples were dumbstruck. Elder Shue's pupils shrank, and beside him, Elder Ji and the others were shocked. This aura… Elder Ji was excited. This is large success, Sword Force. No, it's already surpassed large success. It contains a trace of will. Sword intent. Is it sword intent? Elder Ji's eyes flashed. At this moment, Lin Xian's will merged with the sword intent in his body, erupting with an unparalleled aura. This wasn't the power of spirit power cultivation, but a transformation of the spirit and soul. The dark clouds in the sky were pierced and scattered, as if they were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. The sun shone on the life and death arena. Lin Xian was expressionless, but the sword light in his eyes flickered. His every move carried a sharp aura. On the life and death arena, I will live and he will die. Lin Xian drew his sword and drew an arc in the air. No, Zhang Qian was terrified. Even if he had the power of a rank 9 Ningmai, he couldn't use it at this moment. Although his cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's, his willpower and conviction were far inferior. Junior, you dare? Elder Shui was furious. His body flickered with radiance, as if a divine flame was jumping about. As the sword Qi flashed by, a bloody hole appeared in Zhang Qian's glabella, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Xian turned his head and faced Elder Shui without fear. Everyone, stop. Just as Elder Shui was enraged, a majestic voice rang out from the void. Immediately after, several powerful auras appeared in the surroundings. These auras were extremely powerful, some of them far surpassing Elder Shui's. Sword intent. It really is sword intent. Although it's only a trace, it's definitely sword intent. In the void, a purple-robed man sat high in the clouds. His eyes were like divine light as he stared at Lin Xian. Ling, a woman in palace attire appeared beside Murong Qianling. With a wave of her jade-like hand, she pulled Murong Qianling to her side. Master, Murong Qianling cried out in surprise. At the same time, several figures appeared. They were all elders of the sect. These people looked at Lin Xian with excited expressions. Are you willing to worship me as your master? The majestic man in the clouds asked. Senior Brother Duanmo, this young man is half a disciple of Ling. If he wants to worship someone, he should worship me, the woman in palace attire said. The surroundings were in an uproar. These elders were actually fighting to accept Lin Xian as their disciple. This change was too fast. First, Lin Xian was suppressed by Elder Shui, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian was actually being fought over by the elders to accept him as their disciple. Elder Shui's gaze was uncertain, and his face was ashen. The law-enforcing elder beside him also gave a bitter smile. Lin Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect that it would lead to such a result. For a moment, he was stunned and didn't know what to do. At this moment, a lazy voice resounded in his mind. I think that the kid in the sky is not bad. Why don't you worship him as your master? Wine Lord. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Are you awake? I was woken up by you. Wine Lord said lazily. We'll talk about this when we get back. Now, hurry up and choose. Lin Xian took a deep breath and then said respectfully, Many thanks to the seniors for their kindness, but I already have a master, so I can't worship any of you as my master. What? He actually refused. A group of inner disciples were about to go crazy. Does this kid know what he's talking about? These people were definitely old monsters in the sect. If he could worship one of them as his master, he would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Not only were the disciples stunned, but even the group of elders were also stunned. If that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. The purple-robed man in the clouds sighed. However, as a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, I hope that you can fight for glory for the Black Heaven sect in the future. Rest assured, seniors, I will definitely work hard. Lin Xian said. On the spectator stand, Elder Shue's body slowed down, and he clearly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin Xian would become the purple-robed man's disciple and then make things difficult for him. What an idiot! Elder Shue sneered in his heart. As long as Lin Xian's identity didn't change, he had plenty of ways to make things difficult for him. Little Xianzi, how come I didn't know that you have a master? Wine Lord was curious. My master is you? Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Wine Lord. Lin Xian's eyes turned, and he said again, Seniors, Elder Shue's attack just now damaged my soul and spirit. I hope that you can give me some spiritual medicine. The experts immediately looked at Elder Shue, especially the purple-robed man in the clouds. His eyes were like two divine flames that fell on Elder Shue. Elder Shue's body trembled, and his eyes were full of fear. He cursed in his heart and gritted his teeth as he took out a palm-sized herb from his storage ring. This is a 1,000-year-old ghost needle herb, and it has great effects on soul recovery, Elder Shue said, enduring the pain. Thank you, Elder. Lin Xian took the herb, and with a flip of his palm, he passed it to Wine Lord. Not bad, kid, Wine Lord said with a smile. All right, you may all disperse. The purple-robed man's voice reverberated in the air, but he disappeared in midair. The others also quickly left. Elder Shue glared at Lin Xian. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he left with a gloomy expression. Lin Xian was secretly vigilant. Although he had used the purple-robed man to suppress Elder Shue, he could not guarantee that Elder Shue would not find trouble with him in the future. Zhang Qianyi is dead. Next, it's time to challenge the core disciples. Lin Xian's eyes were determined. He still had a long way to go, and he could not let his guard down. Ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, Lin Xian quickly left. Wherever he passed, the inner sect disciples would make way for him, and their faces were filled with fear. When they first entered the inner sect, most of them were disdainful. But now, facing Lin Xian, apart from the core disciples, most of them would probably retreat. Duan Fei, Jiang Yulong, and the rest had bitter expressions. This young man who was fighting with them a few days ago was now far ahead of them, so much so that they could only look up to him. As for Shengguan Luyun, his eyes flashed, and his fighting spirit was high. Chapter 90. Murong Qianling looked at Lin Xian's back, her eyes flashing. The woman behind her sighed. With his strength, I estimate that he will soon challenge a core disciple. At that time, he may be able to enter the trial ground of blood. Trial ground of blood, Murong Qianling exclaimed. The trial ground that opens once every 7 years. The woman smiled. When it opens this time, a group of disciples with potential will be sent in. Even you will have the opportunity to enter. This time, you must seize this opportunity. Trial ground of blood? Murong Qianling's eyes had a trace of excitement. Lin Xian didn't know about these matters. He returned to his residence and opened a simple defensive array. Then he treated his injuries and consolidated his realm inside his body under the pressure of Elder Shue. The potential of his spiritual power had been stimulated, and the 8th spiritual vein had loosened a lot. Lin Xian took this opportunity to constantly circulate the longevity art. 2 hours later, he broke through to the 8th level of the pulse condensation period. The internal injuries on his body were quickly healed under the effects of the longevity art. Lin Xian turned his gaze to the sword Intent Seed. The golden sword Intent Seed was much larger than before, and the aura it emitted was frightening. Lin Xian knew that he had finally comprehended a trace of sword intent, and not just sword force. I didn't think that your sword Intent Seed would germinate so quickly. Wine Lord repeatedly praised. You have both the thunder and wind attributes in your body. you can consider fusing them into the wind and thunder attributes. Since you have recognized me as your master, I will teach you well," Wine Lord said with a serious face. Next, Wine Lord began to ask about Lin Xian's cultivation progress, including some of the martial arts he had learned. Lin Xian answered them one by one, and through his communication with Wine Lord, he learned that his longevity art had only reached the first level. Besides the long sword art, the Phantom Thunder Steps had reached the large success stage, and he could condense Thunder Phantoms. The Gale sword art was only missing the last move, and the protective sword art was at the peak of the first level. However, Lin Xian's greatest harvest was the seed of sword intent. He had comprehended a trace of sword intent, and it had increased his attack power by several times. Now, if he met a martial artist of the pulse condensation stage, he would be able to put up a fight. Moreover, the seed of sword intent also had many potential benefits. For example, Lin Xian's mental strength and willpower were extremely strong. This would allow him to have a strong resistance to temptation illusion attacks in the future. Under Wine Lord's guidance, Lin Xian began to consider merging the Gale sword art and the Thunder sword art together. The next morning, Lin Xian went to the herbal hall as usual. His main purpose was to pay attention to a special mission, a mission to rescue the 100 Herb Hall, in which he could obtain herbs that could restore the soul. Although Wine Lord had awakened, Lin Xian wanted to have more of these herbs, just in case. This mission was still in progress, but according to the previous situations, the chances of success were not high. When Lin Xian asked again, the managing elder informed him that the team that had accepted this mission had failed, and Lin Xian could accept it. Immediately, he did not hesitate and accepted the mission. However, this mission was a level 6 mission and was extremely dangerous. It was not something that a single disciple could complete. This was a mission for 5 people. Lin Xian took a token and went back to wait. 3 days later, news came from the herbal hall that there had been a change to the mission. Lin Xian prepared everything and went to the herbal hall. However, he was somewhat surprised by what happened next. The managing elder stood to the side with a wry smile and explained the reason to Lin Xian. It turned out that the number of disciples who had come to accept the mission far exceeded the stipulated number. Isn't this mission very dangerous? Why are there so many people? Lin Xian did not understand, because there was a core disciple who accepted the mission this time. So all the other disciples rushed over like ducks. The managing elder explained, in this situation, there needs to be a simple competition. Only the strongest will have the chance to take the mission. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. He strode over and said to the group of people, I took a token for the 100 Herb Hall mission. If anyone is not convinced, you can challenge me. The crowd that was still arguing completely quieted down after hearing Lin Xian's words. The group of disciples looked at Lin Xian cautiously, their eyes full of fear. They had seen Lin Xian kill Zhang Qian with their own eyes. Furthermore, he did not back down even when facing Elder Shui. They did not dare to provoke such a fierce person. So it was junior brother Lin who took one of the tokens. If that's the case, let's fight for the remaining 3. A disciple laughed and said. The managing elder was surprised. He thought that these people would snatch it by force or even gang up to bully him. After all, Lin Xian's cultivation was not very high. However, he did not expect that when this group of people saw Lin Xian, it was as if they had seen a core disciple. They even spoke carefully. That's strange. The managing elder was amazed. Not long after, 3 people won the battle. These 3 people were all at the 8th level of the Meridian stage. 2 of them were youths and 1 was a young girl. The 3 of them greeted Lin Xian, then stood together to wait for the other core disciple. Through the 3 disciples, Lin Xian learned that the core disciple was called Fan Chong. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Meridian stage, and he was ranked 9th on the stone tablet. Core disciples were definitely existences that all inner sect disciples had to look up to. Every core disciple was abnormally strong and could be said to be the king of the same level. Even fighting across realms was not difficult for them. Therefore, this difficult Level 6 mission became extremely popular with the addition of a core disciple, and this mission was a rescue mission. 100 Herb Hall was located in a border town in Yunzhou. Because it was attacked by demonic beasts, the town was in danger. Most of the people from 100 Herb Hall escaped, but a few of the pharmacists were trapped in the town, along with hundreds of precious herbs from 100 Herb Hall. The surviving members of 100 Herb Hall sent a request for help to the Black Heaven sect, and thus this mission was created. Lin Xian understood the mission while waiting for the core disciple to arrive. However, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, no one appeared. After an hour, still no one appeared. Could it be that senior apprentice Brother Fan forgot? A few disciples guessed. Lin Xian frowned slightly but did not say anything. After waiting for a full 2 hours, the core disciple finally appeared. This was a youth with an arrogant face. His eyes were always looking up, and even his chin was raised. He casually glanced at Lin Xian and the others, then frowned, and said, with such low cultivation, "You're just going to die." The 3 youths behind Lin Xian changed their expressions. They did not expect the core disciple to say such words. Although they could not compare to the core disciple, these words were too hurtful. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He glanced at the people behind the core disciple and immediately understood that this guy wanted to bring his own people. However, he had accepted this mission first, and it was very important to him. How could he just give up like this? Chapter 91. Core disciple Fan Chong was very domineering. He immediately asked everyone to hand over their mission cards. The faces of the 3 disciples who received the mission badges turned ugly as they turned to look at Lin Xian. Fan Chong frowned and inadvertently glanced at Lin Xian. Don't you understand what I'm saying? He didn't watch Lin Xian's life or death battle, so he didn't recognize Lin Xian. Among the core disciples, only 2 of them had watched. They were the leaders of the battle group and the Godly Might group. The other core disciples had no interest. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "We took this mission with great difficulty. You want us to give it up with just a few words? Isn't that too much?" "Too much? Do you think you have the qualifications to do missions with me?" Fan Chong said disdainfully, "If you don't want to go with us, you can give it up." Lin Xian didn't back down. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Fan Chong was furious. He took a step forward, and his body emitted a dangerous aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I'm not interested in knowing. Also, I won't give you the mission cards." "Senior Brother Fan, he's Lin Xian." Someone behind Fan Chong whispered, "Lin Xian? The Lin Xian who killed Zhang Qian." Fan Chong was stunned, and then retracted his aura. "If you're really that Lin Xian, then you can stay and do missions with me," Fan Chong said. But the 3 of them must hand over their mission cards. Fan Chong snatched the 3 mission cards and said in a commanding tone, "Kid, come with me." "Sorry, I won't do missions with scum like you," Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the faces of the people around changed. Fan Chong wasn't like Zhang Qian. He was a true core disciple, and his cultivation had entered the 9th stage of the meridian condensing stage. "You're courting death." Fan Chong's eyes emitted a terrifying light. The temperature within 3 feet dropped. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you killed Zhang Qian. In the eyes of a core disciple, Zhang Qian is nothing." Fan Chong's palm emitted a cold air. His voice was like a winter snow. "I'll give you a chance. Come with me, or you'll regret it, Deacon Elder. As you can see, I can't do missions with this kind of people. I've decided to do missions alone." After Lin Xian explained the situation to the disciplinary elder, he walked away, without sparing Fan Chong a single glance. "Very well. I haven't been angry in a long time. I hope you can let me play for a while longer." Fan Chong was so angry that he laughed. He had already decided that he would kill Lin Xian during the course of the mission. In any case, this mission was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, Lin Xian had to complete it alone. This way, even if Lin Xian died, no one would suspect anything. With a sneer, Fan Chong left with his people in a grandiose manner. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. How could he meet this kind of scum on a mission? Not only did he steal the mission, but he also ordered him around like a little brother. "Do I look like a little brother?" Lin Xian curled his lips. "Looks like I'm not famous enough." "That little kid has an ice attribute cultivation method. You'll have a hard time against him unless you combine wind and thunder sword techniques." Wine Lord's voice sounded. "I still have time. He probably won't make a move for a while." Lin Xian nodded and sent a voice transmission at the same time. "However, with my current level, wouldn't it be too difficult for me to start fusing the techniques on my own? Isn't there a direct wind and thunder method?" "There is," Wine Lord replied straightforwardly. Lin Xian. "Then why did you make me combine them myself?" He roared like an angry lion. "I just wanted to see how far you could go." Wine Lord explained. "No matter how good someone else's cultivation method is, it's still someone else's. Only the moves you create yourself are the most comfortable. Although you can't create them on your own now, I want to cultivate your awareness." Lin Xian calmed down. He was just joking with Wine Lord. He understood this principle, so he tried to make some changes to each of his martial arts. "Let me see how difficult this so-called Level 6 mission is." Lin Xian strode forward. In a large hall in the sect, Elder Shui sat majestically. "Elder Shui, not only did Lin Xian kill senior brother Zhang, but he also contradicted you. He deserves to die." Ling Zhe said hatefully. "I've always disliked him. Why don't you let me?" Elder Shui lifted his eyelids and glanced indifferently at Ling Zhe, after which he slowly said, "I think it's you who have a grudge against him. You're still too inexperienced to use this old man as a tool." Ling Zhe trembled and said respectfully, "Disciple doesn't dare. However, if you can really get rid of Lin Xian, I'll accept you as a successor disciple." Hearing this, Ling Zhe suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with excitement. He quickly said, "Elder, rest assured, I'll definitely do it." He was too happy. He just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect Elder Shui to take out a successor disciple as a condition. It seemed like this Lin Xian really made him want to kill him. There were two types of elder's disciples. One was the nominal disciple. They were only under the elder's tutelage. Normally, they wouldn't receive any guidance from the elder. The other type was the successor disciple. This type of disciple had a very honorable status. They were above the core disciples. Murong Qianling was a successor disciple. Not only could she receive the successor disciple's teachings, but she could also receive status and resources from the sect. "Lin Xian, you've even offended a sect elder. Let's see how you'll escape this time." "Achoo!" Lin Xian rubbed his nose and muttered in dissatisfaction. "What a scam. They actually didn't rent it to me." Just now, he went to the Imperial Beast Garden to rent a spiritual beast as a means of transportation. In the end, he was mercilessly rejected. The reason was that the place he was going to was too dangerous. Lin Xian could only helplessly come out. He knew that the reason was just a pretense. The real reason was probably because someone was playing tricks. If it wasn't Elder Shui, then it was Fan Chong. Lin Xian guessed that Elder Shui didn't necessarily know that he was going to do a mission. The most likely person was Fan Chong. Thinking about how those core disciples had the backing of the sect elders, it was easy to secretly play tricks. You can treat this mission as an experience. Don't be too anxious. Wine Lord said, "Maybe you'll come across some soul-type herbs on the way. That's the only way." Lin Xian used his movement technique and turned into a gust of wind as he moved quickly. 5 days later, in the forest, a three-eyed, white, spotted tiger was running quickly. A black-clothed youth was sitting on its body. He had delicate features, but his eyes were shining like a sword. The youth was like a stone sculpture. He sat on the tiger's back without moving an inch. Even if the tiger demon ran fiercely, it wouldn't affect him. Roar! A demon beast covered in scales suddenly emerged from the forest. Its steel-like, sharp claws grabbed at the youth on the tiger's back. Chi-chi! Puff! The black-clothed youth's fingers were like a sword as he gently drew a line in the air. As if a golden line had floated past, the demon beast's body suddenly split into 2 halves from the middle. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. Chapter 92. The youth riding on the tiger, Yao, was naturally Lin Xian. He had not rented a flying beast and could only walk. Later, under the guidance of Wine Lord, he entered a completely new realm, the realm of the soul. The root of this was the seed of sword essence in his body. It could not only increase his attack power, but also strengthen his mind and soul. Lin Xian had used the seed of sword essence to form the embryonic form of a sword soul in his mind, and was able to use some techniques. For example, he could see through illusions and control the mind. This rank 1 Yao beast had been subdued by his powerful mind. Lin Xian had used it as a means of transportation and had been studying how to use the sword soul to travel. Half a day later, the tall trees gradually became sparse. Lin Xian knew that he would soon be out of the forest. He lightly patted the rank 1 Yao tiger under him and had it speed up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds suddenly came from ahead, and there were black shadows moving in the forest. Lin Xian looked around warily, the Ling power in his body ready to be released. Pew, pew, pew. Dozens of black lights flashed and attacked Lin Xian with rapid sounds of breaking through the air. Metal thunder palm. Lin Xian did not move at all. Golden arcs of lightning appeared in his palm, and the sky was filled with palm shadows. Bam, bam, bam. The black arrows and the golden palm shadows collided, creating ripples of energy that broke all the branches and branches in the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh. After a round of sneak attacks, the black shadows hiding behind the branches appeared. Lin Xian looked over, and his expression changed slightly. Dozens of black shadows were floating in the air. These beings had the heads of eagles and the bodies of humans. Their bodies were covered in black feathers, and there was a pair of enormous black wings that constantly flapped behind them. Demonic beast! Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He jumped down from the demonic tiger's body and focused his attention. These eagle men are all rank 2 Yao beasts, their strength equivalent to Ningmai 9th level. You should hurry and break out, Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he used Phantom Thunder Step. He turned into an afterimage and ran towards the exit of the forest. Behind him, the eagle men chased. Whoosh, whoosh. The stage 2 eaglemen's flying speed was extremely fast, and they had bows and arrows in their hands, constantly attacking Lin Xian. Fortunately, they were in the middle of a forest, and there were many trees blocking their path. In addition, Lin Xian was constantly changing directions, so he was not injured. However, even so, Lin Xian was still a little embarrassed. This won't do. If I continue to run like this, once I leave the forest, they will definitely catch up to me. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He did not immediately leave the forest. Instead, he circled around the eagle men. Try attacking. Lin Xian once again sent out palm shadows that filled the sky, and then jumped up, his body flying towards an eagle men. A green sword chi, with golden lightning arcs around it, quickly pierced towards the eagle man's chest. The eagleman let out a sharp cry, and at the same time, a pair of wings suddenly flapped down, forming 2 gusts of wind that pounced towards Lin Xian. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian condensed a lightning phantom in the air, but his real body circled to the side, and the sword in his hand came crashing down. Bang! 2 gusts of wind hit the Phantom Thunder figure, releasing an explosion of light. The Eagleman was injured by Lin Xian's sword chi, and half of his body was almost cut off. Whoosh! Whoosh! The injured Eagleman lost his balance, and his body kept falling. However, the rest of the Eaglemen all pounced towards Lin Xian. All kinds of gusts of wind and arrows continuously attacked Lin Xian. Whirlwinds scattered clouds. Lin Xian waved his sword twice again, forming 6 whirlwinds on the ground. All of them were suffused with green wind blades and rushed over. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in all directions. The 2 streams of air constantly collided, uprooting all the nearby trees and rolling them into the air. The Eaglemen constantly flapped their wings to maintain their balance. Good chance. Lin Xian's body turned into a green lightning bolt and instantly rushed out. 3 gale thrusts. Protective sword chi. With the green sword chi protecting his body, Lin Xian suddenly stabbed out. 3 gale thrusts. Each was equivalent to an attack. Not only was it incomparably swift and fierce, but it also moved a very long distance. With the first stab, Lin Xian arrived in front of the injured Eagleman. With the second stab, he took away his life. With the third stab, Lin Xian successfully escaped. All these actions happened in an instant. The Eaglemen only saw 3 green sword lights in the air, and then Lin Xian's figure appeared, while the injured Eagleman fell to the ground and died. With 1 successful attack, Lin Xian did not continue to fight. His body quickly disappeared into the forest. Behind him, the Eaglemen were mad and furious. They let out miserable cries and madly rushed towards Lin Xian. Northgard City was a base of operations for humans. There were a large number of warriors and rich resources inside. It was also the closest base to the front line. There were many Sea of Soul realm warriors guarding it, making it very safe. There were not even many demon beasts nearby. At this time, on top of the city wall, some armored warriors were patrolling. They were mainly monitoring the situation in the air. At this time, someone noticed something unusual. Outside the city gate, several auras were rapidly approaching. These soldiers looked nervous and were ready to fight. "Should we report?" Someone asked. "Wait, it doesn't seem to be a group of demon beasts. It's just a few demon beasts." Among them, a small leader said. Everyone looked carefully and found that it was indeed so. A black-clothed youth was running quickly like lightning. Behind him were 6 angry Eaglemen. What a fast movement technique. Even the second-rank Eaglemen can't catch up. A soldier exclaimed. He can actually escape from 6 Eaglemen. He's not simple. The small leader was also shocked. Kill the Eaglemen first, then interrogate him about his identity. Suddenly, several soldiers moved. Soon, 6 huge crossbows were set up, ready to shoot at any time. Release! With a command, 6 huge arrows flew out. Each of them was more than 2 zhang long, breaking through the air. Lin Xian used phantom thunder steps and ran quickly. 9 Eaglemen were killed by him, but the remaining 6 tightly surrounded him. They did not separate, leaving him no chance to attack. Fortunately, the city ahead was clearly visible. At this time, 6 black arrows flew out quickly like 6 spears, flying with a gust of wind. Pung, 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 pung. The 6 Eaglemen behind him were nailed to the ground, their bodies constantly twitching. So strong. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel the power of the arrows. He was afraid that no one under the Spirit Sea realm would be spared. "Who are you?" A voice came from above the city wall. "I'm Lin Xian, a disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect. I'm here to participate in the rescue mission of the 100 Herb Hall under the orders of my sect." Lin Xian circulated his spiritual energy and said in a mighty voice, "Soon, The huge bronze city gate opened. Two groups of armored soldiers walked out and looked at Lin Xian cautiously. Identity token, one of them said coldly. Lin Xian handed over both the sect's disciple token and the mission token. At the same time, he secretly sized up these soldiers. As a result, he found that these people's auras were strong. Their eyes were like knives, and they had a murderous aura that ordinary disciples did not have. As expected of the front line, even ordinary soldiers are so strong. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Chapter 93. Lin Xian smiled modestly. If this group of people knew that not only did he successfully escape, but he also killed 3 of them, he wondered what their expressions would be. Big brother, where is the 100-herb hall I'm going to? Lin Xian asked. Little brother, you should enter the city and wait for 2 days. This mission has already been upgraded. I'm afraid it's not something that can be completed by 1 or 2 people. Upgraded? Lin Xian was puzzled. This means that the mission's difficulty has increased. However, since he was already here, he had to try no matter how difficult it was. Lin Xian followed these people into the city. I'll take you to the combat hall first. The scarred man smiled as he led the way. The layout of the city was similar to other cities, but there were no ordinary people here. They were all martial artists from the body refining Tao to the meridian stage. Their cultivation was uneven. Lin Xian found that those with low cultivation were mostly in charge of logistics, while those with high cultivation were in charge of defense. Along the way, Lin Xian kept looking around and marveled in his heart. Not long after, he followed the scarred man to a mansion. Inside, there were many halls and countless pavilions. This used to be the city lord's mansion, but it was now a base of operations. The scarred man said that the combat hall was inside. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the combat hall. It was located in a quiet and secluded area of the city lord's mansion. Walking into the combat hall, Lin Xian found that there were already many people inside. Most of them were youths with cultivation levels above the Meridian Stage 8. There were even some Meridian Stage 9. These people were all young elites, disciples of sects and aristocratic families. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. In an instant, countless gazes were imprinted on him. Meridian Stage 8. So weak. Who is this kid? Many people were puzzled. Lin Xian's cultivation was not outstanding. At least among these people, he was at the bottom. However, in terms of strength, it was a different story. This is Black Heaven Sect's young hero Lin. He also participated in the 100-herb hall mission. The scarred man introduced, young hero Lin managed to escape from 6 eagle men, and that's how he came to Beiwei City. The 6 eagle men have successfully escaped. Immediately, those disdainful gazes disappeared, and the youths in the hall began to seriously size up Lin Xian. Humph! A cold snort came from the front. Lin Xian raised his head and saw Fan Chong sitting in front of him with a dark look in his eyes. Everyone seemed to have noticed Fan Chong's abnormal reaction, and many of them had a playful look in their eyes. When can we make our move? Someone asked, are we supposed to keep waiting? It's like this. Originally, this was just a simple rescue mission. We only needed to rescue the people trapped in 100-herb hall. The scarred man continued. However, a huge battle broke out in Mountain Overlook City not long ago. The situation there has become extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to rescue the people of 100-herb hall. Even if Mountain Overlook City is dangerous, it shouldn't be a problem if we dispatch some elites. Someone asked, after that battle, the general was poisoned. The key to curing the poison lies in the 100-herb hall, so the Yao clan will definitely send more people. The scarred man sighed. So that's how it is. Lin Xian came to a realization. It seemed that this mission wasn't simple. However, everyone don't worry. When the time comes, Deputy General Lord Zeng will lead the elites and move together with everyone. Anyone who can help this time will receive battle merit points. Battle merit points. The youth's eyes lit up. Other than Herb's, they had participated in this mission for the sake of these battle merit points. Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, the scarred man explained, these battle merit points can be used to exchange for resources at any martial hall in Xia country. For example, secret manuals, divine weapons, etc. As long as you have enough battle merit points, you can exchange for them. As for the battle merit points, it was distributed according to the completion of the mission and the performance of the enemy. Martial hall for resources. Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood why these youths were so happy. It was because they could exchange for all kinds of resources. Xia country's martial halls couldn't be compared to ordinary sections. The things inside were obtained by gathering the strength of an entire country. None of them were ordinary items. At this moment, a young girl in a silver robe slowly walked over. Her long and narrow eyes glowed with a cold light like gemstones. When the young girl in the silver robe walked into the main hall and saw Lin Xian, her aura suddenly fluctuated, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. All the youths in the main hall tensed up and found it difficult to breathe. Spirit Sea Realm. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with fear. The young girl in the silver robe didn't look very old, about 16 or 17 years old. However, her aura far surpassed everyone else. Fan Chong and the other Meridian Condensing Stage 9 martial artists were also shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. At the Spirit Sea Realm, 9 spirit veins converged and formed a spirit sea in the body. Once formed, a martial artist's body would undergo a tremendous change. However, not every Meridian Condensing Stage 9 martial artist could enter the Spirit Sea Realm. Many martial artists were stuck at this stage for decades. This was a common occurrence. However, the young girl in front of them had broken through to the Spirit Sea Realm at such a young age. Her talent was frightening. Fan Chong took a deep breath. Perhaps in the entire Black Heaven sect, only the Myriad Sword Star could compare to her. The young girl in the silver robe was like a high and mighty king looking down at everyone. To be more precise, she was looking at Lin Xian. I didn't expect to meet you here, Lin Xian. The young girl in the silver robe's voice was cold, without a trace of anger. Lin Xian? She actually knows Lin Xian. Fan Chong's pupils shrank. Everyone else also looked at each other. Hello, little Yu. Lin Xian tried to calm himself down. His heart was in turmoil. This young girl was actually his clansman, and also a member of the Sword Pool Manor's Lin family, Lin Yu. Humph. The young girl in the silver robe frowned. Her aura crazily rushed towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to devour him. Lin Xian's body also surged with an aura that was incomparably sharp, as if it could split everything in half. This name is not something you can call me by. Lin Yu's aura receded like the tide. Then she gave Lin Xian a deep look and left. Sword Pool Manor. One day I will return. Lin Xian's sharp aura also gradually faded away. This scene made everyone look at each other. How did this young man in front of them know such a genius? Moreover, their relationship was somewhat hostile. Lin Xian didn't explain to the crowd. Instead, it was the scarred man who explained the situation of the young girl in the silver robe. She was a 16-year-old Spirit Sea Realm martial artist and also a master of weapon nurturing. She was in charge of the entire base's weapon nurturing. Lin Xian found a seat and sat down. His heart couldn't calm down. This Lin Yu's talent was only considered to be above average in the family. She wasn't the best, but she had already reached the Spirit Sea Realm. He was afraid that those people would be even stronger. Chapter 94. On the third day after Lin Xian arrived at North Guard City, there was still no progress on the 100 Herb Hall mission. During this time, many warriors went out to kill enemies and earn battle merits. Lin Xian found the scarred man again and told him his idea. What? You want to repair weapons to earn battle merits? The scarred man was surprised. He didn't expect him to be a weapon breeder. How about this? Follow me, the scarred man said. Lin Xian followed him to the center of the city. After passing through the residential area, the two came to a hexagonal pavilion. The scarred man didn't stop and directly led Lin Xian to the third floor. Master Mo, this is Lin Xian from the Black Heaven sect. He wants to repair weapons here to earn battle merits, the scarred man said respectfully. Oh, the Black Heaven sect? Master Mo looked at Lin Xian with interest. A smile appeared on his old face. You know how to breeder weapons? A little. Lin Xian smiled. Try this. Master Mo handed Lin Xian a long saber. The blade was full of gaps and looked like it was about to be broken. Ordinary treasured weapons are worth repairing. If ordinary weapons are damaged, it's better to just forge a new one, Lin Xian said directly after taking a look. Good. You do have good eyes. This long saber is indeed an ordinary item. Master Mo was happy instead of angry. Here are some low-grade, human-level treasured weapons. If you can repair them, I'll give you a satisfactory amount of battle merits. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and began to carefully repair these damaged human-level treasured weapons. He didn't use the sword pool mansion's methods. Instead, he used the methods taught by Wine Lord to slowly repair them. 2 days later, all 6 human-level treasured weapons were repaired. They glowed coldly under the sunlight. Master Mo was very happy and directly gave Lin Xian 30 battle merits. In the past 2 days, Lin Xian had gained a certain understanding of battle achievement points. Killing a rank 1 demonic beast would give him 1 battle point. A rank 2 demonic beast would give him 5 battle points, and a rank 3 demonic beast would give him 20 battle points. After all, rank 3 demonic beasts were already equivalent to Sea of Souls realm warriors. Lin Xian repairing 6 artifacts was equivalent to killing 6 second-order demonic beasts. Don't underestimate a little bit of battle merit. In the martial hall, 1 battle merit could be exchanged for a 100-year-old ginseng, while 10 battle merit could be exchanged for a low-grade profound rank martial art, and 20 battle merit could be exchanged for a mid-grade profound rank martial art. Lin Xian's 30 battle merits could be exchanged for a high-grade mystic-ranked martial art or a low-grade man-ranked artifact. In the martial hall, if you had enough battle merits, you could even exchange them for spirit-level martial arts. There were also some natural treasures that would definitely attract people. Lin Xian was excited. He was looking forward to this mission. 5 days later, Lin Xian came to the combat martial hall again. Is everyone here? A majestic figure stood with his back facing everyone. General, all 16 youths are here, a soldier said respectfully. Hua, the majestic figure turned around and looked at the crowd. His eyes were mixed with a great pressure. Everyone who was looked at felt as if they had been electrocuted. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. This was not intentional, but the years of living on the battlefield had caused his every move to be filled with an invisible, murderous aura. In this mission, we must save Divine. Dr. Du General Zheng's voice was sonorous and powerful. Next, General Zheng began to arrange the battle plan. In fact, it was very simple. General Zheng would lead people to restrain the demonic beast's main firepower, and these sect youths would be responsible for saving the patient. Once they succeeded, they would immediately retreat. Although it was simple, there could not be a single mistake in the execution of the plan. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to save the patient, they might even lose their own lives. General Zheng led 7 soldiers as the vanguard. The 16 youths were divided into 4 groups. They would break out from 4 directions and finally meet at the 100 Herb Hall. Everyone was given a shield, a signal flare, and 3 recovery pills. After Lin Xian received these, he set off with everyone. The group soon disappeared into the wilderness. For small teams, almost every team had a Meridian Stage 9 martial artist as the leader, who was responsible for controlling the entire team. Lin Xian was not in the same team as Fan Chong. Instead, he was in a mixed team. The one with the highest cultivation was Lotus Glory Sect's Feng Bufan. His cultivation had reached Meridian Stage 9. The remaining 2 were Zhang Hao, a Lotus Glory Sect disciple. The other was Lu Lan, a Zixia Sect disciple. In the remaining 3 teams, there were disciples similar to Fan Chong. In comparison, Lin Xian's team was the weakest. Feng Bufan's cultivation was the highest, so he was temporarily leading the team. Our team is relatively weak, but as long as we are united, I believe we still have a chance. Feng Bufan said, "We'll take a detour through the forest. Everyone, be careful." After the 4 of them left North Guard City, they entered the forest. Fan Chong's team also took a similar route. Feng Bufan, you have to be careful. Don't let some people in the team drag us down. After Fan Chong finished speaking, he sneered at Lin Xian and quickly left. Feng Bufan was fine, but the other 2 disciples looked at Lin Xian with strange eyes. "No matter. Let them go first and help us scout the way." Feng Bufan said indifferently. Lin Xian smiled and did not explain. The 4 of them ran south together. After an hour, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and said, "Senior Martial Brother Feng, there's a pack of wolves ahead. We'd better take a detour." "Pack of wolves? How is that possible? There's clearly no movement ahead." Zhang Hao's face was full of disbelief. Feng Bufan was also puzzled, but when he saw Lin Xian's confident face, he took a cautious action. "Junior Martial Brother Lin, you lead the way. We'll take a detour. Follow me." Lin Xian immediately commanded. Feng Bufan was fine, but the other 2 disciples were somewhat dissatisfied. They had no objection to Feng Bufan's command, but they were somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not care about what they thought, but quickly led the way in front. The reason he knew was because of Wine Lord's reminder. Although Wine Lord could not directly help Lin Xian, he could still sense things like that. Lin Xian's team made several turns and carefully walked through the forest. Zhang Hao was dissatisfied and coldly snorted, "There's clearly nothing." But before he finished speaking, they heard Fan Chong's angry shout not far from them, followed by a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. What? How could this be? Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Hao's face. If they did not follow Lin Xian's instructions, then at this moment, they should have just walked to the place where the roar came from. The 3 of them looked at Lin Xian with a changed expression. Among them, Zhang Hao lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Feng Bufan said with gratitude, "Thank you, Junior Martial Brother Lin, for leading the way." He knew that because of Lin Xian, they were able to avoid a disaster. Chapter 95. The group quickly moved through the forest. Lin Xian walked at the front, giving him a warning every time. 2 hours later, the 4 arrived at the outskirts of Mountain Overlook City. Lin Xian took out a map, and the 4 began to study it. "If we go any further, we'll be in Mountain Overlook City. There are countless demonic beasts inside, so there's no way to hide." Feng Bufan pointed at an area in the middle of the map. "This is where the 100 Herb Hall used to be. We need to break through the encirclement and enter." No wonder it's called Mountain Overlook City. It's actually facing the Taihang Mountains on 3 sides. Lin Xian looked at the map. The forest here was concave. "It seems we need to choose a direction to break through. Let's go and take a look." Lin Xian put away the map, and the 4 quickly rushed over. Soon, the group stopped again. This time, Lin Xian didn't need to remind them. The 3 of them were shocked by the pressure coming from the front. Countless demonic beasts gathered together to form a demonic aura. It was like an invisible spear, piercing in all directions. It's a pack of crimson flame wolves. Feng Bufan was shocked. He suppressed his aura to the lowest level, afraid that he would be discovered. Lin Xian stood in place. On the surface, he looked like he was deep in thought, but he was actually communicating with Wine Lord. The left side is the eagle men. The right side is the ground shell beasts. Wine Lord sensed and told Lin Xian, "Everyone, we need to decide which direction to go." Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "The front side is the crimson flame wolves, the left side is the eagle men, and the right side is the ground shell beasts." Feng Bufan smiled bitterly. To be honest, the three of them didn't want to face it, but the reality was that they had to make a choice. We'll listen to our two senior brothers. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan became very obedient after witnessing Lin Xian's power. Lin Xian glanced at Feng Bufan and said, "I don't recommend the left side. Between the middle and the right, which side does senior brother Feng think is better?" "We'll listen to junior brother Lin Xian." Feng Bufan's eyes flashed. He felt that Lin Xian should have an answer. As expected, after he finished speaking, Lin Xian quickly said, "Let's go to the right." Compared to the other two, it's easier for the ground shell beast to pass through. Lin Xian's decision was correct because their strength was on the weaker side. Regardless of whether it was facing the agile eagle men or the crimson flame wolves, they had no advantage. On the other hand, the ground shell beast was more focused on defense. If they just wanted to pass through, it would be relatively easy. In a moment, senior brother Feng will be in the front, and I'll be in the back. You two will be on the sides. We'll maintain our formation. When we're halfway there, I'll switch positions with senior brother Feng, Lin Xian said. Right now, he was basically the leader of this small team. The three of them had no objections. They just waited for General Zeng to make his move. Not long after, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power in front of him, and there was a rumbling sound. "It's done." The four of them quickly rushed out. With Feng Bufan in the lead and Lin Xian at the back, they appeared in front of the ground shell beast. However, when they truly faced the demonic beast, they were still stunned. There was a black mass of over 100 ground shell beasts crawling in front of them. This demonic beast was about 2 meters long. It had a tail and 4 limbs. Its head was like a lizard's, and its body was covered in thick leather armor with hard, poisonous spikes. Roar, roar, roar. There was a low roar as over 100 ground shell beasts roared together. It was as if countless thunderbolts were exploding beside their ears. Moreover, the demonic aura on their bodies condensed in the void, forming a powerful willpower. Fear, murderous intent, bloodthirsty. There were negative emotions affecting everyone. Feng Bufan was fine, but Zhang Hao and Lu Lan were pale, and cold sweat was dripping down their bodies. Among them, the calmest was Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had already comprehended a trace of sword intent. His willpower was abnormally strong. Even if over 100 ground shell beasts joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to Lin Xian. Moreover, the embryonic form of the sword soul had formed in his mind, which made his willpower as strong as steel. "Calm down. Guard your mind," Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. His voice was like a sharp blade, cutting off all the negative emotions. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan suddenly woke up and gasped for breath. Thank you, senior brother Lin." The two of them were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. In the beginning, the two of them refused to submit to Lin Xian. Later on, they were shocked by his various methods. And now, Lin Xian was actually able to easily rescue the two of them in the face of a terrifying will that was as heavy as a mountain. Now, they had started to worship Lin Xian. Feng Bufan was even more shocked. In such a situation, he could only protect himself, but Lin Xian did not seem to be affected at all. This huge difference made him extremely curious and fearful of Lin Xian once again. On the opposite side, When the ground shell beasts saw that the four of them were not affected, they were instantly enraged and roared even more crazily. In the void, the huge shadow of the ground shell beast formed by demonic aura moved slowly and slapped down with one of its claws. Strong winds blew, and the void trembled. This palm was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it impossible to resist. However, Lin Xian knew that this was only an illusory pressure on the spiritual level. Open, a dazzling sword ray surged out from his body. Behind him, a huge blurry sword appeared, piercing through the sky. The shadow of the ground shell beast was torn into countless pieces, like a piece of paper. Two golden sword auras flew out from his eyes and shattered the fragments into nothingness. Roar! Hundreds of ground shell beasts trembled, and then rushed over in a frenzy. Charge! Lin Xian roared. Instantly, the four of them rushed over like a sharp sword. Shield up! Feng Bufan shouted at the front. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan quickly took out their black shields and circulated their spiritual power at full force. A yellow light covered their spiritual power, forming a thick protective shield. In front, Feng Bufan held a dark green saber and charged forward. His moves were bold, and he was extremely brave. Lin Xian was in charge of repelling the incoming ground shell beasts. While ensuring the team's speed, he was also accumulating energy. The sky was filled with ground shell beasts, continuously jumped up and crashed into Lin Xian and the others. Golden lightning palm. A golden palm shadow flew out, sending all the demonic beasts near it flying. However, even more demonic beasts rushed out. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan held on tightly to their black shields and crazily channeled their spiritual power. Even so, they could still feel the huge impact from the shields from time to time. Fortunately, Lin Xian was not trying to kill these beasts. He was just trying to force his way through. The entire team advanced quickly. Gradually, Feng Bufan could not hold on any longer. "Senior brother Feng, change teams," Lin Xian shouted in time. The two of them moved at the same time. Lin Xian appeared at the front of the team. In the next moment, a dark red sword appeared in his hand. Whirlwind clouds. As soon as he arrived, Lin Xian used a powerful martial technique. 3 hurricanes flew out from his body and blew away all the beasts that pounced on him. A few beasts that charged forward were pierced through the heart by Lin Xian's sword. Roar, roar! An obviously large ground shell beast pounced forward and formed a spiked ball in the air. It quickly turned towards Lin Xian and the others. Chapter 96. Not good. It's the leader of the ground shell beast. Feng Bufan's expression changed. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan were also trembling. Get lost. Lin Xian's sword chi surged. Golden electric arcs were threatening to devour people. Junior brother Lin, dodge. This ground shell beast leader is at least at the peak of Meridian Condensing Stage 9. Its defense is extremely strong. It can even take a hit from a sea of Soul Realm martial artists. Feng Bufan roared. He even had plans to run away. Lin Xian didn't seem to hear him. His eyes shone brightly as he rushed out. Outer sky meteor. The green spirit chi condensed into a sharp sword chi with golden electric arcs. The sword intense seed in his body trembled. Like a shooting star, it flashed by. Roar! The ground shell beast leader's huge body froze in midair. Its demonic chi gradually faded. In the next moment, a crack appeared in the middle of its body and quickly enlarged. That huge body was split into 2 from the middle and shattered into pieces. Junior brother Lin. Feng Bufan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan were also stunned. It was too shocking. The ground shell beast that even sea of Soul Realm martial artists couldn't deal with was split into 2. How powerful was the attack? Lin Xian landed on a tree branch. His face was a little pale. That attack just now was his strongest attack. Not only did he use his ultimate move, falling stars from the sky, but it was also driven by his sword intent. He used both the power of wind and thunder. That was why the scene just now happened. Roar, roar, roar. The ground shell beast leader's death caused the crowd to fall into a short silence. But after a while, all the ground shell beasts were boiling. Hundreds of ground shell beasts rushed toward the corpse of the ground shell beast leader. Demonic chi surged from their bodies as they fought with each other. This is Feng Bufan, and the rest were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. These ground shell beasts are fighting for the leader's demonic crystal. You guys can leave safely. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian stood on a tree branch and looked down. There was a walnut-sized demonic crystal in the corpse of the ground shell beast leader. It was like an emerald glowing with green light. Hundreds of ground shell beasts were rushing toward it. "Let's go!" Lin Xian shouted. Feng Bufan and the other two reacted and hurriedly followed behind Lin Xian, quickly running into the distance. At the same time, in two other directions, two teams were in a life-and-death situation. The team led by Fan Chong encountered the frenzied attacks of the Scarlet Flame wolves. Hundreds of Scarlet Flame wolves brandished their sharp claws, pouncing and biting continuously. Next to him was a huge wolf that spat out fireballs the size of a human head. Whoosh, whoosh. The fireball was like a miniature sun, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature as it attacked the crowd. "Senior brother Fan, save me!" A disciple cried out in horror. Fan Chong turned around and saw a fireball land on the disciple's body, instantly burning him to ashes. Then more wolves pounced on him further away at the Eagleman tribe. The leader of this group was a young girl in a long green dress. She had a beautiful appearance and held a jade fan in her hand as she fought with a group of Eaglemen. "Senior Sister Human, there are too many Eaglemen. What should we do?" "You guys go quickly. I'll bring up the rear," the young girl in the green dress said. Then she used all her strength to activate the jade fan in her hand, emitting a jade green light. The entire fan continued to expand until it was over a meter long. Wind Spirit Slash. The young girl aimed at the Eaglemen and used all her strength to fan. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, and an enormous tornado flew out from the fan, stirring up the wind and clouds in the surroundings. Everything within a 10-meter radius was shrouded in strong winds. The Eaglemen were swept into the tornado, and the four of them quickly escaped. Half a day later, Lin Xian and the rest arrived at the center of Mountain Overlook City. Most of the buildings in the city were destroyed. There were broken walls and broken limbs everywhere. From time to time, demonic beasts would appear. In front of them was a pagoda-shaped pavilion that was cut in half. The top 3 floors were on the ground, and the entire building was 70 to 80% damaged. The surroundings were filled with broken rocks and broken wood. Half of the hall's door had fallen, but the signboard above could still be seen clearly. 100 Herb Hall. "It's here," Lin Xian and the rest carefully identified and finally confirmed. The 4 of them carefully walked in. The inside was also in ruins. Most of it had been smashed. Lin Xian and the rest found a safe place to sit down and rest. Fortunately, General Zeng and the rest attracted most of the demonic beasts. Otherwise, even if we found this place, it would be difficult to enter. As Feng Bufan spoke, he swallowed a pill. Although they weren't injured, they had used up a lot of their spiritual energy. In addition to the mental stimulation, they were incomparably weak. The 4 of them swallowed pills while Zhang Hao and Lu Lan sat cross-legged to adjust their breathing. Lin Xian took out a few pills and took out a map. "According to our intelligence, the surviving members of 100 Herb Hall are hiding in a secret room. Now we need to find the secret room." Lin Xian held the map and looked around. Within his body, Wine Lord's voice sounded. "Little Xian, I'll take this opportunity to teach you the basic usage of soul force. Lin Xian saw that the three of them were resting and couldn't move, so he asked, "What's the usage of soul force?" Soul force is a special kind of energy. It belongs to the spiritual willpower level. In general, everything in the world is divided into two types. One is material, and the other is spiritual. The average person's soul force is very weak. Unless they have a special cultivation method, they can only cultivate their soul force when their cultivation reaches a high realm. But you're different. You've already condensed the embryonic form of a sword soul, so your soul force is much stronger than others. Moreover, as your sword soul continues to grow stronger, your soul force will also slowly increase. Soul force has a myriad of uses. I'll first teach you the most basic probing techniques. Last time, you also used soul force to subdue the tiger demon, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes, last time, you used a powerful soul force to directly suppress the opponent's soul. Now, I'll teach you another method. Soon after, Lin Xian started to use his soul force to investigate the situation around him under the guidance of Wine Lord. Under the soul force's perception, everything around him became clear. All the scenes appeared in his mind, and all the details were crystal clear under his investigation. He discovered that behind a broken stone pillar, there was a stone door that was blocked by several huge rocks. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised slightly. He slowly walked over. If I'm not wrong, this is where they're hiding. Feng Bufan and the other two opened their eyes and walked over. The three of them carefully observed and then frowned. With our strength, I'm afraid we can't open these huge rocks. Feng Bufan sighed. These rocks are special rocks. I'm afraid only Sea of Souls realm warriors can open them. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He estimated that these rocks were even harder than the skin of the ground shell beast. Don't worry, there are other teams. When everyone is here, we'll move. Lin Xian said, what we need to do now is to recover our strength as soon as possible. The four of them returned to their original spot and started to recover their strength. Chapter 97. Three figures quickly rushed in, the spirit power on their bodies fluctuating chaotically. Lin Xian and the other three stood up, cautiously looking at each other. At the front was a girl in a green dress, and behind her were two white-robed youths. The three of them were covered in dust, and their hair was a bit messy. They looked a bit embarrassed. "It's you guys." The girl in the green dress was the first to shout. The two youths behind her also stared blankly at Lin Xian and the others, their eyes full of confusion. Lin Xian and the other three, besides Zhang Hao and Lu Lan, Feng Bufan and Lin Xian were full of energy, and there was not a trace of injury on their bodies. Did you not encounter the monster horde? The three of them were full of confusion. How is that possible? There were hundreds of ground shell beasts. Feng Bufan said with lingering fear, but luckily Junior Apprentice Brother Lin was there, so we escaped. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin? The girl in green and the others looked at Lin Xian, and when they saw that he was at the 8th level of the Meridian stage, their eyes widened. How is that possible? An 8th level Meridian stage disciple actually led Feng Bufan and the others safely through the monster horde? The girl in green and the others found it hard to accept. They had lost a disciple to escape. This was also because the girl in green was at the peak of the 9th level and had a mid-human level treasure. Senior Apprentice Sister Human, hurry up and heal your wounds. We will open the stone door together. Although the three of them had all kinds of doubts, they still sighed and quickly sat down to recover their strength. A moment later, another person entered. This time it was Fan Chong and the others, but there were only two of them, and their injuries were not light. Fan Chong's face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. The other disciple was even worse, with wounds on his chest and arms. Damn crimson flame wolves. Fan Chong gritted his teeth and cursed. Fan Chong, hurry up and recover your strength. Hu Man said. Fan Chong nodded. He found that Hu Man's team was missing one person, and they looked exhausted. His heart calmed down a bit. After all, Hu Man's cultivation was much higher than his. But when he saw Lin Xian and the others, his body froze like a statue, as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Xian and the other three were unharmed, and even their clothes were not damaged, as if they had not encountered the monster horde. How is that possible? They must have not encountered the monster horde. Fan Chong kept comforting himself. He did not believe that Lin Xian and the other three could pass through the demonic beast horde unscathed. Lin Xian naturally didn't explain. He didn't even pay much attention to Fan Chong. At that moment, he was constantly learning how to use soul power from Lord Alcohol. In such a dangerous environment, the more he learned, the more assurance he had. Fan Chong was not satisfied. He did not expect Lin Xian and the others to be so lucky. He sneered and said, Feng Bufan, you guys are really fucking lucky. You didn't encounter any demonic beasts. Luck? Feng Bufan bitterly smiled. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Lin Xian had such ability. He said, It's not that we didn't encounter the monster horde. It's just that junior apprentice Brother Lin is too strong. Under his leadership, we were able to survive. To the side, Zhang Hao and Lu Lan nodded their heads like chickens. Lin Xian? Fan Chong was stunned. How was that possible? How could a mere 8th stage pulse condensation brat have such great ability? Feng Bufan must be hiding something. Fan Chong sneered and ignored him. He began to restore his body with all his strength. We're still missing one team. Will we have a chance? Lin Xian and the others had mostly recovered and began to consider their next step. Wait a little longer. After an hour, if they don't appear, we'll begin. Hu Man said. The others seized the time to restore themselves. Lin Xian used his soul force to investigate the surrounding situation. Not long after, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. His body shot out like lightning, and he quickly stopped in front of a row of drawers. Opening the drawer, Lin Xian found several herbs inside. Oh, it's actually Fu Luo Hua and Thousand Needles grass. They look around 100 years old. Little Xian, your luck is pretty good. Wine Lord said with a smile. Lin Xian's expression was strange. He put away the herbs and then began to circulate his soul force. Lin Xian managed to obtain a few herbs each time he made a move. However, his actions were noticed by others as well. Herbs? Hu Man exclaimed, and then slapped her head. This was 100 Herb Hall. There must be some leftover herbs. Thus, she also began to search. Feng Bufan and the others also joined the search team, and also had some gains. Fan Chong's eyes were red with envy. He also wanted to join, but he was still injured, and his soul force was exhausted. If he didn't recover in time, he would be in danger. You, hurry up and find the herbs. Fan Chong shouted at the disciple beside him. I'm injured. The disciple cried miserably, but when he saw Fan Chong's murderous gaze, he could only grit his teeth and search while cursing in his heart. The few of them continued to search, and they all found something. However, these people all looked at Lin Xian with strange gazes. Often, they would only find one herb after searching a few places, but Lin Xian was able to obtain herbs every time he made a move. It was as if he knew the location of all the herbs. Involuntarily, Lin Xian's image in everyone's hearts became mysterious again. Among these people, Lin Xian's harvest was the greatest. He found dozens of herbs, and some of them were at least 100 years old. When we get back, we can brew spirit wine. Wine Lord smacked his lips, looking impatient. After an hour, the last team still hadn't appeared. Lin Xian and the others didn't wait but prepared to break the boulders. Let's work together to break the boulders. Only then can we contact the members of the 100 Herb Hall behind the stone door, said Hu Man. Her cultivation was the highest here, so she temporarily led the group. No one objected, so the group began to attack the boulders together. Mountain Overlook City, outside the 100 Herb Hall. General Zeng brought a group of soldiers and attracted most of the demon beasts. Among them, a silver eagleman that was more than 20 feet long was fighting with General Zeng. Demon chi was like a mountain, and spiritual energy surged. The two forces constantly collided, and every time they smashed a deep hole in the ground. These two had the highest cultivation and were fighting alone. Beside them were the other demon beasts and human soldiers. Among them, the two most special ones were the two demon beasts. One was a giant wolf with fiery red fur. It was more than 30 feet long, and demon chi surged from its body as it constantly spat out huge fireballs. Fighting against it was a soldier wielding a long spear. The spear in his hand was like a dragon, and spear shadows filled the sky. It was incomparably fierce. On the other side, a burly man wielding a mountain-splitting axe was fiercely clashing with a ground shell beast. Every strike could split mountains and rocks, and sparks flew everywhere. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the center of Mountain Overlook City, and the entire pavilion shook. Not good. There's a change in the 100 Herb Hall. The silver eagleman spoke. Damned humans, they're too cunning. Quickly go to the 100 Herb Hall. We can't let the humans succeed. The voice was like rolling thunder, spreading far and wide. Chapter 98. Lin Xian and the others naturally did not know about the battle outside. They were attacking the hard rock with all their might. Boom. Rumble. Under their 8th joint attack, the hard rock was finally blasted open. The entire hall was shaking nonstop. The huge rock that was hundreds of feet tall was shattered, and a hole as tall as a person appeared. The dust dispersed, and a thick green stone door appeared in front of everyone. Think of a way to contact the people inside, Hu Man said to everyone as she tried to open the door. Immediately, some people began to search, some shouted, and some attacked the stone door with all their might. Lin Xian stood at the side, his eyes flashing. Inside the stone door, 3 figures felt the change in the stone door and leaned against each other nervously. Are the demons finally invading? The person in front was a middle-aged man. His face was white and beardless, and he looked like a scholar. What do we do? Are we just going to wait for death? The people on both sides asked. We can't let anything from the 100 Herb Hall fall into the hands of the demons. The middle-aged man unconsciously touched the black ring on his finger. Just as the 3 of them were about to fight to the death, a voice suddenly entered their ears. I'm a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, one of the rescue team this time. We're outside the stone door. I hope you can open it quickly. The 3 people's expressions changed. Impossible. This door can not only block attacks, but it can also block sounds and auras. How can he send his voice in? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, this should be soul transmission. However, this method is very advanced, and the person in front of us is a young man. Sacred Hand, son, should we trust him? The other 2 asked. Outside the stone door, Lin Xian's forehead was sweating. This soul transmission was taught to him by Wine Lord. However, it was his first time using it, so it was a little difficult. Before he could relax, another unforeseen event happened. The ground of the entire hall trembled slightly, as if an earthquake was about to happen. What's going on? Everyone's expressions changed. Inside, Wine Lord said in a low voice, the beast horde is here. You'd better prepare to break out. After Lin Xian heard this, he quickly informed everyone, this is a beast horde. Everyone prepare to break out. At the same time, he used his soul to inform the 3 people inside about the situation outside. The middle-aged man pulled on the handle. Rather than waiting for death here, why don't we trust him? Ka, ka, ka. Just as everyone was preparing to escape, the green stone door moved. The stone door slowly rose, emitting a muffled sound. The two sides finally met. Great, it's really a rescue team. The two young men behind, the middle-aged man cheered. I'm Sun Wenyin. Thank you for saving me, young heroes. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and bowed. There's no time. Let's go. The demonic beasts will be here soon. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. 8th level Meridian Condensation martial artists. Take out shields and protect the 3 of them. The others will support us from the sides. Senior Sister Hu Man and the other rank 9 Meridian Condensation martial artists will take the lead to break through. Lin Xian's strategy was very simple. It was the same as how they had passed through the ground shell beast horde. The weaker ones were in charge of defense, while the stronger ones were in charge of opening a path. Although Lin Xian was the first to distribute Feng Bufan, and the others did not have any objections. Hu Man also nodded in agreement. However, Fan Chong coldly snorted, clearly dissatisfied. But everyone was moving quickly, so he couldn't get angry. Zhang Hao and the other 3 were in the center, using shields to protect Sun Wenyan and the other 2. The remaining 5 stood in 4 directions, preparing to attack. 2 disciples stood at the front of the group. The 9 disciples quickly finished distributing their tasks and prepared to attack. Lin Xian looked at the formation and frowned. Senior Sister Hu Man, you 2 peak Meridian Condensation martial artists shouldn't attack together. Fan Chong stood beside Hu Man. After hearing these words, he was furious. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die? Junior brother Lin, what do you mean? Hu Man also didn't understand. The 2 with high battle power can't attack together. Otherwise, we won't be able to break through. It's best to balance things out. I understand. Hu Man said. Fan Chong, you first switch with Feng Bufan. Fan Chong sneered. What does a rank 8 Meridian Condensation brat know? I believe in junior brother Lin. Feng Bufan said in a low voice. Fan Chong's face was gloomy as he switched places with Feng Bufan. He stood on the left side of the group. On the right side was a youth named Huang Wei. Lin Xian stood at the back. The whole group is ready to switch at any time. You guys get ready. We're leaving now. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Everyone, believe in junior brother Lin. Feng Bufan said again. Who? Everyone set out like a sharp sword flying out. Outside the pavilion, in addition to the ordinary beasts, there were 4 black-robed men. They stood on top of the beasts, looking very mysterious. Hee, when they come out, we'll catch them all. One of the black-robed men laughed. His voice sounded very young. Whoosh whoosh. A dazzling light rushed out and quickly fell into the group of beasts, constantly colliding. The target has appeared. Attack. One of the black-robed men patted the red flame wolf under him. Immediately, the wolf howled into the sky. Hoo, hoo. Hundreds of beasts moved. They were like a flood, extremely ferocious. In order to preserve their lives, Lin Xian and the others also unleashed all of their strength and continued to fight. Hee, interesting. Let me test them. One of the black-robed men laughed sinisterly. You sure, San? End this quickly. Another black-robed man said, Don't worry. They're just a few disciples from small sects. The black-robed man, called Shursen, flew out like a big bird. Boom. A black palm shadow attacked Lin Xian and the others. Everyone, retreat to the right. Lin Xian sensed the presence of the black-robed men through his soul power and shouted loudly, Retreat to the right. You don't want to live anymore. Fan Chong was furious. He completely ignored Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, a fierce palm wind swept over. Bang! Fan Chong was caught off guard and hurriedly defended. He was hit until his blood was boiling and his whole body was in pain. What? The others were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, they would have been attacked. Fan Chong was furious. He didn't listen to Lin Xian's advice and suffered a great loss. This almost made him explode. There's someone. Why is there someone? Feng Bufan shouted. Who's working with the demons? I don't know, but we're in a dangerous situation. There's more than one black-robed man. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The black-robed men sitting on the beasts were shocked. Someone actually discovered us. Interesting. I'm going to take action too. Let's see what the warriors of Xia are like. The black-robed man flew out. You sure San is going too? The remaining two black-robed men sat upright and watched. Bang, bang. Ever since Fan Chong was attacked by the black-robed men, he had been pestered. The black-robed man continuously attacked Fan Chong, causing him to fly into a rage. The jet-black palm images attacked Fan Chong fiercely. Every attack was extremely strange and even contained a sinister force. Fan Chong had to maintain the team and fight the black-robed man at the same time. He couldn't use his full strength at all, which made him feel very aggrieved, especially when Lin Xian, who was beside him, looked at him with a hint of contempt. He hatefully slashed out with his blade and followed the team closely, afraid that he would fall behind. At this moment, the strange voice sounded again. "Ha, you sure, San? I'm coming." Chapter 99. It wasn't just Fan Chong who was afraid. Everyone else was as well. One black-robed man had already slowed them down. If another one came, they would probably fall into the horde of demonic beasts. I'll hold him back. Feng Bufan roared as he charged forward with his saber. Thunderclap, slash. A resplendent saber light flashed as it slashed towards the black-robed man in the air. "Ha! Good one!" Yu Shi laughed as he charged towards Feng Bufan. The two of them began to fight. On the side, Fan Chong had also been dragged into the battle with another black-robed man. Frost Palm. A palm strike brought with it endless cold air. It was as if winter had arrived, causing the air to freeze, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to slow down. Ice Tribute. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he had known this would happen, he would have let Fan Chong attack first. This would definitely be able to slow down the horde of demonic beasts. Let's charge! Lin Xian rushed to the front of the group and waved his palms, trying his best to open up a path. Behind them, the remaining black-robed men couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing that Lin Xian and the rest were about to escape, they also attacked. Very quickly, the two of them caught up to Lin Xian and the rest, who man-blocked one of the black-robed men, while Lin Xian took care of the last one. "Huang Wei, you continue to rush over." Lin Xian passed the group to the last youth. "Kill them quickly. Don't let them escape." The black-robed man fighting Hu Man said. "Don't worry. He's just a rank 8 meridian condensing stage trash." The black-robed man sized up Lin Xian and laughed evilly. "Kid, I'm Yu Shirsi. It's your honor to die in my hands." With that, a ball of black mist appeared on his palm, constantly changing its shape. "Die." Yu Shirsi struck out with both palms, his black robes fluttering as the black mist surged towards Lin Xian. "Destroy!" Lin Xian pulled out his large sword and stabbed out, the tip of the sword touching the black mist. "Explode!" In the next moment, a golden arc of lightning appeared, forming a lightning snake in the air that charged towards the black mist. Pung pung pung. Under Lin Xian's control, the golden lightning snakes continued to explode, blasting away the black fog. Yu Shirsi was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Firstly, he saw that Lin Xian's cultivation was low, so he looked down on him and did not use his full strength. Secondly, Lin Xian's golden electric arcs seemed to have a certain restraining effect on the black mist. "Brat, you actually dared to destroy my specter mist. I'll tear you to shreds." Yu Shirsi was enraged, letting out a sharp cry. The black fog that had been blasted away tumbled in the air, and then gathered towards him, turning into two ferocious ghost heads that attached themselves to his arms. Ghost wolf fist. Black fist shadows flashed as Yushursi charged forward, throwing a flurry of punches at Lin Xian. Every punch produced a dull thud, and the two sinister ghost heads kept popping out, tearing at Lin Xian. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian left behind a golden afterimage. His body was constantly moving, and the long sword in his hand was rapidly thrusting out. Chi-chi. Golden electric arcs attached themselves to the sword, dispersing the black mist every time. Damn it! This brat has the rare lightning attribute. It's perfect for restraining me, Yushursi shouted anxiously. Lightning God's fury. Lightning slash. Lin Xian suddenly closed in, releasing large amounts of lightning around the black-robed man, constantly chipping away at his defenses. Then, with a flash of his sword, he slashed at the black-robed man's arm. Golden lightning flashed through the air, bringing with it a heart-palpitating energy. Ah! Yushursi screamed as one of his arms flew off. Yushursi, the black-robed man fighting Human, was enraged. He wanted to help, but Human held him back. Brat, I'll kill you. Yushursi's face was savage as he sucked in all the black mist. He let out a pained cry as his entire body swelled. Finally, his body grew taller, turning into a 2 zhang tall devil. His severed arm was also replaced by the black mist. After transforming, Yushursi's strength increased explosively. Every punch seemed to be able to tear apart the void. Pung! A black palm slammed down, creating a fierce wind. Lin Xian used Phantom Thunder Step, disappearing from the spot. Wind Thunder Slash. In the next moment, he appeared behind Yushursi, sword light shooting into the sky. This was the first time Lin Xian had combined the power of wind and thunder, green and gold mixed together, quickly slashing out, creating a storm in the air. Pooh! One slash, and Yushursi died. Impossible! The black-robed man fighting Human screamed. Although Yushursi was the weakest among them, he wasn't someone a rank 8 Meridian Stage 8 martial artist could kill. Lin Xian, quickly go help Feng Bufan. Human waved the jade fan in her hand, creating a hurricane. Lin Xian nodded. He could see that Human wasn't in any danger for the time being. Thus, his figure flashed, rushing towards the back. Although Feng Bufan was also a rank 9 Meridian Stage 9 martial artist, he was still weaker than Human and the rest. He was being pushed back by the black-robed man. Yushursi, Gale, 3 thrusts, like a sharp, all-piercing through the air. Lin Xian's sword pierced towards Yushursi's back. Ghost Mist Armor. Yushursi was on high alert. The black mist on his body quickly formed a ghostly armor, floating in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. The long sword collided with the armor and was repelled by the force. Feng Bufan took this opportunity to escape. Humph, it's useless. You can't break through my defense. Yushursi laughed. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Golden lightning surged out of his body, instantly creating a fist-sized hole in the ghostly armor. What lightning attribute? Yushursi was shocked. His ghostly aura was most afraid of lightning. It was their nemesis. Retreat. Yushursi turned into black mist, wanting to escape. The green-gold sword Qi pierced through the black mist, stirring it up. Soon, Yushursi let out a miserable cry. Brat, you may be able to injure me, but you can't kill me, and I only need one strike to dig out your heart. The black fog shrouded Xiao Chen's hand quickly stretched out. His 5 fingers had pitch-black nails that were about half a foot long, giving off a dark green light. Lin Xian activated the sword intent in his body, and his entire person became extremely sharp, filled with killing intent. Pooh! The black mist was sliced in half, and fresh blood flowed out, dyeing the ground red. The entire process was very fast. From Lin Xian's saving Feng Bufan to killing Yu Shixi, only a few breaths of time had passed. Feng Bufan stood there in a daze, the corner of his mouth twitching. He could only passively defend against this black-robed man, but Lin Xian had finished him off as if he was cutting vegetables. Is he really just a Meridian 8th stage martial artist? Feng Bufan's heart trembled. He felt that Lin Xian wasn't much weaker than a true Sea of Soul realm martial artist. On the other side, Fan Chong was also gritting his teeth and fighting the black-robed man. Although he wasn't as wretched as Feng Bufan, he could only protect himself. When he saw Lin Xian kill a black-robed man so easily, his eyelids twitched and his spirit power almost stopped flowing. How could this be? He'd always looked down on Lin Xian because he was stronger than Lin Xian, but in reality, the enemy he couldn't defeat was easily dealt with by Lin Xian. It must be because of his cultivation technique. Fan Chong could only find excuses to comfort himself. His lightning attribute could counter these black-robed men, so he could kill them so easily. Once he dealt with the black-robed men, he would definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson. Fan Chong was unhappy. On the other side, after Lin Xian killed Yu Shixi, he turned around and ran forward, completely ignoring Fan Chong. Chapter 100. Lin Xian used his footwork to rush forward. Firstly, he hated Fan Chong, so he wouldn't attack. Secondly, he felt that the black-robed man's aura had suddenly become much stronger. He was worried about Hu Man's safety, so he hurried over. As expected, Hu Man couldn't hold on for much longer. The black fog around the black-robed man was thick and rolling. 4 pitch-black chains extended from his sleeves like agile snakes, intertwining in the air. Senior Sister Hu Man. Lin Xian used the Phantom Thunder Step, and his speed reached an extreme. His body turned into a streak of light as he appeared between the two. Sword Qi danced as Lin Xian slashed at the pitch-black chains. Swoosh! Something strange happened. The sword didn't cut through the chains, but was instead entangled by the 4 chains. Strands of black fog came out and swam around the sword, corroding it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. His sword shook lightly, and the rust on the dark red sword fell off. Fiery red runes flickered, overflowing with light. In the next moment, the golden lightning in his body also surged out, crackling as it charged at the black-robed man. Qi. When the two forces collided, it was like ice meeting fire, constantly fusing with each other. Junior brother Lin, be careful. This black-robed man has swallowed the dead Yu Shixi, and his strength is constantly rising. He's very close to the Sea of Soul realm now. Hu Man waved her jade fan, creating a gust of wind. Kiki, this is all thanks to you guys. The black-robed man sneered. Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. Ghost fiend. Yu Shi's body floated back, and his hands formed a strange seal. Black fog rolled around his body, and a 50-meter-tall ghost head appeared. The ghost head was the size of a house, and it constantly changed shape in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. Wind spirit slash. Hu Man gritted her teeth, and the jade fan in her hand enlarged. A dark green hurricane flew out, leaving deep marks on the ground. Pung! Clang! Clang! The green hurricane crashed into the ghost face and disappeared. The ghost face only rippled like water, but it didn't break. Devour! Yu Shi sneered, his hand seals changing. The ghostly head suddenly bent down, opened its mouth, and swallowed Lin Xian and Hu Man. Their surroundings turned dark in an instant, and the two of them were able to see each other through the light of spiritual energy. Countless mucus-like things flew towards them, each of them carrying a strong corrosive aura. When they landed on their protective spirit light, sizzling sounds could be heard. What should we do? My defense is quickly disappearing. Homan panicked. Senior Sister Hu Man, follow me closely. Lin Xian shot out a sword light from his eyes. as if it could cut through everything. His aura became fierce and wild, as if it could tear everything apart. This is... Hu Man's beautiful eyes revealed a shocked expression. Could it be sword intent? Flying star! Dazzling light shone, illuminating the boundless darkness. Soaring sword chi flashed past. Outside, Yushi laughed wildly. After devouring these two, I should be able to enter the Sea of Soul's realm completely. When the time comes, I will definitely be put in an important position. An excited smile appeared on his pale face, and he looked very pleased with himself. But in the next moment, something strange happened. The house-sized ghost head suddenly cracked open, and a hole appeared. It was very small, like the tip of a needle. However, the hole grew bigger and bigger until it was torn into a huge crack. Impossible! Yushi screamed. Whoosh! Sword chi surged, and the sword intent was shocking. A sword light that looked like a golden thread pierced through his body. Sword intent! Yushi's eyes widened, and his body collapsed. Hu Man covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Her body trembled slightly, and she couldn't accept it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, placed his sword on his back and slowly exhaled. His face was pale, and he had used up more than half of his spiritual energy. Using Flying Star twice in such a short time was too much for him, and the second time was when he used it with sword intent. However, he still gained something. In that instant, he felt that the sword intent in his body had become stronger, and its power had also increased by a lot. Half-step sword intent. Wine Lord transmitted. I believe you will soon be able to grasp true sword intent. True sword intent. Lin Xian's heart burned. He had only grasped a sliver of sword intent, and his strength was already comparable to a 9th stage condensed meridians. Once he grasped true sword intent, he might even be able to put up a fight against a soul realm martial artist. Lin Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the dead black-robed man. He used his soul power to search the body and found a token. He bent his fingers, and a suction force appeared in his palm, sucking the token into his hand. The token was made of a very strange material. It was neither gold nor stone, but it was extremely hard. The palm-sized token had the word "you" written on it. Behind it was a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was very lifelike, as if it was alive. Senior Apprentice Brother Feng hasn't returned yet. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian put away the token, and the two moved, turning into afterimages as they ran. Feng Bufan was very depressed. He had wanted to stay behind to help Fan Chong, but the black-robed man had swallowed his companion, and his strength had increased greatly. This had put him and Fan Chong in danger. Fortunately, they were both 9th stage condensed meridians, and together they could resist for a while. However, as time passed, the black-robed man's strength increased, and now he and Fan Chong were both injured. Damn that Lin Xian. Why isn't he back yet? Fan Chong gritted his teeth. In the distance, two figures ran over. Lin Xian and Hu Man appeared. When Fan Chong saw Lin Xian, his heart was filled with joy and excitement. Even he didn't notice this change in his heart. Come help me, Fan Chong shouted. Lin Xian took a step forward, pulled out the large sword on his back, and slashed out. The green sword Qi carried a sliver of sword intent, and its power was astonishing. It formed a rapid sound as it broke through the air and crashed down. Pooh! The black-robed man was killed by the combined efforts of several people. Lin Xian used his soul force to search, but didn't find anything. He looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, "The black-robed man is dead. Let's hurry and meet up with Huang Wei." The three didn't have any objections to his words and didn't dare to. After this battle, everyone's understanding of Lin Xian had changed completely. The three vaguely regarded him as their leader, and even Fan Chong didn't dare to oppose. The four turned into flowing lights and disappeared. Not long after, they met up with Huang Wei, and the group quickly rushed toward North Guard City. When North Guard City appeared in front of them, Lin Xian took out a signal flare and released it into the sky. A dark red cloud exploded in the sky and could be seen from 100 miles away. When General Zeng and the others saw the signal, they all laughed to the sky. They didn't want to continue fighting, and after a desperate attack, their bodies turned into flowing lights and fled. The Silver Eagle men and the other demon beast leaders were incomparably angry. At this time, they also received the news, and their expressions became even more panicked. Chapter 101. Lin Xian naturally didn't know how much of a shock the 4 black-robed men's deaths had caused to the Yao clan. He had already returned to North Guard City. Squads of soldiers clad in black armor surrounded them, their expressions filled with gratitude. Lin Xian and the others only just realized that the middle-aged man they had saved was actually a famous medical sage in Yunzhou. They had also heard of this medical sage. Although his cultivation was only at the meridian condensation realm, his medical skills were incomparably wondrous, especially when it came to detoxification. Many warriors had sought him out for treatment, and he didn't refuse any of them. Over time, his medical reputation spread throughout Yunzhou. Sun Wenyan first expressed to the soldiers that he would do his best to save the great general, then thanked Lin Xian and the others. He said that when things had stabilized, he would give them some medicinal herbs as a reward. Not long after, General Zeng returned with his men. Before they even entered the city, loud laughter could be heard. "You are indeed young heroes. Not only did you save Sage Sun, but you also heavily injured the Yao clan." General Zeng said to Lin Xian and the others, "Let me thank you on behalf of my brothers in the army. General, you're too serious. As citizens of the Xia Kingdom, this is what we should do." Lin Xian and the others hurriedly stopped him. They couldn't accept a bow from a spiritual ocean realm general. "You young heroes want to rest for a few days. I'll take Sage Sun to see the great general first," General Zeng said excitedly. Then General Zeng quickly left with Sun Wenyan and the others. 3 days later, General Zeng summoned Lin Xian and the others. General Zeng didn't wear armor. Instead, he wore a wide green robe that covered his majestic figure. He sat there boldly, and beside him was the elegant Sun Xingshou. "How are the great general's injuries?" Lin Xian and the others asked with concern. "Thanks to Sage Sun's treatment, there are no major problems now. He only needs to rest for a few days to recover." General Zeng laughed. "This time, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, the great general's injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly." Young hero Lin's performance was even more amazing. So, the biggest reward this time will be given to young hero Lin. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian's performance was indeed outstanding. Feng Bufan and the others were especially grateful to Lin Xian. Even Hu Man, as the warrior with the highest cultivation, had no objections, let alone the others. Even Fan Chong only frowned slightly, not daring to raise any objections. "All right, I will reward young hero Lin first," General Zeng said. "This time, the military will award you 100 military merits and a special military merit token." With that said, General Zeng waved his hand and handed a silver token to Lin Xian. "Your battle achievements are recorded on it. If you go to any martial hall in Xia country, you only need to take out this token." Lin Xian thanked him and put away the token. On the side, Sun Xingshou said with a smile, "Young hero Lin, to thank you for saving my life, you can choose 2 spiritual herbs from me." Lin Xian pondered for a moment and asked the wine lord in his mind. He then said the names of the 2 spiritual herbs: Crimson Spirit Flower and Jade Moon Root. Sun Xingshou looked at Lin Xian in surprise. He then flicked his ring, and the 2 spiritual herbs flew to Lin Xian. After Lin Xian received the spiritual herbs, he smiled and stood to the side. Next, it was time for the others to receive their rewards. Among them, Hu Man had 80 battle merits. Feng Bufan and Fan Chong had 60 each, and the rest had more or less received battle merits. It didn't take long for everyone to collect their rewards. Lin Xian followed them out. Junior brother Lin, there is a martial hall in North Guard City. Do you want to take a look? Feng Bufan asked. Sure. Lin Xian heard this and followed Feng Bufan and Hu Man to the martial hall. The martial hall was similar to the sect's martial skills pavilion, but it was stricter. Not only was there a protective array, but there were also many experts overseeing it. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, they felt at least 3 pairs of eyes scrutinizing them. After Lin Xian and the others took out their tokens, those obscure gazes gradually disappeared. Walking into the martial hall, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Those gazes just now were like divine weapons that wanted to cut them into pieces. Lin Xian was also secretly shocked. That power was even sharper than his sword intent. This didn't mean that his sword intent wasn't strong. Lin Xian had only comprehended a trace of it, and the owners of those gazes were all experts among experts. That was why Lin Xian felt that way. The martial hall didn't only have secret martial arts manuals, but also various resources related to martial arts. The 3 of them temporarily split up to look for what they needed. Lin Xian roughly looked around and found that the martial hall was divided into several areas. The area he was in just happened to be the martial arts area. As Lin Xian looked around, he became more and more amazed. In the martial hall, the lowest martial arts were profound level martial arts, and there were many spirit level martial arts. The world's martial arts were divided into yellow, profound, spirit, earth, and heaven. As for what was above the heaven level, almost no one knew the answer. Among them, earth and heaven level martial arts were almost impossible to find. Therefore, spirit level martial arts were considered relatively high level martial arts. Spirit level martial arts were also divided into low, middle, and high levels. Different levels had different battle merits, and martial arts of the same level also had different battle merits. For example, a spirit level sword art was much higher than a spirit level body refining martial art. After Lin Xian looked, he found that low-level spirit level martial arts usually had battle merits between 150 and 300. As for mid-level spirit level martial arts, it was more than 300 points, and high-level spirit level martial arts were more than 1,000 points. Lin Xian suddenly shook his head. Then he set his sights on the low-level spirit level martial arts. It wasn't easy to enter the martial hall. He had risked his life in exchange for these war merit points. Moreover, it was very difficult to encounter such a mission again. Most importantly, his silver token gave him a discount once a year. He could also enjoy a 20% discount on spirit grade martial arts. With his 100 battle merit points and the 30 battle merit points from weapon nurturing, it was just enough to exchange for a low-level spirit grade martial arts. What should I choose? Lin Xian hesitated. He estimated that even the core disciples of the Black Sky sect might not be able to practice spirit-level martial arts. Why don't we choose something related to the soul? Wine Lord suggested. This martial hall is the collection of the Xia Kingdom, so it must be very rich. There might be some spirit-level martial arts here. Lin Xian nodded and began to look for spirit-level martial arts. He had to admit that spirit-level martial arts were very rare. Most of the martial arts here were fist, leg, blade, and sword types. After looking for a long time, he only found 2 spirit-level martial arts. One was the Illusion 7 Seals, and the other was the Purple Spirit Eyes. Both martial arts only had a brief introduction, and there was no real content. Lin Xian took the introduction of the 2 martial arts and looked at it carefully. The Illusion 7 Seals used one soul to create illusions. It could make the enemy lose themselves and seal the enemy's senses. It required the martial artist to have a strong soul and a certain array. Chapter 102. The introduction was simple, but the direction was clear. Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to choose Purple Spirit Eyes. This martial art was more comprehensive, and with his sword attacks, the effect should be very good. Purple Spirit Eyes required 150 battle merits. Lin Xian spent all the battle merits he got from the mission, but fortunately, he had 30 battle merits from repairing weapons, which was just enough. After obtaining the cultivation method of Purple Spirit Eyes, Lin Xian, Feng Bufan, and Hu Man returned to their residence and went to their own courtyards. Back in his room, Lin Xian first practiced the secret art of long life, then comprehended the sword intent, and finally took out the new Purple Spirit Eyes cultivation method. Purple Spirit Eyes was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was orange, which could see through illusions, flaws, and so on. It could also reduce the enemy's speed, confuse, and other negative effects. The second stage was red, which could be used to perform soul assassination and other attacks. The third stage was purple, which could be used to hypnotize the enemy and control them. According to the above description and Wine Lord's guidance, Lin Xian began the cultivation of Purple Spirit Eyes. North Guard City was a medium-sized city. Other than the tight security and many warriors, it was similar to a normal city, or even more developed. The market here had a complete range of materials and reasonable prices. Many warriors from Yunzhou came here because of its reputation and fought to buy it. Moreover, not only was the market developed here, but the industries of refining, weapons, alchemy, and restaurants were also very developed. Because the customers were all warriors, they were more professional. The Four Seas restaurant was the most famous restaurant in North Guard City. The ingredients inside were all spiritual herbs and demonic beasts, nothing ordinary. Many warriors liked to eat here, and most of them came from all over the world, so they often brought news of the Jianghu. The Four Seas restaurant had 5 floors, and the interior was decorated magnificently and luxuriously. The first floor had the most seats. It was lively, but it was too noisy. Generally, warriors with some money would go to the second floor. There were also many people on the second floor, but it was relatively quiet. On the east side, there was a row of private rooms for warriors who liked peace. The rooms on the 3rd floor and above were all private rooms for important people. On the 2nd floor by the window, Feng Bufan and Hu Man were leisurely sitting there, listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators as they looked at the scenery outside the window. "Why isn't Junior Brother Lin here yet?" Hu Man asked. "I heard that he's cultivating. He'll come over later." Feng Bufan said, "Junior Brother Lin sure is hardworking. No wonder you are so strong at such a young age." The two of them estimated the time and ordered their food. Not long after, a handsome young man dressed in black walked up to the 2nd floor. "Junior Brother Lin, over here?" Hu Man called out. Lin Xian smiled and walked over. He pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. He said comfortably, "It's really lively here." "That's right. The Four Seas restaurant's 2 main specialties are its food and information." Hu Man smiled and said, "The news here is not only from the Cloud State, but also from the other 6 states." Lin Xian nodded and kept looking around. After going through the exciting life and death battle, the bustling city made him feel like he was dreaming. A beautiful maid presented a delicious meal. Looking at the delicious food, Lin Xian's appetite was greatly aroused. "This is the paw of the Earth Demon Bear. It's very delicious and can strengthen the muscles and bones." Feng Bufan said, "Junior Brother Lin, try it." Earth Demon Bear, a 2nd-rank monster beast. Lin Xian was surprised. The Four Seas restaurant was really generous. Even the ordinary dishes were made of monster beast meat. Lin Xian and the other 2 ate happily and chatted from time to time. However, most of the time, they were listening to the conversations of others. At the table closest to them, there were 4 burly men. Their eyes were shining, and there was a murderous aura around them. It was obvious that they were people who walked on the edge of a knife all year round. These people were around 30 years old, and they were talking about the recent happenings in the underworld. Lin Xian and the others were amazed. Among them, a few burly men were also talking about the Sword Lake Palace. One of the burly men said, "The Sword Lake Palace is indeed one of the 4 great clans of Xia country. I heard that Lin Feng recently defeated Tian Song's sword and obtained the 5th rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking." Yeah, that Tian Song sword Yi Gufan is a 5th C of Spirit Realm warrior. I didn't expect him to lose. Lin Feng is really strong. He's only 18 years old, and he's already so strong. I think it's only a matter of time before he enters the harmonious spirit realm. I think the title of the young master of the Sword Lake Palace will fall on his head sooner or later. Lin Xian listened to them silently without any expression on his face. The Lin Feng they were talking about was Lin Xian's clansman. Moreover, it was Lin Feng's father who had planned to drive him out of the Sword Lake Palace. He and Lin Feng would have a battle in the future. Lin Xian had also heard about the Hidden Dragon ranking. It was a ranking in Xia country, specifically for young warriors under the age of 30. Those who were on the ranking were all young geniuses, monstrous figures. It could be said that those who were able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking had a high chance of entering the harmonious spirit realm in the future. The so-called harmonious spirit realm was the realm above the Sea of Spirit Realm. Above the Sea of Spirit Realm were the 3 spirit realms. The harmonious spirit realm was one of them. After that were the spirit transformation realm and the spirit detecting realm. As for the realms above the spirit transformation realm, it was almost impossible to find in the whole of Xia country. It was also almost impossible to find in the nearby countries. Perhaps only in the stronger countries and sects could there be such existences. Hidden Dragon ranking, Lin Xian whispered, "I wonder how many people from the 3 sects will be able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking. Junior brother Lin doesn't know?" Hu Man asked doubtfully. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, she continued, "A total of 14 people from the 3 sects will be able to enter the ranking. Among them, 4 from the Black Sky sect, 4 from the Purple Cloud sect, and 6 from the Lotus Glory sect. However, only 3 people from the 3 sects will be able to enter the top 100. 3 people?" Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The 3 sects were considered the major forces in the Cloud Prefecture. There were also some aristocratic families and independent martial artists. According to his estimation, there were only about 10 people in the entire Cloud Prefecture who could enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. It seems like the Cloud Prefecture is considered relatively weak in Xia country. Lin Xian thought to himself. Fortunately, he had the Wine Lord. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Lin Feng in a year and a half. A few of the big men at the side continued, "Let's not talk about the others. There are also a few good youths in the Cloud Prefecture. I think that in a few years, entering the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking won't be a problem. I'm more optimistic about the Black Sky sect's Wan Jianxing. It is said that his sword force has already reached a very high level. He doesn't even need to make a move. He can defeat his opponent just by relying on his sword force. Yuan Fei from the Lotus sect is also not bad. Moreover, he is walking the path of body refinement. Once he cultivates, he will be incomparably powerful. Even Wan Jianxing is ranked behind him. It is said that the Purple Cloud Fairy from the Purple Cloud sect has already cultivated the Purple Cloud technique to an extremely high level. Even some of the older generation figures have been defeated by her. The few of them discussed fervently and listed the geniuses of the Cloud Prefecture. You guys don't know, right? Recently, there was news from the Black Sky sect. It seems that a disciple has comprehended sword intent. If it is true, I'm afraid there will be another peerless genius. A big man at another table said loudly, "Sword intent, that is the realm that all swordsmen dream of. Is there really someone who can comprehend it slowly? This news shocked the entire second floor. Many people raised their heads and looked at him in surprise. Feng Bufan and Hu Man both looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and unconsciously touched his chin. At that moment, a voice came from the private room on the east side. Humph, a group of mountain villagers. Is sword intent something that cats and dogs can comprehend? Chapter 103. The voice was arrogant and disdainful. The atmosphere on the second floor froze, and the lively atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Who's causing trouble? How do you know we're talking nonsense? The group of burly men were straightforward and hot-tempered, so they immediately shouted, "Even the Tiansong sword might not be able to comprehend sword will. How can a disciple of a small sect comprehend it?" The voice was even more disdainful. "If anyone were to comprehend it, it would be my big brother. How can anyone else?" Another voice sounded. "Nonsense! Who the hell is your big brother? Come out and let us see." The burly man roared, "How dare you insult my big brother? You're courting death." The voice was angry, and then a long black shadow flew out. Whoosh! Something like a hidden weapon flew out and streaked across the air, creating a sharp sound. The force was so fierce that it made people look sideways. "Cut!" The burly man suddenly stood up, pulled out the long saber on the table, and slashed out diagonally. The saber light was dazzling, and saber chi soared into the sky. Clang! The long saber broke when it came in contact with the hidden weapon. The hidden weapon was about to stab the burly man, and blood splattered on the spot. Lin Xian furrowed his brows slightly. No matter what, these burly men were talking about him. Killing someone over a mere rumor was something that he couldn't tolerate. Furthermore, the words of those people in the private room made him extremely displeased. Without any hesitation, he flicked his finger, and the wine cup in his hand flew out as fast as lightning. The moment the hidden weapon was about to hit it, it bounced off. Ding! There was a trembling sound in the air. The hidden weapon was nailed into the wall, and its tail kept trembling. The surrounding area turned into a layer of frost. Everyone looked over and found that the so-called hidden weapon was actually a chopstick, and the one that bounced off the hidden weapon was only a wine cup. They immediately sucked in a few breaths of cold air. The techniques of these two people were very powerful, far surpassing that of most people here. The burly man with the broken saber came back to his senses and said respectfully, "Thank you for your help. Wang Pu, will be grateful for it for the rest of my life." In the private room, the voice seemed to be very angry. He shouted in exasperation, "How dare you block my hidden weapon? You don't want to live anymore. I'm afraid you've gone too far by being so ruthless," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He didn't expect that a single piece of news from him would cause such a commotion. It seemed that sword intent was more important than he had imagined. "Humph! I'd like to see who dares to control me." The door of the private room on the east side suddenly opened, and a pale-faced youth walked out angrily. "I said that no one in the cloud state can comprehend sword intent. Are you all not convinced?" The angry young man snorted coldly as his aura intensified. This aura, everyone is shocked. Half a step into the spiritual sea realm. At such a young age, he has already reached the half step into the spiritual sea realm. Even in the three sects, he would be a top disciple. These people were shocked. Who on earth is he? Of course, not everyone was convinced. Immediately, a few Sea of Soul realm martial artists said coldly, "Although your strength is not bad, you are underestimating the cloud state too much." "That's right. Why can't we have someone who has comprehended the sword will in the cloud state? You're so short-sighted. It's just a state ranked at the bottom of the Xia. When you go out, you'll know how outstanding the other states are." The young man said disdainfully, You're too arrogant. I'll let you know the power of the cloud state. Immediately, someone activated his spiritual power, wanting to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Humph! The young man wasn't afraid at all. He slowly took out a token from his chest and waved it in his hand. Who dares to touch me? There was a snowflake carved on the token. Although it was an inanimate object, it carried a trace of coldness. Snow state, snow-seeking sect. Someone exclaimed, "It's good that you know." The young man put away the token and asked with a sneer, "Who dares to touch me now?" Everyone's expression was uncertain, but they didn't dare to touch him. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Man explained in a low voice, "The snow state and the cloud state are neighbors, but the cloud state can't. The snow state not only surpasses the cloud state in terms of territory and resources, but also in terms of martial arts cultivation. The 3 sects of the cloud state are all 1-star sects, but the snow-seeking sect of the snow state is a 2-star sect. As one of the core disciples of the Lotus Glory sect, Man knew more. She continued, 1-star sects are backed by harmonious spirit realm experts, but 2-star sects are backed by spirit-detecting realm experts. The two aren't even on the same level. Man said so much just to persuade Lin Xian not to be impulsive. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian smiled after hearing that. There wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. It seemed like he wanted to attack even more. Now, I'm going to attack. Let's see who dares to stop me. The young man was like a rooster of victory. He raised his head and walked to the table of the burly man. His right hand stretched out at lightning speed. Didn't you want the mysterious man to save you? The young man sneered. I'm going to attack. Now, let's see if he will save you. The burly man gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. For a martial artist like him, he lived for his reputation. If he was bullied by this young man today, he would rather die. However, the huge gap between the two of them made him feel powerless. He could only glare at the young man with murderous eyes. Your eyes are not bad. Let's gouge them out. The young man was ruthless. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian shook the wine cup. The fragrant spirit wine flew out quickly. It condensed into several small swords in the air and flew towards the cold young man. Swoosh, swoosh. The wine was silent, but it was incomparably sharp. What? The young man was shocked. Firstly, he didn't think that someone would dare to attack. Secondly, this kind of water droplet transformation technique made him fearful. Destroy, the young man shouted. A white mist appeared on his palm. It was like 1,000-year-old ice that chilled people's hearts. Suddenly, the surrounding air almost froze. Layers of white frost appeared on the ground and the table. The burly man's face was also covered with ice. The small swords formed by the wine froze in the air and completely turned into ice. Lin Xian exclaimed. It was his first time seeing such a powerful ice force. It was even stronger than Fan Chong's. Although he was shocked, his hands didn't stop moving. 3 small wine swords were integrated with a trace of golden lightning and whistled out. With the support of the lightning force, the 3 small swords broke through the layer of ice force and flew towards the cold young man. Pung, pung, pung. The cold young man had to retreat. He gave up on the burly man and waved his palm continuously, knocking down the 3 small swords. What a powerful technique. He can actually use the softest water as a weapon. Which powerful sword cultivator is this? Many people were shocked. They didn't see Lin Xian's technique at all. It's you. The cold young man stared coldly at Lin Xian. Layers of invisible wind and snow surged behind him. The entire space seemed to have turned into winter. Chapter 104. The cold air spread in all directions, covering the entire small space. Before the person arrived, the wind from the palm had already blown over, freezing everything in front of him. The blue ice instantly climbed onto the table and chairs, forming a huge ice sculpture. Hu Man and Feng Bufan retreated in fear, flying several feet away. There was already a layer of frost on their shoes, crystal clear. What a terrifying cold air, Hu Man said with lingering fear. Not good, junior brother Lin, retreat, Feng Bufan shouted. Lin Xian did not move, still holding the wine cup, slowly taking a sip. Although the surroundings were covered in frost, there was not a trace of cold air on his body. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were electric arcs flashing around his body, forming a layer of lightning protection, blocking all the cold air outside. Die. The cold-looking youth's palm slammed down. When it was still 3 feet away from Lin Xian, the icy blue palm suddenly grabbed at the air. A cold light flashed from the center of his palm and enveloped Lin Xian. Ka, ka, ka. The cold air enveloped Lin Xian, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. Ha ha ha! The cold youth laughed. What kind of master is this? You can't even take a palm from me. The surrounding people were silent, but Feng Bufan and Hu Man's faces changed with a trace of fear in their eyes. I wonder what will happen if I break this ice sculpture. The cold youth smiled evilly, and his palm slowly fell. Feng Bufan and Hu Man looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, the ice sculpture flashed with a red light, followed by a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the ice sculpture, and then it suddenly became bigger, and the whole ice cube exploded. These ice cubes did not scatter, but formed an ice blue sword in the air, attacking the cold youth. This shocking turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Even the cold-looking youth retreated with a panicked expression. In fact, at the moment when he was frozen, Lin Xian used the Severing Essence protective sword Qi to protect his body. His protective sword Qi had reached the 2nd level, and it was pale red, so the cold air could not penetrate it. Then he released the power of lightning and forcefully broke open the ice. Using his soul power, he formed the ice into ice swords and launched a counterattack. Traceless snow steps. Just as he was about to be hit, the cold-looking youth suddenly used his movement technique and narrowly dodged the attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance to fight back. An azure gold sword light appeared on his fingertips, and it contained the power of minor accomplishment sword force as it slashed through the air. Ice shield. The cold-looking young man waved his hands and condensed a hexagonal ice shield to defend himself. Qi, the power of the sword ray, was beyond his imagination. It directly penetrated the ice shield and slashed his body. Crack! The hexagonal ice shield was split into 2 halves from the middle, and the cold-looking youth was sent flying. There was a thin sword mark on his neck, and this was the result of Lin Xian holding back. Otherwise, his throat would have been pierced. Lin Xian didn't even move an inch after sending the cold-looking youth flying with his sword. He was still holding the wine cup in his hand. The whole 2nd floor was dead silent. Everyone was completely stunned. Even the few sea of soul realm warriors sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts trembling. You dare to injure my snow-seeking sex disciple? How dare you? A delicate voice was heard, and then a group of people walked out of the private room on the east side. There were a total of 4 people. In the middle was a young man wearing a white robe. There was a blue long sword at his waist, and his sleeves were embroidered with a fluttering snowflake. His whole body was like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, making people's hearts tremble. On his left was a young girl wearing a blue dress. She had an exquisite figure and a beautiful face. Her almond-shaped eyes were fiercely staring at Lin Xian. The 2 on the right were ordinary-looking young men. Their faces were gloomy, and cold qi was emitting from their bodies. Big brother, he dared to injure me. You have to avenge me. The cold-looking youth crawled up from the ground and pointed at Lin Xian viciously. Nonsense. Back off. The young man in white robe shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the cold-looking youth trembled. The latter walked over unwillingly and obediently stood behind the young man in white robe. "My little brother is reckless. Please forgive him for offending you." The young man in white robe said indifferently. Everyone present was slightly stunned. They didn't expect the snow-seeking sect's disciple to apologize. They could only agree with a few words and let this matter pass. The young man in white robe nodded slightly and then looked at Lin Xian. "As for you, you injured my little brother. I'm afraid you have to give me an explanation." Lin Xian put down his wine cup and slowly stood up. His expression was a little more dignified. He could feel the strength of this young man in white robe. It was far from what that malicious young man could compare with. "What explanation?" "Take my sword. Regardless of life or death, this matter will be over." The young man in white robe's eyes flickered with blue light. "Okay." Lin Xian was not afraid. A trace of orange appeared in his eyes. This was the purple spirit eyes. He had just reached the first level and was using it to fight. Lin Xian's reply made the few people behind the young man in white robe laugh. Their laughter was filled with disdain, as if Lin Xian had made a very stupid decision. The malicious young man sneered. "Do you really think your sword art is invincible? Let me tell you, my big brother is a genius on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. People call him the Frost Sword." "What? He is a genius on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard?" The surrounding martial artists' faces changed drastically. They were just talking about the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. They didn't expect to see a genius on it so soon. There were no weaklings on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. They were all extremely powerful martial artists. Ordinary people couldn't compare with them. "You are the Frost Sword in Shali," a martial artist suddenly realized and exclaimed in a low voice. In Shali, Hu Man's and the others' faces turned ugly. She quickly said, "Junior brother Lin, he is In Shali, ranked 143rd on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. His strength is on par with the chief disciples of the 3 sections. Don't be impulsive." Chief Disciple was the title for the number 1 core disciple. In the Black Sky sect, the chief disciple was one Jianxing, who was also a genius on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Chief Disciple. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. "Don't worry, I know what I am doing. If he were to fight with the chief disciple now, he might not be able to win. After all, his cultivation time was too short. It was only about half a year. However, if it was just a sword art, he was confident that he could handle it. Otherwise, how could he defeat Lin Feng? Good job, little brother. I have faith in you. There are no cowards in Yunzhou." Some of the outspoken martial artists shouted. "A bunch of idiots." The malicious young man sneered. The young man in white robe also had a strange look. He said indifferently, "Your courage is commendable. However, whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck." He didn't pull out the long sword at his waist. Instead, he raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, a blue light covered his hand. Gusts of cold wind blew. There were snowflakes floating in the air. The temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped. It was as if winter had arrived. Ka, ka, ka. In the hands of the young man in white robe, blue ice constantly appeared. In a moment, it formed a 3 feet long ice sword. Cold air lingered around it, and cold light flashed. Chapter 105. The azure ice sword was pointed at Lin Xian, its cold light flickering. Lin Xian slightly exerted force. A golden lightning sword appeared on his sword finger. Golden arcs of lightning danced, emitting a terrifying power. You're the first person to be able to transform at the 8th stage of the meridian condensing stage. You're worthy of me taking action. The white-robed youth In Shali's voice was cold as the ice sword pierced out. As the sword struck out, Blue frost spread from his feet to the surroundings. The entire floor of the second floor was covered in glass-like blue ice crystals. The surrounding martial artists all revolved their spirit power to dissolve the chill. When they looked at the ice sword, they all subconsciously screamed, because what they saw wasn't a sword but an ice field, a 10,000-year-old ice mountain. The ice sword had also transformed into an ice dragon with cold light, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its momentum was shocking. Lin Xian also fell into an illusion. However, he knew better than anyone that this wasn't an illusion, but sword force. Ice sword force. If the white-robed youth used his cultivation to his advantage, then Lin Xian wouldn't be able to receive this sword. But now, he was actually competing with Lin Xian in sword force. He was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Lin Xian waved his long sword. The aura on his body suddenly changed, as if a peerless divine sword had awakened. That sharp aura made people's hearts tremble. Golden light streaked through the air. The sharp sword light pierced into the world of ice. Suddenly, the ice mountain collapsed, and the earth split open. It was as if the world was ending. Everything was shattering. The white-robed youth frowned. He felt a powerful destructive power. This power actually made the ice sword in his hand tremble. How could this be? The white-robed youth in Shaoli's mind trembled. However, he didn't have time to think, because the world of ice was about to shatter. Azure spirit power gushed out. The powerful aura of the spirit sea realm surged in the air. The world of ice, supported by the power, quickly recovered and became incomparably stable. The ice frost sword dragon roared savagely and rushed over. It was about to swallow Lin Xian. Is this the power of the Sea of Souls realm? Lin Xian was excited. Under the effect of his soul force, his eyes blossomed with an orange light. In Shaoli's movements, aura, and even the spiritual energy in his body were clearly imprinted in Lin Xian's eyes. If the spirit power of a pulse condensation realm martial artist was compared to a river, then the spirit power of a spirit sea realm martial artist was the ocean. No matter how turbulent the river was, it could never compare to the ocean. The 9 meridians gathered, converging into a spiritual sea. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He could already see his future path, and he believed that he would be able to enter this realm soon. Facing the silver ice dragon, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sword-shaped light. His aura rose once again, like a thundercloud in the 9th heaven that had accumulated for countless years. It was released in an instant. A terrifying sword intent swept out in all directions, instantly drowning the silver ice dragon. Then, the entire ice field was torn apart by this terrifying sword intent. At this moment, the weapons of the surrounding martial artists were all trembling and buzzing. Among them, the long sword could not help but fly out of its sheath. What's going on? Many martial artists struggled to hold onto their swords, their eyes filled with fear. The white-robed youth, In Shaoli, revealed a shocked expression for the first time. The ice sword in his hand had already shattered, and the blue sword at his waist was also letting out a sword cry. It seemed to be afraid, but also seemed to be excited. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered. A terrifying sword intent was emitted from his body. Not only on the second floor, but all the martial artists in the Four Seas restaurant felt this shocking aura. 10,000 swords cry together. This is sword intent. In Shaoli was shocked. The snow-seeking sect disciples behind him were even more shocked as they looked at Lin Xian. Sword intent. It really is sword intent. Could he be that profound sky sect disciple? Everyone's gaze towards Lin Xian changed, and all kinds of emotions appeared. Sword intent, a miraculous realm that all swordsmen wanted to reach. It only existed in legends, but now it had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The sharp aura disappeared and returned to Lin Xian's body, as if it had never appeared. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Just now, under Yin Shaoli's stimulation. His half-step sword intent had reached an unprecedented level, as if it could break through and become a real sword intent at any time. However, at this critical moment, Yin Shaoli had been defeated. Even so, his sword intent had still improved, and he was getting closer and closer to the real sword intent. No, this is only half-step sword intent. It's still a bit away from the real sword intent. Yin Shaoli's expression was serious. I've seen a real sword intent once. Just a look could cut through everything. Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be that he was a disciple of a two-star sect? His knowledge was extraordinary. I mean, Shaoli, how may I address you? Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Yin Shaoli murmured. I'll remember you. On the hidden dragon rank, we will have a battle. Yin Shaoli left with the snow-seeking sect disciples. He was not in a hurry to make a move. With Lin Xian's talent, he would soon enter the hidden dragon rank. At that time, Lin Xian would be qualified for him to draw his sword. After Yin Shaoli left, the warriors on the second floor started to get close to Lin Xian. Many of them even asked him how to cultivate sword intent. Lin Xian could only smile bitterly and answer them one by one. In the end, Lin Xian left the Four Seas restaurant as if he was running away. He had no choice. Those people were too enthusiastic. Senior sister, who's senior brother Feng? Nice to meet you. See you again. Lin Xian said goodbye to the two of them. He was leaving North Guard City and returning to his sect. After saying goodbye to the two, Lin Xian did not leave the city directly. Instead, he went to the general's mansion because he suddenly remembered something. In the simple and elegant hall, General Zeng patted Lin Xian's shoulder generously. Young hero Lin, I heard that you have comprehended sword intent. Congratulations. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. General Zeng, I have something to tell you. Lin Xian flipped his palm, and a black token appeared in his hand. The word Nether was carved on the front of the token. Behind it was a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The token emitted a faint murderous aura. I got this when I killed the black-robed man that day. General Zeng took the token, and his face changed when he saw the pattern on it. Nether Hall. No wonder the demon race attacked the Xia. It was the Nether Hall behind all this. General Zeng's face was serious, as if he was very afraid of this so-called Nether Hall. Young hero Lin, you have reported something big. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. I have to report this to my superiors immediately. It's that serious? Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of the Nether Hall. It's more than serious. If it really is the Nether Hall, I'm afraid it's not as simple as a demon invasion. General Zeng said in a low voice, This matter is too complicated. We have to investigate it thoroughly first. Young hero Lin, please forgive me. I have to do this immediately. General Zeng left in a hurry. Wine Lord, do you know what's going on? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. Chapter 106. Rumble. The bronze gate slowly opened. Lin Xian turned around to look at North Guard City, then quickly ran off into the distance. That kid left. Informed the Ling family to get rid of him halfway. In the corner, two shadows whispered, then quickly disappeared into the city. The forest was vast and boundless, and tigers roared, and apes cried. Lin Xian once again came to the primeval forest. He was not in a hurry, but rather casually strolled through the forest, picking up a few herbs from time to time. Once I make the spirit wine, I should be able to ascend to the 9th level of the meridian condensing realm, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Wine Lord, why don't you teach me the winemaking technique as well? I'd like to, but I'm afraid you won't be able to learn it. Wine Lord coldly snorted. Are you kidding? How could I? Lin Xian refused. You're the one who doesn't want to teach me? Kid, let me give you some knowledge. Wine Lord sighed. Winemaking and refining tools are actually the same method. This method is called inscription. Inscription? Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He seemed to have heard this term from his family, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. Yes, inscription is not only a method but also a profession, Wine Lord slowly said. Using a special method and a strong soul force to inscribe spirit patterns, this kind of person is called an inscription master. I'm afraid there's no inscription master in Yunzhou, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Wine Lord sighed. When you condense a soul seal, I'll teach you the art of inscription. A soul seal? Lord Alcohol explained. The soul power in your mind is stimulated by sword intent, so I'll call it a sword soul for now. When your sword soul can condense a sword talisman, I'll teach you. And that sword talisman mark is the so-called soul mark. Lin Xian nodded, not fully understanding. It seemed that the art of the soul was broad and profound, and he still needed to study it more. Your current body is barely enough for another trial, Wine Lord said with a smile. Take out the red flame, great sword. Oh, Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a dark red great sword appeared in his hand. The true purpose of this sword is not to slash people. Wine Lord smiled mysteriously. If it's not slashing people, then what is it? Lin Xian scratched his head. Strengthening the body. Wine Lord was surprised. You know, Lin Xian pursed his lips. Didn't you ask me to carry it on my back in the past? But this weight is useless to me now. No effect? Wine Lord sneered. Did you see the rune on it? The one with a fiery red imprint. Lin Xian discovered that there was a fiery red rune under the sword hilt, but most of it was blocked by rust. Use your soul strength and slowly pour it in. Something miraculous will happen. Lin Xian was skeptical. He used his soul strength and tried to touch the fiery red imprint. The moment he touched it, there was a loud bang, and a huge force suddenly appeared around him, causing his body to tremble and almost fall over. Damn. Why is it so heavy? He quickly circulated his spirit energy, and his body shone with light, resisting the strange force. Within a radius of 1 zhang, the entire ground had caved in. Even some of the trees had turned into powder and scattered all over the ground. This force, Lin Xian was stunned, and then he cried out, 10 times the gravity, 10 times the gravity. He had experienced it at the end of the first trial in the inner sect exam. It was a feeling worse than death. That's right, it really is 10 times the gravity. Carry it on your back and cultivate. Wine Lord smiled. I'm thirsty. I'll go refine some spirit wine. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Carry it. What a joke. He silently sensed that the spirit energy in his body was quickly depleting. It wouldn't be long before he ran out of energy. Fight. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. That guy is already 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. If I don't work hard, I won't have any chance of winning. Thinking about his opponent, Lin Xian clenched his teeth and persevered. He pulled out the red flame sword and carried it on his back with difficulty. His hands exerted strength, and the spirit energy in his body trembled. Kacha! The red flame sword moved slowly, and then it rose little by little. Finally, Lin Xian lifted it into the air. During this process, his arms trembled uncontrollably, as if they could fall at any time. Whoosh, whoosh. Finally, Lin Xian carried the red flame sword on his back. It felt as if he was carrying a mountain, extremely heavy. His back was bent, and he couldn't straighten it. Sweat was like a stream, constantly dripping down his face. Pung, pung. With every step, the ground cracked like a spider web, and then deeply caved in. Lin Xian's knees were almost buried in the ground. Although it was very difficult, he didn't give up. He continued to walk step by step, and even had to rest for a long time after every step. Within his body, Wine Lord saw this scene and nodded slightly. Then he muttered to himself, "If you don't strengthen your little body, how will you be able to drink the spirit wine I made for you? Work hard, young man." Lin Xian took 20 steps with difficulty, and all the spirit energy in his body was used up. He discovered that it wasn't just the effect of the tenfold gravity. The dark red sword was also constantly suppressing his spirit energy, making him feel suffocated. Pung! Stabbing the sword into the ground. The entire sword was almost buried in the ground. Lin Xian sat within a zhang of it, cross-legged, and recovered. The spirit energy that was originally circulating very quickly had become abnormally slow at this moment. He wasn't impatient and gradually recovered from his shock and anger. He calmly began to cultivate. An hour later, the spirit energy in his body had recovered to its original state. Again, Lin Xian shouted in a low voice, and once again carried the crimson flame sword on his back. After taking a few steps, his heart suddenly shook, and a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Quickly using his soul power, he could clearly sense that there was a black arrow flying at him from behind. Phantom thunder step. Lin Xian roared in a low voice. A golden light appeared under his feet, and his body moved horizontally. However, to an outsider, Lin Xian only moved one step to the left. "Damn wait!" Lin Xian cursed in a low voice. His body moved again, and he barely dodged the arrow. Chi! There was a tear in his clothes, revealing his strong muscles. Humph! I thought he was a powerful character, but I didn't expect him to be so useless. Even dodging an arrow is so difficult. For such a piece of trash, they actually sent us brothers. How laughable! Several disdainful voices came from behind him. Lin Xian slowly turned around and found 5 black-clothed people standing in front of him. 3 of them were at the 8th level of the meridian stage, and 2 were at the 9th level of the meridian stage. "Little Xian, Z, don't take off your sword." Wine Lord's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart, sounding very casual. Lin Xian's little face fell, and his expression became very ugly. "You want to play me to death?" No one answered. Lin Xian angrily cursed twice. When this expression fell into the eyes of the black-clothed people, it increased their misunderstanding. "Look, he's scared. I'm dying of laughter. This kind of trash, it's better to quickly get rid of him. Living is shameful." Chapter 107. The black-clothed warrior ran forward quickly and turned into a ray of light in the air. Swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and quickly swung the dagger in his hand. However, before he could make a move, the tenfold pressure engulfed him. The black-clothed man was caught off guard and was immediately pressed to the ground. Humph! Lin Xian quickly followed up with a kick, stomping the man's head into the mud. Blood gushed out from the wound. What? The black-clothed men in the distance were all stunned and shocked. They did not know what had happened, and only saw their own men rushing over and taking the initiative to lie on the ground, waiting to be abused. Damn it, it's so strange. A black-clothed warrior cursed. Could it be that this kid knows sorcery? For a moment, the 4 black-clothed warriors did not dare to act rashly. "You go and try." A rank 8 warrior was pushed to the front. The black-clothed warrior walked forward with a sullen face. He cautiously circulated his spirit power to the maximum and covered himself with a thick defense before rushing over. Bang! The moment he approached, he also felt a huge pressure. Although he activated his defense, he was still hit to the ground by the pressure. In the end, Lin Xian's sword intent flashed and pierced through the black-clothed warrior. Hiss! The remaining 3 black-clothed warriors gasped. This time, they saw clearly that anyone who was within 3 feet of Lin Xian would be attacked inexplicably. Attack from afar. The three black-clothed warriors reached an agreement. Kid, even if we have to exhaust you, we will exhaust you to death. The leading black-clothed warrior sneered. Lin Xian did not move and remained standing in the same place. He asked tentatively, "Did Ling Zhe send you?" "Yes. So what if I tell you? Anyway, you won't be able to escape today." The three black-clothed warriors moved forward cautiously, and then continuously slashed out saber and sword aura. There were also palm shadows that filled the sky as a vast amount of energy surged towards Lin Xian. "Damn, you really think that I'm easy to bully?" Lin Xian used all his strength and threw the long sword behind him. Boom! The area of 10 times gravity crashed down, and the bodies of the three men in black were instantly bent. How is this possible? He has always been under this kind of gravity. The black-clothed man's face was completely pale. "It's too scary. This kind of gravity is not something that humans can withstand." The three black-clothed men struggled to escape. However, Lin Xian would not give them the chance. The moment he threw out the crimson flame greatsword, a sword ray shot out from his fingertips. It was dazzling and filled with killing intent. Puff! The sword chi was like a rainbow, surging in the air, instantly splitting the rank 8 warrior in half. "No!" The remaining 2 black men roared. Their eyes were filled with anger as they stared hatefully at Lin Xian. At the same time, they circulated their spiritual energy and fled. Wung, wung, wung. "If you want to kill, then you must be prepared to be killed." Lin Xian waved his arm. Sword chi soared into the sky, turning into a dazzling waterfall that slashed towards the two. Bang! The long sword chi struck the black-clothed man's body, piercing through his protective shield. Suddenly, 10 times the pressure swarmed up, wanting to swallow him whole. "Sooner or later, I will step into the Ling family and kill Ling Zhe with my own hands." Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as the sword chi flew around him. "You want to go against the Ling family? Too naive. Our Ling family is a big family in Yunzhou. Is that so?" Lin Xian's mouth curved. His body's sword chi soared into the sky. The powerful sword chi swept in all directions, terrifying everyone. The 2 black-clothed men trembled, as if they could not withstand this kind of will. Their bodies were frozen in place. "Sword chi. This is sword chi. Damn it, how can he have this kind of thing?" The 2 men roared crazily. "Looks like you didn't enter North Guard City. What a pity." Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning. He waved 2 sword chi and pierced through the 2 men. Under 10 times the pressure and facing the terrifying sword chi, the 2 men did not even try to dodge. Their bodies fell weakly to the ground. "My sword chi is getting better and better." Lin Xian felt the sharp aura and was full of confidence. Pulling out the crimson flame sword, Lin Xian carried it on his back with difficulty, then walked silently into the distance. Half a month later, in front of the silver waterfall, a figure sat cross-legged under the waterfall. His strong muscles glowed in the water, as if they were full of power. As expected of the body-strengthening marrow-cleansing wine, the effect is so good. This is only the lowest level. I have a lot of spirit wine here. Another voice sounded out of nowhere. It was very ethereal. This figure was Lin Xian. Since the day he took care of the Wan Ling family warrior, he had been cultivating while carrying 10 times the gravity. Later, Wine Lord made a spirit wine that was very effective in strengthening the body. Lin Xian drank it every day. Not only did it strengthen his muscles, but it also strengthened his meridians, organs, and other important organs. Even if his current body was compared to a martial artist who specialized in body refinement, he would still win by 30%. Looking at the time, it's about time to go back. Lin Xian jumped out of the water and put on a black robe. He quickly carried the crimson flame, sword on his back, and ran into the distance. 3 days later, he returned to the Black Heaven sect. Putting away the crimson flame sword, Lin Xian walked in. Without the shackles of 10 times the gravity, he felt as light as a feather, as if he did not exist. With a slight force, Lin Xian lightly stepped on the ground. His body shot out like a bolt of lightning, and his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning flashed, bringing with it gusts of wind. The surrounding disciples did not notice Lin Xian's figure at all. They just looked around in confusion. After a while, Lin Xian came to the herbal hall, turned in the mission, and received his reward. Along the way, he heard many disciples enthusiastically talking about some trial ground. Those people's expressions were filled with excitement. Lin Xian asked out of curiosity. He found out that the trial ground they were talking about was a secret realm in the cloud state. It was equivalent to a small independent space. There were all kinds of rare herbs, cultivation techniques, and weapons inside. It could be said to be a paradise. That good? Lin Xian was puzzled. The disciples explained to him, although it's good, it's extremely dangerous inside. Not only are there powerful demonic beasts, but there are also some traps and arrays. Moreover, we have to prevent other sect disciples from attacking. It could be said that danger and opportunity coexisted. I see. Lin Xian understood. He continued to ask, are there any conditions to participate in this trial? The disciple looked at Lin Xian in surprise and said, every sect has a limited number of spots. I estimate that you need to at least have the strength of a core disciple. Core disciple? Lin Xian smiled. He originally wanted to challenge a core disciple, but now it seemed that he had to speed up. According to the disciples, the trial of blood would be held in a month. I'll go challenge the trial tower first. Lin Xian made up his mind. His body turned into an afterimage as he ran towards the trial tower. In fact, it was not only Lin Xian. The other disciples in the Black Heaven sect were also carefully preparing. Many of them were going to challenge a core disciple and win a spot in the trial. Chapter 108. On the ranking stone tablet, a name quickly rose and soon broke through the top 100. After entering the top 100, not only did this name not fall, but it also rose at an even faster speed. After this phenomenon occurred, the entire inner sect was alarmed. Many disciples ran over, wanting to witness the moment of miracle with their own eyes. This name was naturally Lin Xian. With his current strength, entering the cultivation pagoda was not a problem for him. He quickly passed through all the stages. However, his casual actions caused a huge commotion. It moved. In front of the stone tablet, many disciples exclaimed, this Lin Xian has already broken through the top 50 and is still continuing. This is too terrifying. Previously, it was already very good for disciples to rise by 1 or 2 ranks, but he actually rose by several hundred ranks. This is too heaven-defying. I'm afraid that even the core disciples don't have this kind of speed. Is this Lin Xian, the one who can dent sword intent? A group of disciples chattered and discussed incessantly. In the crowd, Ling Zhe saw this scene and almost fainted. This time, he had sent enough people to deal with the core disciples, but Lin Xian was actually still alive. Not only was he alive, but he also caused such a terrifying impact. Ling Zhe's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He realized that he seemed to have provoked someone he could not provoke. Fan Chong was also shocked. He was silently watching everything from afar. Lin Xian's performance made him deeply afraid. What he wanted to do now was not to deal with Lin Xian, but to prevent Lin Xian from dealing with him. 20. He entered the top 20. The disciples exclaimed, 17, 15, 13, 11. It stopped. It stopped. Lin Xian's name finally stopped. Apart from the core disciples, Lin Xian's name was ranked first. In the cultivation pagoda, Lin Xian slowly exhaled, fighting so many at once. Even he was a bit tired. Moreover, the difficulty of the following tests increased by a lot. But if he wanted to continue, he could definitely pass. However, he did not want to do so. The rest were all core disciples. He wanted to personally defeat them and not use this kind of virtual ranking. The change in Lin Xian's ranking not only stirred up the crowd of inner court disciples, but also some elders. Murong Qianling personally went to the cultivation pagoda to wait for Lin Xian. When Lin Xian walked out of the cultivation pagoda, he saw Murong Qianling at first glance. She was like a cold snow lotus, her entire body exuding a unique aura, causing people to sink into her with a single glance. Instructor Murong. Lin Xian smiled. Are you waiting for me? That's right. Murong Qian Ling's voice was cold. Lin Xian was stunned. He was just joking, but he didn't expect that he would be right. Come with me. Murong Qianling was a woman of few words. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Lin Xian could only follow behind her. When they arrived at the training grounds, Murong Qianling stopped. Her limpid eyes glanced at Lin Xian and asked, Do you know about the trial grounds? I just heard about it. I'm preparing to fight for a spot. Lin Xian nodded. I didn't expect your progress to be so fast. Originally, the elders wanted to nurture you and let you enter next time. However, it seems that the plan will have to change. Lin Xian rubbed his nose and said, I can't wait for the next time. I must enter this time. I know. That's why I came here this time to tell you the rules of the trial grounds. Murong Qianling stroked her hair and continued. The trial grounds is an independent space in the cloud region. Only disciples with a bone age of 24 and below are allowed to enter. In principle, it's guarded by the 3 sections. However, the other families in the cloud region also have some spots. Each of the 3 sects has 15 spots. The other families more or less have some spots. In the Black Sky sect, 5 spots are predetermined. As for the remaining 10 spots, many disciples will fight for them. Of course, if you don't have the strength of a core disciple, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight for it. Murong Qianling smiled. With your strength, challenging a core disciple isn't difficult. However, I have to remind you that although there are countless treasures in the trial grounds, it's also extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll fall. You have to think carefully. Thank you, Instructor Murong. I understand. Lin Xian's eyes were firm, and he didn't shrink back. Instructor, I wonder which 2 core disciples are Elder Shui's disciples? Lin Xian suddenly asked. The 5th and 7th. Murong Qianling looked at him with deep meaning. Then the corner of her mouth slightly rose. There was actually a trace of indescribable expectation in her heart. The next day, Lin Xian did something that caused a sensation in the inner court. He challenged a core disciple. When his words came out, the entire inner court boiled over. During this period of time, everything related to Lin Xian had exceeded everyone's expectations. First, he fought Zhang Qian on the life and death arena. In a situation where no one was optimistic, he killed Zhang Qian and confronted an elder in front of everyone. Not only that, he also comprehended the legendary sword intent, and his strength greatly increased. After returning to the sect, he challenged the cultivation pagoda and directly rushed to the front of the inner court disciples. He became the first person besides the core disciples. And now Lin Xian finally began to challenge the core disciples. Who will he challenge? Everyone guessed. I guess it should be the last 2. A disciple analyzed, although Lin Xian is valiant, his cultivation is only at the 8th level of the meridian condensing stage. There is still a large gap between him and the core disciples. Many people agreed with his opinion. For a moment, the 10th and 9th place fell into a huge pressure. The 9th place was Fan Chong. After he heard the news, he became restless. During the mission in Mountain Overlook City, he had seen Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes. In addition, it was rumored that he had fought with the hidden dragon rankings Yin Shaoli. All of this made Fan Chong feel a huge fear. In the end, he couldn't hold back and decided to do something, taking out some of his treasures. Fan Chong put on a black cloak and waited for night to fall. He quietly went to Lin Xian's residence. Lin Xian was resting when he heard a knock on the door. He quickly opened it. In the next moment, he looked at the person outside the door in a daze. The person was wearing a black robe and a cloak, making him look very mysterious. "You are Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, it's me." The voice was low and slightly trembling. With that, he took off his cloak, revealing a pale face. "Fan Chong?" Lin Xian was stunned. What was this guy doing? Making himself look so wretched. "So it's Senior Apprentice Brother Fan," Lin Xian lazily said. "I wonder why Senior Apprentice Brother Fan is looking for me? Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, let's talk inside." Fan Chong's face was hot, and he became bashful. Lin Xian shrugged and let him in. The current Lin Xian had absolute confidence and wasn't afraid of Fan Chong playing any tricks. Fan Chong quickly entered the room and looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, he let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 109. Lin Xian's table was filled with weapons, pills, and other cultivation resources. He looked at Fan Chong strangely, trying hard to hold back his smile. He never would have thought that the insufferably arrogant core disciple would actually try to curry favor with him. "Lin, Junior Brother Lin, I've offended you in the past. I hope you don't take it to heart." Fan Chong awkwardly rubbed his hands. If it weren't for the trial of blood and fire, he wouldn't have said those words, even if he was beaten to death. Since Senior Brother is so sincere, then I'll let bygones be bygones. Lin Xian smiled. "That's great." Fan Chong's face lit up. "I heard that Junior Brother Lin wants to challenge a core disciple. I wonder. So it's about that." Lin Xian saw Fan Chong's expression and immediately understood. He was afraid of losing his core disciple position. "I've already thought of the person I want to challenge." Lin Xian purposely looked at Fan Chong. Seeing Lin Xian's gaze, Fan Chong's heart jumped. He bitterly asked, "Who is it? It can't be me, right?" "What a coincidence." Lin Xian smiled. "It really isn't you." "Who?" Fan Chong was like a deflated balloon, letting out a sigh of relief. "I don't know who Junior Brother Lin wants to challenge. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do know a bit about the core disciples," Fan Chong said as he patted his chest. Lin Xian was happy. He just wanted to find someone to understand. This Fan Chong was perfect. "How much do you know about the 5th and 7th? Lin Xian asked. Fan Chong looked at Lin Xian in surprise. He didn't expect him to challenge two people. This was something that had never happened before. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. His face became even more terrified. "Aren't the 5th and 7th Elder Shui's disciples? I heard that this Lin Xian and Elder Shui had a conflict. Now, it seems like it's true." Fan Chong's heart actually had a trace of luck. "Luckily, I had the foresight to come and make our grudges clear. Otherwise, I'm afraid this guy would also challenge me." Thinking that he had almost lost his core disciple status, Fan Chong felt a burst of fear. Taking a deep breath, Fan Chong said in a deep voice, "The 7th disciple is called Dong Ying. He specializes in speed and practices the high-grade, mystic class martial art, Shadowless Step. He also knows a high-grade leg art, Ghost Lion Flick. The 5th disciple is Zhao Zicheng, a body-refining martial artist. He has practiced the Iron Body Secret Art, a profound stage master. His body is extremely strong, and no sword can penetrate it. These two are both at the peak of 9th stage Ningmai. They cannot be underestimated." Lin Xian asked the other core disciples a few more questions before sending Fan Chong away. Lin Xian was even more confident now that he had grasped the two's characteristics and cultivation methods. 2 days later, Lin Xian made his move. In the Xiantian sect, the mountains were beautiful, and many of them had pavilions. In one of the pavilions, a young man with slightly dark skin was surrounded by a group of young boys and girls. He was talking arrogantly about something. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded out. "You're Donging?" The proud young man's face froze. He quickly scanned the surroundings and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it? Get out here." "Humph, quite the temper. I wonder how strong you are." The voice was like a breeze, echoing in the surroundings. "See you on the challenge platform." As soon as the voice fell, a tree branch flew out and floated into the pavilion. Just as the branch was about to fall, the leaves on the branch suddenly vibrated like countless small fish. They quickly jumped out and nailed themselves to the stone pillar. The emerald green leaves formed 2 words: Lin Xian, Lin Xian. He wants to challenge senior brother Dong. The group of young men exclaimed and quickly looked at the dark-skinned young man, only to see him frowning deeply. Xiantian sect, inner sect challenge platform. Lin Xian stood quietly on the platform in a black robe. The news had been released, and more people had rushed here. Many of them were core disciples. After all, this was a competition between core disciples, and the results were very important. Among them, Tang Yi, who was ranked 3rd, and Xiang Chun, who was ranked 4th, had arrived early. In the end, except for the first 2 core disciples, almost all of them had arrived. Zhao Zicheng, who was ranked 5th, was also surrounded by a group of people. Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Zicheng and chuckled softly. "Dong Ying isn't here yet. Why don't you come up and spar with me? It's only a matter of time anyway." His tone was very relaxed, and he did not take the 2 of them seriously at all. However, his words caused a huge commotion in the crowd. "What? Did I hear wrong? He's provoking Zhao Zicheng? Isn't he going to fight Dong Ying? Does he want to challenge both of them?" Thinking of this, all the disciples gasped, "This is too crazy." It was not that they could not continue to challenge each other, but in fact, almost no one would do that. This was because after one challenge, they would basically be exhausted. How could they fight a second time? "Brat, keep bragging. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" "Courting death. This is simply courting death. I can't take it anymore." Many disciples who supported Zhao Zicheng shouted and cursed. Most of them were ridiculing Lin Xian. After all, he was a core disciple and had a lot of underlings. "Senior, Zhao doesn't need to do anything. I can take care of you alone." A figure quickly came from afar. It was like a purple cloud floating in the sky. This person's feet did not touch the ground. He stepped in the air as if he was walking on air. However, everyone knew that this was not flying. This was an extremely high level of lightness skill. In an instant, this figure landed on the stage and won a lot of applause. "Good. Too beautiful. Stepping on air. This is stepping on air. This is too shocking." Many disciples cried out one after another in surprise. Of course, the one who had such lightness skill was Dong Ying. He landed on the stage and looked down at Lin Xian. "Brat, you dare to challenge me? You're dead. Last time, you dared to talk back to my master in public. See how I deal with you." Dong Ying's eyes flashed with a cold light like a poisonous snake. "Cut the crap. Come and die." Lin Xian was like a peerless king. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning. There was a sharp aura around him. "You're courting death." Dong Ying roared. His feet stepped on the ground, and his body suddenly disappeared. So fast. Many inner disciples could not see Dong Ying's movements clearly. Only a few disciples with high cultivation and core disciples could see the situation in the arena. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and an orange light appeared in his eyes. The purple spirit pupil was backed by a strong soul force. It could see all illusions. Of course, it could see Dong Ying's movements clearly. In his eyes, Dong Ying's movements were very clear. Under the effect of the purple spirit pupil, Dong Ying's movements were much slower. Taking 3 steps back, Lin Xian's face was calm. The next moment, at the place where he was standing, there was a strong wind, and Dong Ying's figure appeared. He actually dodged it. Dong Ying was stunned and disappeared again. Impossible. He must have guessed it. Guessed it. Senior Dong, go for it. Kick him to death. Below, a group of disciples cheered, as if Dong Ying had already won. Chapter 110. The movement technique that Dong Ying was so proud of was completely grasped by Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dong Ying's attacks were as fast as lightning, and after each attack, he would disappear. The disciples below the stage watched nervously. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and the force caused the entire stage to tremble. Kacha! Countless cracks spread out like a python's web, quickly spreading in all directions. A violent energy wave surged like a tide. With Lin Xian as the center, a translucent airwave swept out in all directions. Poof! Dong Ying's body stiffened, and he was shaken out of his original form. His eyes were filled with horror. Your speed is useless against me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Useless? Dong Ying sneered. That's because you haven't seen my true strength. Now, I'll show you. The purple light on his body was like a flame, and it was dazzling. Ghost lion chain shot. On his legs, purple flames rolled and formed into a lion's head. It roared ferociously and let out a clanging sound. Swoosh! Dong Ying's body disappeared. In the next moment, he was in front of Lin Xian. Both of his legs kicked continuously, and every attack caused the air to explode. It was as if countless lions were pouncing. Their roars shook the sky, and the sky was filled with purple shadows that drowned Lin Xian. An invisible pressure filled the air, and it was impenetrable. This was a very shocking scene. Those purple lions were comparable to small mountains. Just their roars were enough to make the blood of the surrounding disciples boil. Since junior brother Dong had used the ghost lion chain shot, there was no suspense in this battle. Zhao Ziqing said indifferently, even I wouldn't dare to take this move head on. That Lin Xian actually didn't dodge. He's courting death. After hearing this, the disciples around him were excited. Zhao Ziqing was ranked 5th, and he was also a body-refining martial artist. Since he had spoken, Lin Xian would definitely die. Go, senior brother Dong. A group of disciples cheered. At the same time, Lin Xian's expression didn't change at all in the face of such a powerful move. Under the observation of purple spirit eyes, he could clearly see Dong Ying's position through the layers of purple shadows. Lin Xian's feet suddenly shook, and a golden light flashed. Lin Xian's body rose from the ground like a sharp sword, quickly piercing through everything. His 5 claws formed into the shape of a dragon, and with lightning speed, he grabbed Dong Ying's right leg. So fast. Zhao Ziqing's expression changed drastically. Even Tang Yi, Xiangchen, and the others narrowed their eyes as they stared at Lin Xian. What? Dong Ying was even more shocked. He was known for his speed, but he actually couldn't dodge. Get lost. Dong Ying was furious. Purple light blossomed from his body and engulfed him. Powerful spiritual energy surged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid. His physical body had been cultivated and was already very strong. Even if he encountered a body refinement martial artist, he would not be afraid. His body fell like a meteor, and he raised Dong Ying high in the air before smashing her to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the center of the arena was penetrated. A large pit several feet deep appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Debris flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The onlooking disciples gasped. Fan Chong, who was in the crowd, saw this and trembled uncontrollably. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his fear of Lin Xian deepened. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." In the deep pit, Donging screamed at the top of his lungs. This blow injured him quite badly. Some parts of the protective shield on his body were broken. His face was covered in dust, and his hair was disheveled. He looked battered and exhausted. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not break free from Lin Xian's control. That pair of big hands was like an iron clamp, firmly locking his right leg. You're a body refinement martial artist." Donging was shocked. He was known for his speed, and he was not good at fighting in a standing position. Especially when facing a body refinement martial artist, he needed to stay far away. Lin Xian did not answer him. Instead, he jumped up again and brought Donging up into the air. "No, you can't do this." Donging screamed. Bang! With another loud bang, Dongying's body smashed another big pit. However, this was not the end. Lin Xian moved again. Bang! 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 The entire arena was about to collapse. The surrounding disciples stared blankly at this scene. Zhao Zicheng's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted nothing more than to send Lin Xian flying. Dongying was not only a core disciple, but also a fellow disciple of Elder Schweb. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to him and Elder Schweb. How could he tolerate this? On the side, Tang Yi looked at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice, "What do you think?" Beside him, Xiang Chen's eyes flashed. "It seems that he's a body refinement martial artist like Zhao Zicheng. However, he has comprehended sword essence. It's really difficult to see through him. Maybe he hasn't shown his true strength. He's just playing around." Tang Yi's voice was more serious. Xiang Chen did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian again. In the arena, Dong Ying's head was spinning, and his body was about to fall apart. The purple spiritual power became dim, as if it would disappear at any time. "Okay, you win." Zhao Zicheng gritted his teeth and said. He could see that Dong Ying was about to die. He could not even circulate his spiritual power. If this continued, he would definitely die. Whoosh! Lin Xian swung his arm and threw Dong Ying out. Then he looked at Zhao Zicheng. "You're the next one." Everyone held their breaths and watched nervously. They were afraid that they would miss something. "As you wish." Zhao Zicheng laughed sinisterly. He leaped up and jumped onto the stage, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. "I'll show you what a body refinement martial artist is." Zhao Zicheng growled. His body turned into a shadow and rushed out. In a few steps, he was in front of Lin Xian. Bang! The air trembled as he punched. Even the arena under his feet shook, as if it would collapse at any time. His arm was like a dragon. It was ferocious and powerful. It could kill everything. Lin Xian did not dodge. He waved his fist and met the attack. He wanted to test how strong his body had become. Boom! The 2 fists collided. It was as if thunder had struck down. A wave of aura erupted and blew everything around them away. The 2 figures stood firmly like 2 boulders. Neither of them retreated. He can fight Zhao Zicheng head-on. Isn't he a sword cultivator? Why is his body so abnormal? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Almost everyone knew that Lin Xian had comprehended sword intent, but no one had expected that he would not use his sword but directly use his physical body to fight. That's terrifying. Is he still human? Zhao Zicheng's eyes were full of disbelief. It was no wonder. A person's energy was limited. They could only focus on one direction. Zhao Zicheng focused on body refinement. As far as he knew, sword cultivators were even more focused. They were not like Lin Xian. He did not comprehend sword intent. Instead, he focused on body refinement. Chapter 111. The muscles on Zhao Ziqing's body bulged like horned dragons, looking ferocious and horrifying. He roared towards the sky and used all of his strength. His arms grew to the size of a person, with tiny scales growing on them. It was as if he had turned into a demonic beast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He felt the pressure from his opponent, but he did not resist it. Instead, he retreated at lightning speed. Rumble. Lin Xian left a golden shadow on the spot, then dodged to the side. Puff. Zhao Ziqing was like a demonic beast with infinite strength. His two fists killed the shadow left by Lin Xian. Run? Let's see where you can run to. Zhao Ziqing looked crazy, like a demonic beast. Lin Xian did not compete with him in terms of physical strength. Instead, he took out the red flame sword, and a powerful sword intent burst out from his body. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. That was just a warm-up. Now is the time for the real battle. Lin Xian looked indifferent, like a sword god reborn. Countless sword chi surrounded his body as he threw out his sword. The blue spirit power gathered into a sword light, forming a sword rain that covered the sky. Every sword contained the half-step sword intent, and the horrifying power made people despair. Is this sword intent? It is indeed horrifying. Many core disciples' faces changed, and they looked at Lin Xian with fear. The long sword roared, and the sword chi soared into the sky. Just the aftermath was enough to make them tremble, not to mention Zhao Ziqing, who was covered in it. Iron body arts. Facing such a horrifying attack, Zhao Ziqing's mouth twitched. He shouted, and a layer of silver cuticle quickly formed on his body, making him look like he was made of copper and iron. Clang, 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 clang. The sword chi hit his body, making the sound of metal clashing. It made people's eardrums tremble. The ordinary inner disciples were scared by this scene, and even the core disciples frowned. This kind of attack was impossible to dodge, and the only way was to take it head-on. When the sword rain disappeared, the whole arena was like a sieve. There was not a single place that was intact. Zhao Ziqing's body was also covered with sword marks, and the densely packed wounds were frightening. I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Zhao Ziqing shouted crazily. Wind-ripping hand. The two gigantic palms pulled forcefully, and the air in front of them was sucked away. It was as if space was being split into two halves. That kind of power was capable of tearing people apart. Crack. Half of the arena was cut open by this force, and it continued to spread into the distance. It was too terrifying. This kind of strength was not something an ordinary pulse condensation martial artist could produce. It had already surpassed the limits of the human body. Let's end this. Lin Xian used the phantom thundersteps and turned into an arc of lightning, quickly escaping from that space. With a slash of his sword, a thunderbolt sword chi formed in the air. With the power of the half-step sword intent, it slashed down with a loud bang. Crack, crack. No matter how strong Zhao Ziqing's body was, it was still unable to withstand the might of this half-step sword intent. His body was sent flying, and there was a half-foot long wound in front of him. His bones were vaguely visible. In the field, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was still filled with a terrifying sword intent. Golden arcs of electricity formed small swords around his body that constantly swam. A single sword strike sent Zhao Ziqing flying. This kind of power was unparalleled. Several disciples quickly carried the heavily injured Zhao Ziqing away and left without looking back. One could imagine that this matter would sweep through the entire inner sect. Tang Yi and Xiang Chen looked at Lin Xian in the field, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. If nothing unexpected happened, this youth would be their greatest enemy. Withdrawing his sword intent, Lin Xian greeted the two of them, and then quickly left. He had obtained the core disciple spot, and now he just had to wait to enter the trial of blood and fire. In the following days, besides Lin Xian, there were also people who began to challenge the core disciples, but their chances of winning were not high. After all, the core disciples represented the highest level of the sect, and the resources they enjoyed were far superior to the ordinary disciples. But there was an exception. That was Shangguan Luyun, who had entered the inner sect with Lin Xian. He had defeated the 10th core disciple and obtained a spot. Moreover, Dong Ying and Zhao Ziqing had both been injured, and both of them had been forced out of the core disciple spot. 10 days later, the sect announced the final spots. Among the core disciples, apart from Lin Xian, Shangguan Luyun, and a female disciple called Yunyue, the rest were all Yuan core disciples. The remaining 5 were Murong Qianling, Zheng Jun, Kong Hao Guijia, and Hong Feng. These 5 were all direct disciples of inner sect elders. They were powerful and had all entered the Sea of Soul realm. Moreover, they were all under the age of 24, completely meeting the criteria to enter the trial of blood and fire. Among them, Murong Qianling was Elder Hua's disciple, and Zheng Jun was Elder Shui's disciple. This news made Lin Xian slightly stunned. He did not expect Elder Shui to have a disciple, and one whose strength had reached the Sea of Soul realm. 5 days later, these 15 people would gather in front of the main hall and be led by the sect elders to the trial of blood and fire. Many disciples sighed helplessly, lamenting that they had no fate with the trial of blood and fire. There were also some younger disciples who were determined to participate in the next trial. As for the 15 people who obtained the spots, they were wholeheartedly preparing for the trial. Lin Xian's cultivation these few days was very simple. He did not learn any new martial arts, but instead continuously consolidated his existing martial arts. Moreover, he used tenfold gravity and spirit wine to temper his martial arts every day. On the 3rd day, Murong Qianling found Lin Xian and went with him to see Elder Hua. Elder Hua was the woman in palace attire that day. She was Murong Qianling's master, and had also entered the trial of blood and fire. This time, she called Lin Xian and Murong Qianling over to inform them of some information inside. The trial of blood and fire opened once every 7 years. The Black Sky sect had been established for 600 years, and during this period of time, it was unknown how many times they had entered. Although the situation was not exactly the same every time, the general information was still groped out. Lin Xian was currently holding a map in his hand. It was a map of the trial of blood and fire. On it were mountains, forests, rivers, and palaces. It was like a small world. Entering the trial of blood and fire is only an opportunity. As for whether you can change your destiny inside, that will depend on your own luck. Elder Hua simply said, the inside is generally divided into 3 areas. The first is the outer area. There is not much danger there, and there are not many precious resources. When you are in the outer area, you should be careful of the disciples of other factions. The second area is the blood and fire forest. There are all kinds of demonic beasts hiding inside. There are 2 areas that are listed as forbidden areas. One is the Bat Cave. There is a peak 3rd rank demonic beast hibernating inside. It is the Bat King. If you encounter it, there is almost no chance of escaping. The other area is a mysterious valley. No one knows what is inside. Anyone who approaches, it will inexplicably die. You must not go to these 2 areas. Lin Xian memorized the 2 forbidden areas and then continued to listen. The 3rd area is the Blood Palace. That is the true treasure land. There are countless pills, weapons, and cultivation methods. In the past, many pulse condensation disciples entered, but when they came out, they were already Sea of Soul realm martial artists. Not only does it save you years of bitter cultivation, but the martial artists who advance inside are clearly stronger than ordinary Sea of Soul realm martial artists. Chapter 1:12. Moreover, it is said that there are martial arts inheritances inside. Whoever obtains them will not only have their strength increase greatly, but it will also not be difficult for them to enter the three spirit realms. Elder Hua said in a deep voice. So, there is such a saying. No wonder so many inner disciples want to enter. Lin Xian thought. The three spirit realms were divided into the harmonious spirit realm, the spirit detecting realm, and the spirit transformation realm. Elder Hua was a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Although she looked like she was in her 30s, her actual age was more than 100 years old. After all, after entering the three spirit realms, a martial artist's lifespan would increase greatly. This was the most attractive part. Martial artists in the three spirit realms could usually live up to 300 years old. It was rumored that some old monsters in the spirit transformation realm could live up to 400 or 500 years old without a problem. Regarding the inheritance, you don't need to force it. This thing depends on luck. I want to remind you of something else. If you find any herbs, weapons, or cultivation methods inside, you can hand them over to the sect if you don't need them. Of course, the sect will also give you the same amount of spirit stones or other resources to exchange. As for cultivation methods, even if you hand them over, you can still cultivate them. Following that, Elder Hua talked about some of the resources and cultivation methods that the sect cared about. She also talked about the things that could be exchanged. Most of them were spirit stones. Among them, high-grade profound ranked martial arts could be exchanged for 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit ranked martial arts could be exchanged for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That was 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian heard this price and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that spirit-ranked martial arts were also good things for the sect. As for other things, Elder Hua didn't say too much. After all, each entry was different. Moreover, many things had to be fought for with one's own strength. After bidding farewell to Elder Hua, Lin Xian returned to his residence. After organizing the information he obtained, Lin Xian found that the most important thing was the blood-colored palace. Not only were there many resources, there was also the legendary martial arts inheritance. Moreover, the most important point was that breaking through in the blood-colored trial ground would be better than breaking through in the outside world. This gave Lin Xian a new idea. Originally, he wanted to break through to the 9th rank meridian condensing realm in these 2 days. However, he temporarily suppressed his own cultivation and prepared to break through after entering the blood-colored trial ground. Moreover, his final goal was to enter the Sea of Souls realm in the trial ground, which would have a significant impact on his future strength. In a great hall of the Black Heaven sect, Elder Shui sat with a gloomy expression. His eyes were burning with anger. Beside him, a young man was pouring tea. 2 pieces of trash. They were actually wounded by a mere 8th stage meridian period brat. You've missed out on the right to participate in the trial by fire. His tone was so cold that the entire hall was filled with a chill. The tea-pouring youth smiled faintly. Actually, you can't blame the 2 junior brothers. After all, the attack power of a martial artist who has comprehended sword intent can't be estimated by his cultivation. However, Master, don't worry. Even a peerless genius is nothing before he grows up. The young man's voice was filled with disdain and a strong murderous intent. Let him stay in the trial of blood and fire forever. Elder Shui looked at the disciple in satisfaction and said, killing him is a small matter. The most important thing is the inheritance in the blood palace. As far as I know, there is more than one kind of inheritance inside. Moreover, this is the first time the seal has loosened in the past 100 years. It will last for as long as a month. You must seize this opportunity. I understand. The young man's eyes burned with passion. Yunzhou Ling family. As one of the 4 great families, the Ling family had 10 spots. These 10 people were the genius disciples of the Ling family and represented the future hope of the Ling family. As the grandson of a Ling family elder, Ling Zhe naturally received a spot. Moreover, he had reported Lin Xian's matter to the family and requested that the family kill Lin Xian. He has comprehended sword intent and is an enemy of the Ling family. Naturally, we must eliminate him, the Ling family elder coldly said. After entering the trial of blood and fire, you can eliminate him. Remember, you must do it covertly. Do not let the Black Skies sect find out. Yes, the group of Ling family disciples respectfully said. The day before departure, Lin Xian was summoned again. This time, it was the purple-robed man who had sat in the clouds that day. His name was Duan Muqing, and he was the sect's great elder. He looked at Lin Xian and faintly sighed. I originally wanted you to enter the trial by fire next time, with your current cultivation. It is a bit too much. However, since you insist, I will not stop you. Elder Duanmu waved his sleeve and 2 items appeared in his hand. One was a rusty armor that was damaged in some places. It looked ordinary and even a bit tattered. The other item was a yellow talisman. These 2 items were obtained from the trial of blood and fire. This armor can defend against all attacks below the Spirit Sea realm. Even against a Spirit Sea realm martial artist, it can withstand a few attacks. With it, as long as you don't enter the forbidden area, you will have no problem staying alive. Elder Duanmu said in a deep voice, you have comprehended sword intent. If nothing unexpected happens, your future achievements will definitely surpass us. Therefore, there are some places where you do not need to take risks. As for this item, it is a high-grade talisman. It can kill a Spirit Sea realm martial artist in 1 strike. However, it can only be used once. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not use it. Lin Xian received the 2 treasures and respectfully said, Thank you, great elder. This disciple will definitely return safely. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. Early in the morning, the sky was overcast. A fine drizzle floated in the sky, shrouding the surroundings with a hazy feeling. Lin Xian and the other disciples participating in the Trial of Trials had already arrived in front of the main hall to wait. Among these disciples, the ones with the highest cultivation were Morong Qianling and Jingjun, who had reached the 2nd layer of the Spirit Sea realm. The other 3 personal disciples were at the 1st layer of the Spirit Sea realm. The head disciple of the core disciples, Wan Jianxing, was also at the 1st layer of the Spirit Sea realm. The other disciples were at the 9th layer of the Meridian's condensing stage. Among them, Lin Xian's cultivation was the weakest, at the 8th layer of the Meridian's condensing stage. However, no core disciple dared to underestimate him. After all, he defeated Zhao Ziqing and Dong Ying, and his strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the core disciples. What was surprising was that Shangguan Liuyun's cultivation had also reached the 9th layer of the Meridian's condensing stage. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. Looks like everyone has a fortuitous encounter, Lin Xian thought to himself as he looked at Shangguan Liuyun. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Shangguan Liuyun nodded slightly. The 2 of them weren't familiar with each other, but after all, they had fought once and had a certain understanding of each other's temperament. Lin Xian, this time, I definitely won't lose to you. Fighting spirit surged in Shangguan Liuyun's eyes. I won't either. Lin Xian's words were filled with confidence. Humph. An indifferent cold snort was heard, containing disdain and a trace of killing intent. Shangguan Liuyun was silent, and Lin Xian looked towards the source of the sound. In front, a youth with an evil smile stood with his hands behind his back. As his eyes opened and closed, there was a flicker of light. Among them, he inadvertently looked towards Lin Xian, and his gaze was like looking down on an ant. Jingjun. Lin Xian's heart sank slightly. Among these people, The only one he was wary of was this Xingjun. Not only was he a martial artist at the second layer of the Spirit Sea realm, he was also Elder Shue's disciple. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories